Chapter 62, Childhood Sweethearts, Bug Catching. Harry, could you do me a favor? Sure. Be my boyfriend. All right, not a real boyfriend, just accompany me to meet someone. Okay. The following day was Sunday. After lunch, Catherine invited the trio to an empty classroom to complete their assignments while also discussing the Philosopher's Stone. The vacant classroom was located on the 5th floor, and Catherine confirmed its location through the Marauder's map, followed by an on-site inspection. This classroom, being the closest to the library, would undoubtedly be the one where Dumbledore would later place the Mirror of Erist. The 5th floor is known for its numerous secret passages. There exists a shortcut to the Gryffindor common room, as well as a direct route to the 2nd floor, which is convenient for both parties. However, Catherine chose this location primarily due to the Mirror of Erist. She directly informed the trio that the answer was the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, logically, Harry should not have ventured into the restricted section of the library in the dead of night to seek out nearly headless Nick's identity after receiving the invisibility cloak as a Christmas gift, nor would he have stumbled upon the room housing the Mirror of Erist. She had to find a way to reconcile the chaotic situation caused by her butterfly effect. Subsequently, upon realizing that this empty classroom was particularly small and somewhat secluded, equipped with available desks and chairs, she performed a rough cleaning spell. In addition, she cast several enchantments for confidentiality, silence, and protection, establishing it as a secret base for the group. There are numerous abandoned classrooms at Hogwarts. The charm of magic lies in the fact that when a new professor wishes to utilize a classroom, one need not worry about chairs missing legs or being covered in dust. Consequently, there is no concern regarding the removal of desks and chairs or the sealing off of parts of the classroom. Why didn't you refuse? Catherine looked up at Harry. She had spoken offhandedly, yet was taken aback that Harry had accepted without a moment's hesitation. Am I not stuck with a false brother? You are my sister, Harry stated matter-of-factly. Would you prefer me to refuse? I'll go on my own. You should focus on your training for now. All right, Catherine said, worryingly rubbing her head. I just have a rather tricky matter on my hands, and I'm unsure how to proceed. It's rare to see you troubled by something. Ron lifted his head from his 12-foot essay on potions upon hearing Catherine's voice and promptly lowered it again. It's the weekend. Why aren't you spending time with your good friend Daphne? Harry just finished donning his Quidditch robes, inquired while packing his bag. How many professors do you think guard the Philosopher's Stone? I guess there are 3-headed dogs, herbology, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, charms, potions, and Headmaster Dumbledore. So, we need not do anything and can wait for the right moment. If we notice anyone suspicious, don't forget to include me. All right, of course. And it must remain a secret. Asterisk 3. I reiterate. Catherine gestured an okay sign to everyone. Don't ask me how I know, but I assure you that the information I share with you is accurate. As for Daphne, I had a nightmare last night, clinging to her and crying throughout. Catherine flung her homework aside and, cradling a book, sat upon the sofa she had whimsically conjured, responding candidly, so, she is currently asleep. We would also like to sleep, Catherine, came the reply. Ron immediately interjected, Harry, don't you agree? In comparison to sleeping, I am far more concerned about the obstacles Snape must face in his quest to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry replied. And besides, it is already noon. No, I believe it is indeed because you are a Slytherin and we are Gryffindors. Of course, that is part of the reason. You could certainly invite her to join us. Hermione extended an invitation to Catherine. Having another girl around, I see no harm in that. This way, during your leisure time, you won't have to be torn in two. Did I forget to mention that you will be starting work next weekend? Indeed, Catherine replied with resignation. Starting next week, I will no longer have weekends. You may return to your common room to study. I probably cannot bring Daphne along. Most of the pure-blood wizarding community harbors deep prejudices against half-bloods. Even throughout history, ordinary people have described the clergy and wizards as mortal enemies, with many unfortunate commoners being burned alive as witches. Yet, one could scarcely imagine that among the deceased were also wizards. Since the early 15th century, the persecution of male and female wizards by muggles had already commenced in Europe. Adults managed to conceal their identities, provided they refrained from wielding their wands. However, children, unable to control their magic and powerless against the muggle adults responsible for their capture, were left vulnerable. By the 17th century, Any wizard choosing to befriend muggles would be met with suspicion and even ostracism from their own community. This was also the genesis of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Catherine remarked to Hermione that the key points for the OWTS are essential study material, suggesting she delve into them as supplementary reading if she has the time. The wizarding world, long shrouded in dust, prioritizes blood purity and harbors disdain for muggles. I believe this reflects the survival of the fittest mentality within the wizarding race, aligning with the principles of biological evolution. Harry and Ron felt that Catherine had uttered a great deal, yet they remained perplexed as to why she would not extend an invitation to Daphne to join their small circle. Are you referring to Darwin's theory of evolution? Hermione looked up at Catherine, her expression as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. You have studied the theory of evolution as well. Oh, no. Ron felt he might be losing his sanity. Why would one subject themselves to the arduous task of completing their potions assignment in the presence of two academically superior peers? Harry, aren't you going to intervene? Well, Harry replied, fully equipped to address the two. I must hurry to Quidditch practice shortly. You two carry on with your discussion. I will return later to address the matter of boyfriends. It is best to keep it brief while there is still time, shall we? Best of luck with practice. Catherine recalled that the next Quidditch referee would be Snape, and Oliver Wood, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was on the verge of madness. Harry, too, was suffering greatly. Calculating, he realized he had few joyful days left, so he decided not to disturb them. Thank you. I have resolved to tackle the issue myself. You have misspelled a word in your potions assignment. The letter in the middle is an A, not an E. Catherine casually pointed out an error in Ron's work. Where? Ron quickly followed the direction of Catherine's finger with his quill, correcting the word accordingly. I can only imagine that if Snape were to discover this misspelling, he would certainly note in the margins that I should return to remedial classes with the toddlers to relearn some vocabulary. Upon hearing Snape's name, Catherine fell silent. She certainly wished to defend him, yet Snape had indeed found ample excuses to deliberately deduct points from Harry's house. Are you suggesting that Harry temporarily pretend to be your boyfriend? The astute Hermione easily grasped Catherine's underlying meaning. Well, never mind, Catherine lamented. I haven't even begun dating, so there is no question of a breakup. You two take your time. I must complete this task today, or I shall be in a state of unrest. Goodbye. Off you go, goodbye. Bye. Catherine waved her hand to bid farewell to the two, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Harry did not wander far, but rather, upon hearing footsteps, he paused and glanced back. He saw his sister smiling at him, just as he was at her. There's an old saying that when one speaks of Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives. Catherine and the others had just been discussing Guy Carlton, unaware that he was actually nearby, not far from them. Guy Carlton emerged from the library, initially intending to return to Ravenclaw. Yet, his feet unconsciously veered towards the shortcut leading to the second floor, the direction where Catherine resided. He missed her. Before long, Guy Carlton laid eyes upon her, and he observed the way they gazed at each other. Their connection was as instinctive as if they had grown up together. Childhood sweethearts? Innocent companions? Guy Carlton suddenly realized that Harry Potter had also spent his childhood living in the Muggle world. Chapter 63, The Christmas Invitation. Alas, the moment the two departed, the classroom instantly transformed into a desolate space. Ron encountered yet another dilemma. He lifted his gaze, only to find that Catherine was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Hermione was engrossed in the second-year potions textbook, which Catherine had previously discarded, its pages brimming with annotations. To Ron's astonishment, Hermione was not merely reading, but rather reciting the material from memory. Glancing at the thickness of the tome, he was bewildered that she had committed so many pages to memory in such a brief span of time. If one were to describe it in Catherine's words, it was evident that she was indeed a formidable individual. Ron dared not intrude, resigning himself to his own contemplations. As he pondered, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud. Why had Catherine departed after such a brief stay? It seemed as though she desired to converse with Harry in private. Hermione suddenly looked up from her book, exasperated. Every time we gather, I feel as though we are mere distractions to them. Distractions? Ron queried. A term Muggles use to describe devices that provide illumination, Hermione elaborated, akin to the candles we have placed around us. At that moment, an owl tapped at the window. It was a short-eared owl, its pointed ears deliberately darkened by Catherine, and upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny white letters hidden within the darkened areas. What do you suppose they are discussing, leaving us out of the conversation? Ron mused as he stroked the owl's feathers, secretly wishing for an owl of his own rather than the rather boisterous pigwidgeon. Was Catherine merely intending to resolve their previous matter with a letter? He had initially thought she had left to ask Harry to assist her in playing the role of a boyfriend. Do you not know her temperament? Hermione remarked. Once she has made a decision, when have you ever seen her backtrack? Hermione summoned the little black owl back into the room. It was likely related to the upcoming Christmas holiday. In early December, Catherine was set to receive her first royalty payment from the publisher. I mentioned to you that Catherine's book is quite popular among us, so the royalties should be substantial. She intends to purchase a house on Privet Drive, where Harry's aunt and uncle reside, so that she may live with him. Before leaving, she had asked me to send a letter on her behalf. Hence Hermione handed the package and the letter she had hastily prepared to the owl, releasing it once more through the window. To Ravenclaw Tower. Hermione instructed the little black owl, if it is convenient, could you deliver this to Senior Guy Carlton's dormitory? The owl nodded in acknowledgement, having previously been given instructions in owl speak by its owner. As Hermione closed the window, she turned to Ron and said, a few days ago, she forewarned me and inquired if I would like to visit her new home during the Christmas holidays. You mean live together? Ron exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. Is Catherine's house spacious? Could you possibly inquire about it for me? With his parents traveling to Romania to visit his brother during the Christmas break, he was loath to remain in the dormitory, all alone. Are you certain? Hermione asked. We are underage wizards. Due to the statute of secrecy, we cannot perform magic in the Muggle world. Then let us walk together for a while. Harry nodded, following in Catherine's footsteps. Much like her mysterious ability to gather information, she possessed an impressive sense of direction. Not long after the term began, he and Ron had once been on their way to Transfiguration class. Had they not encountered Catherine, they would have certainly arrived late. The professor of Transfiguration was Professor McGonagall, their head of house. On that day, she had transformed into a cat and perched upon the podium, observing them as they arrived just in time, ultimately saying nothing to them. At that time, he had yet to realize that Catherine was his sister. Her influence had single-handedly altered his perception of Slytherin. Previously, he had regarded Slytherin as synonymous with malevolence, believing its students to be as arrogant and loathsome as Malfoy. Yet Catherine was different. If she were evil, it would imply that goodness scarcely existed. Hermione often remarked that ever since she learned of Catherine's identity as his sister, she had become remarkably more composed. Even her studies had turned more disciplined. While Ron was still procrastinating on his assignments, Harry had already completed his homework and was delving into books on spells and defense against the dark arts. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would often consult her, remarking, "You haven't changed? The old you would never have subconsciously recognized your own ignorance in these areas, would you?" On one occasion, Harry had asked Hermione, only to be met with her teasing, "If I were to observe your eyes, I wouldn't be able to tell whether you two were siblings or of the same bloodline. I thought you had fallen for Catherine due to some circumstance. Perhaps Dumbledore informed you of your lineage early on for that very reason. What if you fell deeply in love only to discover she was your sister?" However, one could not deny that they truly resembled twins. Studies in Muggle research indicated that twins sometimes possess a telepathic bond, and their synergy was reminiscent of George and Fred. Had one not known the truth, they might have assumed they were on the verge of matrimony. Rumors in the world are not always unfounded. As for the visible changes Hermione spoke of, Harry knew they were not the same. His transformation was not merely due to the revelation of his long-lost sister, but rather the protection she offered him, the burdens she bore on his behalf. They were twins, with Catherine being born a day after him. Yet he, as the elder brother, had always passively accepted her guardianship. Whether under Voldemort's attacks or during the previous incident at the zoo, the most recent instance had occurred just yesterday, when, thanks to his sister's protection, he had led Gryffindor to victory in their first Quidditch match. Catherine had always viewed herself as the elder sister, striving to avoid using the inheritance that rightfully belonged to her. She seemed to forget that they were the same age, while Harry, as the brother, had continually pondered what he could do for her. Yet he, Harry Potter, could not even serve as the simplest shield, for she was too concerned about his reputation to allow him to assist her. Although it may be premature to say so, I must make arrangements for this matter forthwith. Catherine inquired of Harry, "Do you wish to remain at school during Christmas? If you choose not to stay, would you be inclined to spend a few days at my place?" Indeed, Catherine needed to make arrangements in advance, which involved more than merely renting an additional room in the Muggle world. She also had to seek Professor Dumbledore's approval after receiving Harry's response. Ultimately, to free up such an extended holiday during Christmas, she would need to tirelessly exchange shifts starting from that very evening. Calculating her options, it seemed that few would refuse a swap, especially if she traded night shifts for others' day shifts. As for the possibility of being overheard, it was daytime on the 5th floor, not the dim corridors of the dungeons at night. The hall was bright and bustling with portraits, providing ample cover. She had to relinquish her protective charms entirely. Furthermore, the Philosopher's Stone, which provided energy for alchemical creations, was also a matter of finances. She was not of the Stark lineage, and thus had to economize. Consequently, the traffic along the fifth-floor corridor was entirely normal, and the watchful gaze of Guy Carleton failed to alert Catherine. After all, her mobile surveillance cameras were not operational. Moreover, the inexplicable heaviness that settled upon Guy Carleton's heart at this scene would not allow him to remain foolishly frozen in place. Hogwarts was a castle, abundant with decorations and sculptures, offering numerous hiding spots within its corridors. Then, as if guided by fate, he found himself for the first time in his life defying his principles and stealthily trailing the footsteps of the two. Chapter 64, The Escape and the Breakup Letter. In the frigid waters of the North Sea lay a solitary island. To Muggles, it appeared to be an utterly worthless, uninhabited wasteland. Yet, for witches and wizards, it had long been the site of a vast prison city. It was feared by many, for its guards were the terrifying Dementors. They feasted upon the positive emotions of individuals, leaving prisoners like Sirius Black devoid of all good feelings and thoughts, sustained only by the flickering flame of hope. The darkest and most horrific memories incessantly replayed in his mind, serving as his punishment. However, today, this torment would cease due to a mysterious metallic spider that appeared from nowhere. The prisoners' meals were delivered by the Dementor guards, and no wizard could endure the ceaseless presence of thousands of Dementors within the confines of that building. The prison door swung open, yet the human form of Sirius was absent. Instead, a large black dog effortlessly dashed through the door that the Dementors had opened. The Dementors could not distinguish between human and beast. They made no move to stop the departing creature, instead closing the door on schedule and collecting the food trays. When Sirius glimpsed the food, he hesitated, knowing that crossing the river would require energy, and he was not yet ready to succumb before finding the girl. He first turned back to consume whatever he could from the tray, then, as the guards collected it, he calmly slipped away right before their eyes. The midnight atmosphere of Azkaban was eerie, cold, and devoid of any trace of warmth. A dangerously emaciated black dog roamed the castle with reckless abandon, soon using his 11 years of weight loss to effortlessly slip through the bars and escape. The icy waters of the North Sea in November chilled him to the bone as he boarded the vessel, feeling as though he might freeze solid. Is it you? You have finally arrived. Poor Black, your master has worried himself to exhaustion over you. A vigilant black Muggle guard spotted the dog, seemingly unfazed, and promptly approached. The dog remained cautious, but the guard made no aggressive moves. Instead, he inexplicably unfurled a Muggle newspaper and laid it upon the deck, preparing a light source for illumination. Seizing the moment while the sailor fetched food, water, and towels, Sirius shivered as he pressed his damp paws upon the newspaper, soaking several lines. The words read Sun Orphanage, embezzlement, and famed best-selling author Catherine Hodge blurred into darkness. The black dog had no idea how long it had been since his last bath. The only benefit of swimming through icy waters was that the fleas on his body were likely frozen to death. A static Muggle photograph came into view, and after 11 years, he saw her. She had grown up, resembling Lily so closely. As the ship set sail, a metallic spider that had descended from Sirius's head crawled before him. The spider bore a retractable projection device, which, when activated, displayed the same outdated Muggle newspaper image. However, a line of text was deliberately typed above the image. It is time to atone. 3 days later, at noon, the Dementors discovered that the food in Sirius's cell had remained untouched and opened the door to collect his corpse. Yet, there was no corpse. What do you mean? No corpse? What does that even mean? Minister of Magic Fudge exclaimed. This has never happened since Azkaban was established. As the black dog soared toward the Ravenclaw Tower, he encountered another charming owl named Vivian, who hailed from the Ministry of Magic. Soon, the window of Dumbledore was rapped upon by the owl. A piece of unfortunate news. Severus, he said to the seated Snape, Sirius Black has successfully escaped from Azkaban. It cannot be mere coincidence. It must just be two individuals connected within the Muggle world, now encountering each other again in the magical realm, creating a semblance of understanding. Merely conjecture, of course. Guy Carleton consoled himself as he recalled Catherine receiving his cloak. Suddenly, his spirits plummeted. Upon closer examination, it became evident that Catherine's initial refusal was clear. She had indeed accepted the cloak out of sheer embarrassment at having to decline. She wore it carefully, fearing that it might get dirty and be difficult to return. Unbeknownst to Guy Carleton, Catherine was known for her decisive and swift actions. She had already sent the cloak via the Black Owl to the Ravenclaw Tower. He happened to be on his way back from the library, coincidentally overhearing Catherine's conversation with Harry, resulting in their paths missing one another. The package was addressed to him, with Philip Vian as the recipient. Enclosed was a note. You are a good person, but we are not suited for one another. To be more precise, I must express my sincere apologies. Yesterday, I unexpectedly came to the realization that I have already found someone I shall love for a lifetime, a love that will never waver. My heart is now completely occupied, leaving no room to spare. Your happiness does not reside with me, and I wholeheartedly wish for you to discover the true happiness that belongs to you. By Catherine Hodge. Philip Vian presumed that this was a love letter from Catherine to Guy Carlton. After keeping Guy in suspense for so long, she suddenly sends a love letter just as he had begun to accept his advances. When Philip Vian retrieved the letter from the owl's beak, he remarked without hesitation, "I recall that Catherine is an orphan, correct?" What? Upon learning of the Carlton family's wealth, she couldn't wait to pursue them. He had encountered many a girl during Guy Carlton's years at school, each eager to ascend to the heights of fortune. Yet they seldom contemplated whether they possessed the background to match. Guy Carlton always insisted that Catherine was different. However, it now appeared that he was mistaken. Being both a close friend of Guy Carlton and a member of a family bound by ties to the Carlton estate, he felt compelled to act. Under the auspices of Guy's mother, the matriarch of the Carlton family, it was only natural that he intended to dispose of this love letter, effectively severing this meaningless romance before their graduation from Hogwarts. He had performed similar acts countless times during Guy Carlton's 6 years at school. Yet, out of caution, he always took the time to peruse the contents of the letters before destroying them, lest they turn out to be from a genuine pure blood, with implications for a union with the Carlton family. Such familial alliances entailed numerous interests and demanded careful consideration. With the matriarch's approval, and under Guy Carlton's tacit consent, he openly opened the letter, only to discover that Catherine had not penned a love letter, but rather a letter of farewell. Philip Vian found himself in a perplexing predicament. He pondered whether, should he labor diligently to restore the wax seal of Catherine's letter intact, Guy Carlton might perceive it as a fabrication orchestrated by him and the matriarch. Chapter 65. I'll give you money, so we can cohabit? Those unfamiliar with the shortcuts typically would not traverse this corridor, perhaps due to its sparse foot traffic. Catherine's conversation with Harry could be overheard even by Guy Carlton lurking around the corner. Astonishingly, on merely the second weekend of November, Catherine had already begun preparing for Christmas with Harry Potter. Christmas is a family occasion, generally celebrated together rather than with friends, unless, in Catherine's heart, their relationship had already transcended to familial ties. Upon hearing Catherine's proposal, Guy Carlton felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. He understood that this corridor and shortcut were merely products of his upbringing. He had once reveled in the time saved by this path, yet now, it was this very route that had dealt him a crushing blow. Stay at school? Harry suddenly recalled that Hogwarts was a boarding school, and although he was reluctant, he could indeed return home for Christmas. Could he? Harry was aware that he need not ponder this further, for there could be no other answer. Guy Carlton detected the uncontainable surprise in Harry's voice. If the situation were reversed, he would likely be equally astonished. His heart plummeted. As he repeatedly recalled his encounters with Catherine, her ambiguous sense of detachment felt all too palpable at that moment, as if the sharpest blade had pierced his chest. If I wished to visit your home, what would Aunt Petunia think? Silly Harry, do you truly care about their opinions? Of course, if you prefer. I could always meet Uncle Vernon after taking an aging potion. Catherine teased Harry, saying she would inform them that he was dating an elder sister on the verge of adulthood, and naturally, Christmas should be spent at his girlfriend's residence. Well, the excuse is to be the devoted boyfriend? Do you genuinely believe such reasoning would sway them? I was merely jesting. You see, I am a best-selling author in the Muggle world. Hermione mentioned that you have written several novels. She has one in her possession, which I had intended to borrow. Harry replied as he walked, but I've been rather busy lately, juggling Quidditch practice, you know. Guy Carlton's spirits lifted slightly due to Catherine's previous words. Yet her next statement sent him spiraling into uncertainty. I have earned some money, coupled with my savings in the bank. Do you think if I offered them a sum of your allowance, they would be amenable to you moving out entirely and living with me? Catherine was unaware of the eavesdropping, yet the phrase "I'll give you money, so we can cohabit" would surely extinguish any lingering fantasies Guy Carlton might have harbored about Catherine. Had they truly reached such a stage in their relationship? As for Catherine, on one hand, she hoped Harry would acquiesce. On the other hand, she was calculating how to earn money, contemplating the challenges she would face. I'm broke. Catherine spoke the truth to Harry. Her time was consumed with writing, studying, and the inexplicable summons from Sherlock. The largest expense each month was the rent for Baker Street, and beyond that, her lifestyle was exceedingly modest, fitting the type that, even with wealth, would have no time to spend it. Yet, having recently rented a boat and hired a crew of sailors to wait on Sirius Black, she was now contemplating the purchase of a home near Aunt Petunia's residence through legitimate means. Even she felt a pinch in her finances. Hopefully, Aunt Petunia will accept installment payments. Alas, that seems implausible. Perhaps I will just submit part of my previous manuscripts. However, with the recent release of my new book, the next installment cannot be published swiftly. The forthcoming book is a continuation of a previously successful series, written with a sweet touch. So I am not overly concerned about reader feedback. The only issue is that the written word cannot be rapidly monetized. I can only hope that the editors and publishers will reward my diligent efforts with a generous share of the profits. As for renegotiating the contract, my standing is sufficient. But the publishers, having tasted success, are unlikely to relent. She could indeed seek a transfer to another publishing house to write her book. Yet the copyright of her previous work resided with this publisher. Even if she were to pay a substantial penalty for breach of contract to transition to a more reputable establishment that values her development, the manuscripts of the other two works she had penned would be rendered obsolete. At the new location, she might not even encounter an editor willing to indulge her scholarly whims. Thus, no matter how lucrative the signing bonus offered by others, departing from her current publisher was simply not an option. Furthermore, due to financial constraints, she could no longer afford to reside at Sherlock's place. It was a pity indeed. But for the sake of Harry's own brother, there was truly no alternative. As for transferring funds from the magical realm to the Muggle side, given her unique circumstances, Dumbledore was aware, yet if the Ministry of Magic were to take notice, it would signify that Voldemort would soon be watching her as well. She had no intention of engaging in such folly. In addition, she found herself in a state of distress, as facilitating this matter proved to be quite challenging. The primary obstacle lay in her obligation to work part-time at St. Mungo's during the summer, a decision dictated by her future life plan, which was immutable. Meanwhile, Harry needed to spend sufficient time with his mother's relatives to receive the magical protection bestowed by Lily. Can you manage? Compared to the idyllic life away from his original family, Harry was more concerned about Catherine exhausting herself with relentless study and work, jeopardizing her health. Such worries would have been inconceivable for Harry in the past. Perhaps not, Harry said solemnly, his gaze towards Catherine imbued with a depth that appeared profoundly affectionate to outsiders. You seem to have lost weight from exhaustion. Come with me to the Quidditch pitch. A gust of wind might sweep you away. This way. There's a shortcut to the second floor. As they traversed the corridor, Catherine pulled aside a tapestry, and they descended a narrower staircase. Be cautious of the middle step. It's a trap, she cautioned. Guy Carlton, standing before the tapestry, refrained from following them down, as that would be too conspicuous. He was aware that this passageway had once been part of the castle's defensive system. Each step taken on the narrow staircase echoed. A design intended to thwart pursuers and eavesdroppers. He felt it unnecessary to follow any further. Today, he had gleaned sufficient information. Catherine was quite foolish. As Guy Carlton turned away from the tapestry, he thought Harry was an orphan. This meant that all the assets of the Potter family, including fixed investment returns and known product patent royalties, belonged to him. In the presence of wealth, she still attempted to resolve his dilemmas in the Muggle world with her meager resources. Surely, Harry must hold her in high regard, right? Guy Carlton felt a wave of shame wash over him, as his affection for Catherine had been inadvertently disclosed to his mother by his friend, Philip Vian. To his friend, the completion of the task was inconsequential. For him, this was a test. He realized he had fallen deeply in love with someone exceptional, Catherine, regardless of her Muggle origins. She was undoubtedly remarkable, being Hogwarts' first accelerated student in a century. In seeking a partner, was love not enough? To uphold the family name, excellence sufficed. Why must there be a need for alliances with other families? The Black family had long engaged in intermarriages within their close-knit lineage. Just look at Bellatrix, who was supposedly Voldemort's most loyal follower, and then consider Sirius Black, who betrayed the Potters and obliterated an entire street to kill a single person. Pure blood? Pure blood. Haven't there been enough lunatics born of pure blood? He yearned for his mother's approval and the family's blessing. The outcome of the test revealed that while dating was permissible, should there be an illegitimate child, the family would not mind paying a sum. But the child must be raised by the family and recorded as part of his lineage under the name of his future wife. Chapter 66. Concealment. You are a wizard, endowed with extraordinary talent, born to stand apart. Not every woman is worthy of becoming your wife. The words of his mother echoed in his mind. Unlike other families with sprawling branches, theirs had only him, necessitating more offspring. Given this, I believe we have been sufficiently lenient regarding your relationship with Miss Catherine Hodge. She shall possess boundless wealth, enjoying a life of luxury that was once unimaginable. I might even permit her to live separately from us. His mother's words brought to mind the Black family's Bella. Bellatrix was born in 1951, while her father and matriarch were merely teenagers. She was indeed acknowledged by the Black family, yet marrying Lestrange was an obvious family alliance. And her mother? No one knew who she was, nor whether she was still alive. But Catherine would not be the same. Guy Carlton had originally summoned the courage to stake everything, even severing ties with his family, to wed Catherine. Regardless of her beauty or capabilities, he was utterly captivated by her. Now, however, the correspondence he received was more than he anticipated. Pure-blood families remained as lofty as he had presumed. Yet, for the sake of our reputation, you must ensure she does not marry another. Otherwise, it would spell immense scandal for both you and your future children. Do you grasp my meaning? You must always remember, you are not merely Guy. Your name is Guy Carleton. Perhaps Catherine's choice was indeed the right one. Guy Carleton wandered aimlessly, oblivious to whether he was ascending or descending. He merely wished to distance himself as far as possible from the 5th floor where Catherine had once lingered and the 1st floor where she now resided. He recalled there was a spot on the 7th floor from which one could view the lawn, and he could not resist gazing out the window. Catherine had indeed gone to the Quidditch match with Harry, knowing full well that as a Slytherin, she would likely be subtly urged away by the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Perhaps Catherine's feelings for Harry mirror his sentiments towards her. Guy Carleton, unwilling to continue observing, ascended from the 7th to the 8th floor. Lost in thought, he wandered back and forth in front of an oddly shaped tapestry, oblivious to his surroundings. Although it seemed peculiar to discuss marriage before even embarking on a romance, Carleton had never encountered a situation where he ardently pursued someone yet remained unable to secure her affections. For 6 years at Hogwarts, due to his lineage, handsome appearance, and talent in potion making, he had been the object of many admirers, but he had always been preoccupied with turning them down. Ultimately, he found himself in a position where he needn't even refuse. His friends had taken it upon themselves to shield him from the burden of reading love letters, allowing him to devote more energy to his studies. Before today, he had contemplated the notion of remaining unmarried for life, devoting himself solely to Catherine, compelling his mother to accept her as his wife and the mother of his children. Yet, such a scenario did not seem to guarantee Catherine's happiness. Harry could marry her, providing a comfortable living and a life adorned with the trappings of wealth, while proudly ushering her into the role of Mrs. Potter. And could he, too, offer her such a life? He found himself at a loss, uncertain of his path or where he might go from here. As he noticed someone hesitating at the door, the entrance to the room of requirement opened. When did this door appear? Guy Carleton stumbled inside, disregarding everything as he sought a place to sit. Next to the spot he chose was a suit of armor, upon which a dusty crown had been carelessly placed by some student. As he sat down, he vented his frustration by bumping into the armor, treating it as an unyielding iron punching bag. The armor, indeed, offered no resistance, but the crown atop it fell, striking him on the head. A cry of pain echoed through the empty room. Guy Carleton picked up the culprit from the floor, glancing at the fallen Ravenclaw crown, and sincerely remarked on its unremarkable appearance. Ouch. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, a letter penned by Minister of Magic Fudge lay open on Dumbledore's desk. With a fleeting glance, Snape could discern some of the letter's contents. Fudge wrote, "I have done all I could, but I am unsure how the information leaked. They are all well informed. At times, I feel like a fool. By the time I received the news, it was already confirmed that the Daily Prophet would publish an article tonight regarding Sirius Black's escape. The headline is likely to read, 'The Breakout of Zero, a Failure of the Ministry or the Dawn of the Dark Wizard's Resurgence?' But how is this possible? There are so many Dementors, nearly 1,000. They can even reproduce on their own. I can conservatively estimate that since Azkaban's establishment, the number of Dementors covering the island has surpassed 10,000 over the centuries. Yet, Sirius still managed to escape. I always thought of him as the number 2. Snape, observing Dumbledore's expression, remained silent, internally chastising the inept Minister of Magic for his incompetence. As usual, Fudge's verbose and tedious phrasing failed to get to the point. But the mere fact of Sirius's escape was significant, and Dumbledore's demeanor was grave. "I may have to step out for a moment, Severus." Dumbledore found himself compelled to cancel a prior engagement. Tonight's schedule would need to yield to the urgency of Sirius's escape. Catherine's desire to see the invisibility cloak would have to wait. He would return as soon as possible. He was the Minister of Magic, no longer a child. "I doubt he wishes to see you, simply because the Order of the Phoenix ultimately triumphed in the war, while you preferred to remain in the background. His writing to you is merely a matter of courtesy, or perhaps he finds a certain amusement in your predicament. He believes that once the Dark Lord is involved, you will undoubtedly take full responsibility. If things go well, it will be credited to the Ministry's prowess. If something goes awry, it becomes our deliberate seeking of assistance. While Headmaster Dumbledore claims he is powerless, I know, but I still must go," Dumbledore replied. "They seem to believe Sirius is the second in command of the Death Eaters. Yet you know well he never participated in their gatherings." "That does not imply anything," Snape retorted, his reaction as Dumbledore had anticipated, intense and genuine. Yet, Dumbledore sensed something amiss. "I rarely attend gatherings myself. Do you have nothing you wish to discuss with me?" Dumbledore decided to trust his instincts. "It seems you do not wish for me to involve myself with the Ministry regarding this matter." Or perhaps you believe it would be a futile endeavor. What? Severus. When it comes to Sirius, if you are unaware of something, the person most eager for me to gather first-hand information from the ministry should be you. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses gleamed momentarily, and he suddenly felt less urgency to leave Hogwarts. Severus, tell me. I know you must know something. Dumbledore gazed at Snape earnestly, willing to listen to even the most trivial details. Is that why it was so easy to glimpse the contents of the letter? So it was intentional. Snape cast a wary glance at the cunning old fox before him, pressing his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Chapter 67. Caught by Snape. Regarding Sirius Black, Catherine did not elaborate to Snape, nor did he inquire further about her. Yet, even the double agent Snape, adept at walking the tightrope, nearly believed in Voldemort's authenticity. Without countless hours of practice, Snape believed it was impossible for Catherine to succeed. As a Death Eater training camp, there was hardly a safer place in the world than Azkaban. They were secure for Catherine, for each day she endured the torment of the supervising Dementors. Regardless of whether she revealed any weakness, she could effortlessly eliminate any threats. Indeed, she could seek out those nearing death, who would undoubtedly never divulge secrets. On the other hand, Bellatrix resides in Azkaban, while her younger sister Narcissa is wed to Lucius Malfoy. Undoubtedly, Lucius wields considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. It is conceivable that, due to his connection with Narcissa, he possesses a clandestine means to infiltrate Azkaban and visit Bellatrix, whether through legitimate channels of the Ministry or via illicit smuggling. Even without Lucius's assistance, one can be certain that within the hidden roster of Death Eaters held by Catherine, there must be individuals capable of aiding her in achieving her objectives. Her intentions to pledge allegiance to Dumbledore were evident yesterday, yet her naivety clouds her judgment. While others may shift their allegiance, even the Death Eaters may find new patrons. Voldemort remains immutable. Catherine, endowed with Voldemort's memories and magic, would inevitably expose herself beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. As for Sirius Black, he is currently escaping from Azkaban. In other words, Sirius's previous absence from escape may well be attributed to Catherine lacking the capacity to orchestrate his liberation, or perhaps she had yet to locate him. This year, Catherine has enrolled at Hogwarts. Furthermore, a doctor from St. Mungo's once remarked that her rapid recovery from the affliction of dark magic could be due to a prior amnesia, from which she has now awakened. Severus Snape is acutely aware of one fact. As a friend of Lily, Catherine regards him with a certain favor. And what of Sirius Black? He is well known as their godfather, yet he ought to be considered their adversary. However, the truth of past events remains elusive. Perhaps only Catherine Hodges, a mere child at the time, knows the whole story. Catherine's assistance in Sirius Black's escape may not be within her capabilities. For centuries, no one has managed to escape from Azkaban. What Snape is certain of is that Black's departure from the wizarding prison is undoubtedly linked to Catherine. As for Catherine, Snape may remain silent before Dumbledore, yet the latter's astute mind could very well unravel the truth. It begins with a name, then transforms into a concern. Regardless of what you may know or discover, Dumbledore implores Snape, promise me that if either Harry or Catherine seeks to confront Sirius Black alone for vengeance, you will intervene. You will prevent them, won't you? Is your mind filled with honey? Snape retorts, what leads you to believe I would stand idly by as they march to their doom? I must take my leave. Dumbledore summons Fawkes, who possesses the ability to perform apparition even within Hogwarts, a trump card, and the first time he employs it before Snape. But that is of little consequence. He trusts him. Or rather, he places his faith in Snape's love for Lily, the Dark Lord, even in his weakened state. I cannot guarantee my ability to confront him alone. Dumbledore requires no verbal assurance. He recalls Snape's prior promises. As a loyal yet suspicious Death Eater, Snape could feign inquiries to validate his allegiance. He could even serve under him once more, pledging loyalty to buy time. However, Dumbledore did not anticipate that Snape would have further words for him. What if we refuse to allow Dementors to linger around the school? Snape suggested, but swiftly dismissed his own notion. He harbored doubts that Catherine would capture a Dementor for study, as Harry might very well encounter one during his nocturnal wanderings. Yet, this is Dumbledore. No, for the safety of the students, you cannot refuse. This may not be entirely detrimental. Should the Dementors come, certain individuals would likely become agitated. Dumbledore's words reminded Snape of Quirrell. The target is now unmistakably clear. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing the information he gleaned from Catherine to anyone else. He overlooked Dumbledore's pensive, perhaps deceived by Snape's expression, only to later uncover traces of the past within his memories. After Fawkes transported Dumbledore away, the office of the headmaster became eerily vacant. The entrance to the office is on the 3rd floor, and Snape descended from the underground of the 3rd floor, eager to return to Catherine and confirm whether her involvement in this prison break was indeed genuine. An excuse was readily at hand. He knew that her intent to examine the invisibility cloak meant Catherine sought an audience with Dumbledore, yet was unaware of the password to the headmaster's office. As he descended the staircase, nearing the ground floor, he spotted her exiting the castle alongside Harry. He wished to speak with Catherine privately, and thus followed them. Unsurprisingly, Catherine was escorting Harry to Quidditch practice for Gryffindor. Their conversation seemed lighthearted, with Harry appearing elated, as if the upcoming holiday was imminent and he had topped the year in examinations. As the head of Slytherin, it was naturally inappropriate for him to reveal himself in front of other teams. Moreover, given Madame Hooch's oversight, he would be the referee for the next Quidditch match. At the very least, when Harry calls for help, he would be quick to notice rather than being engrossed in the fervor of the match. All right, if you agree. I am quite pleased, Catherine smiled sweetly, for the difficulties behind achieving this outcome were manifold. In that moment, her smile outshone the sun. I cannot approach, do hurry along. Farewell. Indeed. Catherine nodded at Harry, feigning a departure towards the castle, but instead, she stealthily circled to a place out of Harry's sight and darted into the Forbidden Forest to rendezvous with the Whomping Willow. It was inconvenient to extract the Marauder's map along the way, but she had observed the professor's positions before leaving the secret base. Snape had indeed gone to seek Dumbledore, and she pondered what Dumbledore's perception of her desire to join the Order of the Phoenix might be. With a flourish of her wand, a snake formed from rope struck the gnarled knot of the Whomping Willow, instantly rendering it motionless. Snape knew of a passage beneath, having been tricked there by Sirius during their school days. Coincidentally, it was a full moon, and Remus, trapped within, was presently a wolf devoid of reason. Do you wish to seek him out? The secret passage leading to Hogsmeade, the Shrieking Shack, was where Catherine found herself poised to depart. Yet, just as she was about to step into the tunnel, she overheard someone speaking behind her. An inexplicable surge of anxiety gripped her. But upon recognizing the voice belonged to Snape, her heart swiftly regained its composure. As she turned around, she naturally fell into her customary routine with him. Snape was well aware that she possessed the ability to evade tracking, had she not been in haste to meet Dumbledore before nightfall. She would have certainly consulted the Marauder's map first, and would not have been so careless as to be caught off guard. I thought you wouldn't say a word until I had departed, she remarked. But it mattered little, as long as Snape acknowledged her capabilities, and recognized that small creatures were indeed stirring around him. That was sufficient. The Forbidden Forest, with its intricate battleground, served to conceal Catherine's strategic arrangements. A live owl perched high upon the still branches of the Whomping Willow, keenly observing Snape's position. Catherine's alchemical owl effectively functioned as a mobile surveillance camera. Had time permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to gauge Snape's sensitivity to the gaze of non-human entities. Chapter 68. 9 Truths and 1 Falsehood. I thought you wouldn't say a word until I had departed. As the saying goes, cast a long line to catch big fish. Catherine's eyes, as clear as crystal, revealed no trace of surprise at Snape's presence. Instead, she asked, do you not wish to follow me and see what I am about to do? Would Catherine be inclined to invite him into her endeavors in such a manner? Or did she consider herself sufficiently skilled to weave a web of deception without his detection? Is that so? Snape inquired with an air of nonchalance. But if I were to follow you, what if you were to disapparate the moment you left Hogwarts? I have stated before, if you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. Cloaked in complete disguise, Catherine donned a mask and a hood, revealing only her long, dark hair and deep-set eyes. Rather than the cloak of night, she boldly chose the afternoon to engage in such clandestine activities. It was evident to her that he was no ordinary child, yet Catherine's adeptness still took Snape by surprise. Is Sirius Black involved in this matter? Snape asked without hesitation, seemingly not expecting a truthful response, yet harboring a glimmer of hope for her answer. What is your purpose in leaving now? He pressed. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Catherine, keenly aware, scanned her surroundings. Quirrell's venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek a unicorn's life force could hardly be conducted openly. This was the Forbidden Forest, and Snape was indeed a focal point of her concern. The possibility of him lurking nearby in an invisibility cloak to eavesdrop was not entirely unfathomable. I cannot leave the school, she asserted. Snape thought to himself, indeed, Catherine was still lacking in experience. Her statement inadvertently revealed her undeniable connection to the situation at hand. I have traversed this path and encountered no one nearby. In truth, I was about to inquire regarding this matter. Lucius sent word that Sirius has escaped from Azkaban. Regardless of whether Snape believed her, Catherine could not afford for Quirrell, who might be lurking in the shadows, to overhear anything inappropriate before the investigation commenced. We shall discuss it further upon my return. Do you think you can leave without clarifying this matter? Snape's words were couched in subtlety. Yet Catherine sensed the undertone of his threat, which momentarily halted her hurried steps. Lucius Malfoy, another matter to be addressed later. But it was clear that Snape had no intention of allowing her to depart so easily. Under ordinary circumstances, facing Snape, she would have capitulated. Many matters need not be rushed. It would be wise to leave at another time, appearing obedient and compliant. But not today. On one hand, the boat was nearing the shore. The little spider, its battery nearly depleted, finally arrived within the radius of Catherine's magical signal during lunchtime. She could not allow a dangerous adult wizard, akin to a mad dog ready to bite, to remain in the company of the muggle she had employed. Though Sirius was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he was also a pureblood, having been tormented by Dementors for so many years. One could not predict what erratic behavior he might exhibit. On the other hand, irrespective of whether Sirius posed a genuine threat to Harry, the paranoid Minister of Magic would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to interfere with Hogwarts. Seeing Snape's unwavering determination, Catherine was compelled to utter trivialities to placate him, especially after her little creatures had meticulously ensured there was no one nearby. Beneath the invisibility cloak, it was not a lawless realm, as long as there were living beings. They would possess corporeal forms. Catherine's losses were merely insubstantial strands of metal silk, altered through transfiguration. His audacity is rather lacking. What issues could arise from someone personally sent by Cornelius Fudge? Catherine boldly stated to Snape, knowing full well that this matter had no bearing on him. Yet he still inquired how it could be resolved. What do you mean? Snape mused, sensing the weight of Catherine's words, though they seemed to convey little. Lucius's wife, Narcissa, desired to know the fate of her sister in Azkaban. No, to be precise, she did not wish to see Bella. She merely sought to employ this method to ensure that others would regard these Death Eaters with the seriousness they deserved. At the very least, it would guarantee 3 meals a day, preventing them from suffering from starvation or freezing to death. Thus, the indulgent Lucius was compelled to make a generous donation to the Ministry of Magic. Catherine appeared to speak half in jest, yet as a Death Eater. Lucius perhaps instinctively feared Azkaban. At this juncture, she deliberately paused, allowing the nuances and implications of her words to resonate. Snape, of course, was well aware of the type of man Lucius was. The essence of a lie lies in the interplay of truth and falsehood, and in this instance, Catherine had indeed spoken no falsehood. In fact, nearly all her previous statements had been devoid of deceit. Catherine had long been renting a room under a false identity in the upper levels of the Leaky Cauldron. Originally, her intention had been to have multiple safe havens, a precautionary measure in case of peril. This is undoubtedly not an original creation of Catherine's. As a time traveler, who among us has not indulged in a few espionage, business rivalry, or police drama series? In her room, she had arranged a simple set of puppets and even nurtured 3 distinctly ordinary-faced owls capable of delivering messages. The puppets possessed the alchemical abilities to replicate spells and alter notes, and, of course, included mechanisms for automatically feeding the owls. 2 of the owls would concurrently send messages to Catherine via different flight paths, while the third served as a backup and a warning. Lucius Malfoy did indeed send a message through her puppet, though the recipient was not her today. The only deception lay in the identity of the person she was meant to meet, but how could Lucius divulge this matter to Snape? Catherine was not one to forego meeting him after seeing Sirius, whether under the influence of Veritaserum or through legilimency. It would only serve to affirm the truth of her words. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge had entered alone. This was not the first time he had done so. With Harry joining Professor Dumbledore's ranks, a sense of crisis had stirred within him, and one could hardly blame him for his eagerness to achieve merit. Are you involved? I played no role in this affair. I was merely present, cloaked in invisibility, Catherine replied. Firstly, I did not use my true identity. Secondly, Lucius was already scheduled to visit Azkaban that day. Thirdly, Lucius had long since lost any fear of the Dark Lord who had perished a decade prior. This time, he seemed more intent on setting a trap. If that is the case, why, of course, I must go. Does Lucius Malfoy possess the audacity to deceive and plot against the Dark Lord? Catherine smiled wickedly, akin to a sorceress who held the hearts of men in her grasp. Do you think he is Karkaroff? Chapter 69. Either you die, or I survive. Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. After Voldemort's downfall, he gained immunity and release for betraying a multitude of Death Eaters. Undoubtedly, Lucius Malfoy was testing Catherine's identity, yet he lacked the courage to collaborate with Minister Fudge. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated, but Snape had no intention of letting her off the hook. Observing Snape's hand discreetly shift towards a particular direction, Catherine decisively turned to leave. Without hesitation, Snape strode forward, as though his prior assertion of remaining at Hogwarts had never been uttered. Yet Catherine was not deceived. She was nearly amused by his audacity. How naive one must be to be lured by transparent falsehoods that starkly contradicted his character. By acting contrary to expectation, Snape's excessive emphasis on certain matters was precisely what warranted her caution. Many truths had been laid bare the previous night, in this world. Few could possess as much knowledge as the two standing at the corridor's entrance at that moment. Who was deceiving whom? Arrogant and careless. This was not the meticulous Snape that Catherine had come to know, one who ensured that every detail was watertight. No. A flicker of insight sparked in Catherine's eyes. While Snape prided himself on his acting prowess, his true nature was not so easily concealed. Catherine may not have understood combat, but she grasped that analyzing a person fundamentally hinged on discerning their thoughts. Thus, it was almost effortless to conclude, who does he look down upon? To let his guard down? Quite clever, isn't it? Both were acutely aware that Hogwarts required no defense. Unlike the original narrative of this era, the suspect was no longer ambiguous. It had been narrowed down to Quirrell and the Dark Lord lurking behind him. He had merely tested the trapdoor in the right corridor on the 4th floor the night before Halloween. He could not pass the three-headed dog-esque challenge. Thus, he could not threaten the Philosopher's Stone, with the Philosopher's Stone dangling like a carrot before him. He would not endanger the students of Hogwarts or Harry until he had secured his prize, lest he rouse suspicion. Catherine had contemplated this matter long ago. She surmised this was likely the primary reason Dumbledore sought the Philosopher's Stone from his friend Nicholas Flamel. Because of this, Flamel and his wife, who had lived in seclusion for centuries, were willing to sacrifice themselves. Did Dumbledore remain unaware? The destruction of the Philosopher's Stone equated to pushing both of them towards death. Catherine wondered whether Dumbledore felt any guilt in persuading his friend to willingly embrace death. Perhaps he remained as composed as ever. For from the moment the Philosopher's Stone was brought to Hogwarts, Dumbledore had already resolved his own impending demise. Flamel merely stepped ahead with his wife, and Dumbledore would soon follow. In Dumbledore's eyes, the safety of Hogwarts students far outweighed the value of the Philosopher's Stone or even his own life. Are you not afraid I will deduct points from you? The situation jolted Catherine back to reality. She appeared to move with great speed. Behind her was Snape, and though she could disregard her image, she could not afford even the slightest hesitation. You cannot deduct points, Catherine replied confidently, her laughter ringing with assurance. Do you think I chose Slytherin for any other reason? Catherine guessed that Snape's expression must have been quite something, but regrettably, she had no opportunity to glance back. Are you not afraid I will expel you from school? Catherine was still a child, while Snape, with the advantages of adulthood, was bound to catch up to her before she reached the exit. Thus, Snape was at ease, employing words as weapons, merciless and unyielding, like any seasoned combatant. You may certainly try, Catherine retorted, her voice rising slightly in pitch, feigning nonchalance despite her underlying fear. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, diving into the dragon's lair. I would relish it, while you should worry about the emergence of a third Dark Lord. Think about it. Snape realized that Catherine was indeed a creature capable of rapid evolution. Her expression management had become increasingly adept, drawing closer to Bellatrix's madness. And her lies were learned from him. Though she spoke with ease, no one dared to dismiss her words, nor could anyone guarantee the absolute absence of such a possibility. Those filled with trepidation were not merely limited to herself. Seizing the brief moment of Catherine's hesitation, Snape successfully drew forth his wand. Though Catherine found herself momentarily outpaced by her former self, her quick wit seized the fleeting opportunity to draw her wand and, without hesitation, unleashed a spell. A flash of silver. The incantation was instantaneous. It was Catherine. In a position of disadvantage, she was compelled to strike first under Severus Snape's unexpectedly astonished gaze. A flash of silver. The dazzling spell, a self-invented charm akin to a military illumination device, was an advanced version of a glowing flare, its effect blinding. Smoke bombs suit chaotic battles, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong and facilitating the rescue of hostages. Flashbangs are ideal for nocturnal skirmishes and any dimly lit environments. Today, it was predictably advantageous within the dark corridor. Yet, she could not genuinely blind him. Her restraint against Snape rendered her efforts arduous. Following this tactical exchange, Catherine merely secured a modest lead, albeit one of slight advantage. Both wielded their wands, yet Snape maintained a physical superiority over Catherine. For the sake of her subsequent strategy, having consumed an agility potion beforehand, Catherine was quicker. However, it was undeniable that Snape's longer legs covered greater ground. As spells were cast, the battle ignited. Both combatants commenced their full efforts, no longer holding back. Catherine, obstacles abound. Snape, shattered into pieces. One pursued while the other fled. Their simultaneously cast spells clashed midair, canceling each other out, yet new incantations swiftly followed. Snape, Sectum Sempra, the hanging charm. Catherine, bludgeoning curse, the dragon's exit. The two spells were unleashed in rapid succession, vying against each other. As Snape executed his cutting curse, Catherine retaliated with a ferocious strike against the corridor's wall. Snape's spell also held back, yet the wall crumbled mercilessly. In a desperate strategy, She intimidated him into restraint, willing to entomb herself if need be. Refusing to heed Guy Carlton's advice was undoubtedly the right choice. In the midst of her wand-waving, Catherine's melancholic gaze betrayed an indescribable madness. The love offered by her senior was simply too exquisite. Yet, the Horcruxes of Voldemort were destined for demise, much like Severus Snape's inevitable confrontation with the unsolvable giant serpent, Nagini. Catherine perceived no possibility of altering the predetermined future, just as she could not assure that Dumbledore would escape Snape's fatal hand this time. Nagini was Voldemort's Horcrux. Reborn, Voldemort would never mistake his few means of resurrection. The colossal serpent. Nightmares would morph into reality, as the Severus Snape of her dreams, like Lily James, could not evade death. Therefore, it was not that Guy's affections lacked depth, nor was it that she felt indifferent towards such a sincere soul. Who would not yearn for a blissful future with a husband so understanding and considerate? If there were a paradise in this time, it would surely be that. However, how could she ever be worthy of him? She was uncertain whether her heart had already been filled by another man. She felt unworthy. Perhaps she should let him go as soon as possible. A sigh escaped her lips, mingled with the dust and debris rushing toward her. In the direst of moments, a living snake, employed as a shield, coiled around Catherine. Though she emerged dust-laden and disheveled, it was astonishing that she remained unscathed. Even Snape's gaze toward Catherine turned more ferocious, yet his tightly furrowed brow betrayed an inner turmoil, starkly contrasting his expression. It was not that Snape wished to hold back. Rather, the battle had escalated to a point where he lacked the strength to do so. In a mere 3 minutes of back and forth, testing each other's limits, they exchanged lethal blows. The intensity of their attacks transformed the short corridor into a veritable hunting ground of death. Two individuals, whose intentions were fundamentally rooted in consideration for one another, now faced a brutal ultimatum. Either one would perish, or the other would survive. Chapter 70. How did Dumbledore die? The snake, initially supporting the corridor structure to prevent immediate collapse, could not withstand the subsequent spell. Their battle had ignited true flames. Birchwood, 13.5 inches long. The nerve of a serpent. This wand, matching the length of Catherine's, swung mercilessly in its master's hand, casting light that aimed directly at Catherine's vulnerable back. However, both combatants resorted to a dual incantation this time. Even amidst battle, they could only await the clash of their predicted magical effects. The dual incantation required foresight, grounded in understanding. Snape's, the hanging charm, directly turned the newly summoned Python's world upside down. It not only suffered from the blows of falling debris, but was simultaneously enraged by Snape's spell. Undoubtedly, two wands of the same color and length stood in opposition, yet they inflicted the same fate upon the unfortunate snake, rudely awakened from its slumber. The angered serpent, thick as a bowl, swiftly reacted with primal instinct. It opened its foul, blood-stained mouth and launched an assault on Snape with lightning speed. Most snakes of magical descent possess significant intelligence. Their target seemed motivated by more than mere vengeance. Cold-blooded creatures, the pulsing neck of the serpent exuded a gentle allure, mingled with the enticing aroma of its prey. Meanwhile, the coiled body of the serpent merely provided temporary stability to the precarious corridor. As it moved, vast sections of the wall, damaged by the attack, and the roots of the willow tree were laid bare. Whether a second collapse or immediate entombment awaited was evidently only a matter of time. Snape could only ascertain one thing. Catherine truly appeared to desire death. The onslaught that followed would undoubtedly come in waves. He could not believe she lacked a plan. Yet, she seemed indifferent to life, wholly seeking her own demise. Or perhaps, she merely wished to liberate herself from the burdensome responsibilities she was obligated to carry, casting them aside with a fierce abandon through his hand. Though she was but a child, she bore the weight of concerns far beyond her years, too much disapproval, too many obstacles and skepticism. Perhaps, she had long since desired to relinquish her existence. They dueled with such swiftness that Catherine did not anticipate the unforeseen turn of events. And during this fleeting moment that allowed Snape to contemplate, his actions were driven purely by instinct. In mere moments, both of them unleashed their spells simultaneously. In a desperate instant, the serpent transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint mark on Snape's carotid as evidence of its previous presence, a mere indentation, unbroken skin, let alone any injury or venom. For Catherine, Snape could have faced countless other fates. Yet, none of them could involve a snake bite, regardless of whether that serpent bore the name Nagini. This was not merely a personal grievance. Since the nightmare of the previous night, it had nearly morphed into an obsession. Meanwhile, Catherine felt as if she were being buried alive, momentarily stepping into the realm of death, without a shred of reaction. She wondered if Snape's proclamation of restoration to the original state had shattered his own eardrums. From an existence akin to a living coffin to a complete return to a non-lethal state, it had nearly drained every ounce of magic he could wield. Lily's death was a wound that would not heal. 11 years later, Snape could not bear to witness the same visage standing before him, alive yet dying. He could neither accept nor allow himself to endure such consequences. For that reason, Snape would rather perish on the spot. He should have died on that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow 11 years prior. You are insane. Despite not being entirely unscathed, Snape had no intention of sparing Catherine. Simultaneously, Catherine, having temporarily earned a reprieve from the Grim Reaper, still clung to her desire to escape. As if the pause scene could be resumed by fate, everything reverted to its previous state. In a relentless pursuit and flight, both seemed resolute in their fatalistic intentions. As if the preceding attacks bore no moment of hesitation or false hope. If one were to succinctly evaluate the recent skirmish in a manner befitting its dramatic essence, it would be a matter of life and death, nothing less. Indeed, I aim to provoke you intentionally. Catherine laughed through her tears, an unprecedented blend of madness and frenzy. This was starkly different from her usual demeanor, yet the closer Snape drew to uncovering her secret, the more he perceived her authenticity. It was as if Catherine Hodge should exist as this very being before him, thriving on the brink of insanity. I ask you, will you fall for it? The situation had morphed from a magical duel into a grappling exchange of insight. The evidence proved that words would not hinder Snape's speed in casting spells, but running could. In the corridor, Catherine fled with such swiftness that Snape could scarcely keep pace with her, leaving him no opportunity to draw his wand from its holster. The Whomping Willow was planted during Remus Lupin's schooling to facilitate his transformations during the full moon. Hogwarts forbade the use of apparition, and Snape had previously assumed that the passage remained within the confines of Hogwarts. However, Catherine was aware that it led to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. I've got you. With a single step forward, Snape effortlessly grasped the fabric of Catherine's robe, ripped apart. Yet, he did not anticipate that Catherine had precisely timed her escape. Aware of this, she had intentionally set a trap. Even the experienced Snape, upon seizing her robe, did not immediately realize that it was a deliberate ploy on her part. As he clutched the corner of her robe, she had strategically relinquished it. While it seemed that Catherine had gained an advantage through her cunning, executing her strategy proved that the timing of spells was not a straightforward calculation. The matter was far from concluded, should he wish to hinder her. Snape was not entirely devoid of opportunity. Previously, Catherine had merely held a fleeting upper hand. The cutting curse was magic, and apparition was also magic. The coexistence and simultaneous casting of both were tasks beyond the capabilities of even Catherine. However, should another double cast occur, the preparatory movement of the spell would inevitably consume time. If Snape were to seize her robe again, whether Catherine could escape would linger in uncertainty. Yet, there was Quirrell. I warn you, do not provoke him. Do you wish to know? Snape had never imagined that he would miss a vital opportunity in a crucial battle because of a single individual. Yet, just last night, Catherine had nearly divulged everything that should remain unspoken. Years hence, the manner of Dumbledore's demise would unfold. I shall not speak of it, nor could I articulate it. But I can take you to witness it. A flash of green light erupted, striking Dumbledore's chest. He plummeted from the astronomy tower of Hogwarts. In the background of the tower's image, one could faintly see Bella and other Death Eaters currently imprisoned in Azkaban. There was no doubt, Voldemort had returned. Among the Death Eaters was a familiar figure, a platinum-haired boy, Draco, now an adult. The time that had elapsed was evidently short, for although he appeared grown, he still bore the crest of Slytherin House upon his chest. Thus, he had not yet graduated. The assailant was neither Draco nor the devoted Bella, nor any of the gathered Death Eaters. He could perceive the differing angles, yet for reasons unknown, Catherine deliberately concealed the identity of the perpetrator. The image revealed only the murderer's wand, and at that moment, Snape, attempting to interrupt the casting and pull her back, caught a fleeting glimpse. Just a moment of hesitation. He yearned to grasp again, but found only emptiness. The instant they reached the Shrieking Shack, Catherine vanished without a trace through apparition. Chapter 71. The calm beneath the waves. Professor Quirrell and Voldemort were not in the Forbidden Forest. Instead, they found themselves in the library on the 5th floor, searching for a means to circumvent the three-headed dog. Unfortunately, their endeavors did not yield the desired results. However, their journey was not entirely in vain. Voldemort sought to prolong his life, and the book Quirrell was perusing was merely one shelf away from another that contained references to unicorns. The restricted section housed countless tomes, and even with Dumbledore's authority, he could only borrow those pertinent to the three-headed dog. This particular book, however, was not considered outrageous within the confines of the restricted section. It merely aimed to enhance understanding of unicorns. Yet, as the saying goes, in the eyes of 1,000 individuals, 1,000 Hamlets may arise. When Quirrell held this book in his hands, he did not perceive its significance, but the echoing voice of Voldemort in his mind insisted, "This is the one." On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, in the Room of Requirement, a place invisible even to Catherine's Marauder's map, Guy Carleton retrieved the very crown that had struck him painfully, the dusty diadem. Naturally, he returned the crown, which had been irresponsibly placed in the cluttered room by an unknown upperclassman, to its rightful place atop the suit of armor. The diary within contained a Horcrux, impulsively clinging to a false sense of hope, while youthful achievements had rendered him arrogant and insufferable. In contrast, the Ravenclaw diadem was reputed to symbolize wisdom. It appeared to possess a certain reluctance, or perhaps Ravenclaw itself was striving to restrain Voldemort's Horcrux through the diadem's very essence. That day, the Room of Requirement seemed to be bustling with unspoken events, or perhaps nothing had transpired at all. Meanwhile, in Ravenclaw Tower, Philip Weasley reopened the breakup letter that Catherine had reluctantly sent due to a lack of funds for her owl. He placed it prominently on Guy Carleton's desk, intending to counsel him thoroughly once he had endured the full weight of his heartbreak. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Guy had already experienced the pangs of unrequited love. The boy, unaccustomed to setbacks, found himself spiraling into despair, trudging back as though life itself had become unbearable. "Philip Weasley, I wish to seek your counsel on a momentous decision," he implored. Upon returning to Ravenclaw Tower, he did not immediately notice the letter on the desk, but sought out Philip instead. "If one day I were to sever ties with my family and establish my own identity, what should I do now? Would you be willing to accompany me? You would come to regret it." "I harbor no regrets," Guy Carleton, despairing and heartbroken, declared. "I would rather embrace death than to live humbly as a marionette." "What has transpired, Guy?" Philip Weasley, usually composed, revealed a hint of concern in his voice. "Is it Catherine Hodge? Did she reject you to your face? How could she possibly do that?" Guy responded with an air of incredulity. "To her, I am not even a mere acquaintance. At best, I am but a casual nodding acquaintance. I am unworthy of her, Philip. Sometimes I find myself pondering." His gaze unfocused, Guy appeared to be conversing with himself, while simultaneously denouncing the legacy of blood purity that had long defined him. Is pure blood supremacy truly righteous? That evening, Guy Carleton did not receive Catherine's letter. No one informed him of its existence. It was akin to the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, and everyone knew what was likely to ensue. In the Ravenclaw common room on a weekend afternoon, Guy sat on a couch, diligently sketching and writing. He found the crown that had struck him previously to be rather unremarkable, yet it brimmed with an enchanting allure. Perhaps, in a bid to dissipate his unfavorable emotions, he felt compelled to draw something. Where did you see it? However, when a vivid depiction of the diadem materialized before Philip Weasley, the ghost who had stealthily approached him, unbeknownst to him, could no longer contain her words. The Grey Lady? Philip recognized the specter. He knew her well. The daughter of the founder of Ravenclaw. "This is Ravenclaw's diadem," she whispered, keeping her voice low as she leaned closer to Guy. "Where did you see it?" "It was on the 8th floor, but I turned back to search for that storeroom, only to find it had vanished." As his gaze shifted beyond the castle, the overcast afternoon bore a somber atmosphere. Oliver Wood, rarely late, arrived with news that felt ominous. The referee for the next Quidditch Cup match was none other than Snape. The shocking revelation echoed throughout the training grounds, yet soon subsided. The team became more immersed in their practice, as if they were secretly mustering their strength. They were determined to exert greater effort, inevitably striving for victory in the upcoming match. Near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, due to damaged roots, the branches of the Whomping Willow were in a frenzied state. Yet, as a competent Whomping Willow, thrashing its limbs was instinctual, since no one understood it. No one was aware that its branches had suddenly increased in amplitude and force by 30%. Anyone daring to intrude upon its secret passages would be mercilessly reduced to splinters. Advancing through the secret passage, Severus Snape stood alone in the empty shrieking shack. He extended his palm forward, yearning to grasp something, only to discover that he was ever so close, perhaps merely a fraction of a second away, but he grasped nothing but air. As the remnants of his tattered sleeve, smeared with mud and dust, fell to the floor, he found himself propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Failing to seize the cloak, failing to topple his intended target, nothing at all. As he retraced his steps from the shrieking shack, Snape gazed gravely at his wand, and the ephemeral image of Catherine's wand flickered in his mind. The two wands bore an uncanny resemblance, length identical, color the same. Even the craftsmanship derived from the same lineage of wand makers. Which wand, he pondered, would ultimately become the true weapon aimed at Dumbledore? What could possibly drive any of them to strike down Dumbledore? Regardless of the motive, the individual who accomplished such a feat would undoubtedly earn Voldemort's favor, ascending to a higher status and gaining greater trust. They are all exploiting Dumbledore's sacrifice in a grand game of chess, the the outcome of which remains uncertain. On the English mainland, in a seaside cottage that is being rented out, a Muggle nanny is, as she did yesterday, bathing a large black dog that is said to have once paddled in icy waters. She has just coaxed the clean dog out of the shower, repeatedly warning the large black dog not to shake water everywhere. She then picks up the hairdryer she had prepared in advance, pulls over the cord, plugs it in, and switches it on. Suddenly, a faint explosion emanates from the bathtub in the inner room. This sound is familiar to any adult wizard. It signifies that someone has arrived via apparition. Chapter 72. The first encounter with the Godfather, bug catching. This is a charming 4-story villa, vacated by its owners who have moved to the city to live with their daughter, and is now available for rent. In her leisure time, Catherine has magically refurbished the place, and the exterior walls have been repainted in a dreamlike shade of purple by workers she hired. When the apparition occurs, the automatically cast spell takes effect. A curtain away, the young nanny, facing away from the shower curtain, remains oblivious to any irregularities. The large black dog's ears perk up. As an animal, his hearing is far more acute than that of a human, allowing him to detect many subtle sounds. However, in front of the Muggle, it is clear that there is no immediate intention to subdue him. This grants Sirius a temporary reprieve from the worry of an unreasonable green light aiming towards him. At present, he is merely a defenseless, ordinary dog. The silently cast, muffliato, spell muffles the unusual sounds emanating from behind the shower curtain, yet the graceful silhouette of a young woman wielding a wand, visible through the slightly parted curtain, is apparent to anyone with sight. The risk of exposure is merely a turn of the nanny's head away. However, the subsequent Muggle-repelling charm immediately extinguishes her possibility of turning back. Once the spell takes effect, it seems she hears a ringing sound from outside, turns off the hairdryer, and dashes out of the bathroom. An enemy? Or could it be her? The speed of the spell's release is not necessarily swifter than that of a beast tearing through flesh. The large black dog prepares to charge towards the source of the sound, ready for a confrontation. James had hazel eyes, while Lily's were green. Yet the girl unexpectedly possesses black hair and dark eyes, adorned in a black robe with a silver-green tie. The emblem of Slytherin, a silver serpent on a green background faintly visible on her chest. Slytherin? The large black dog watches the familiar face of the short-haired girl in uniform with caution. She bears an uncanny resemblance to Lily in her youth. However, she should undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Observing the large black dog's wariness, Catherine dispels her facial disguise with a spell. The incantation for the revealing charm, once spoken aloud, makes the large black dog aware that she has been concealed. The effects are immediate. Not only her hair and eye color are restored, but also her facial features have been corrected. Though Catherine does not have a vivid recollection of Lily's appearance, her godfather had furtively admired Lily's visage countless times. To describe it succinctly, the two, mother and daughter, are portrayed by the same actress. Nanny Rose is particularly fond of the television in Catherine's home, and the recently settled dog has developed a habit of watching alongside her. Nevertheless, despite this, Sirius remains vigilant. Polyjuice potion or something else, who knows? On another note, the child of James and Lily is a Slytherin? Sirius finds it difficult to accept. Catherine ought to have hastened to her own bathroom on the second floor. Severus's pursuit was too pressing. This time, the apparition merely went awry in location, avoiding any mishaps. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Lily, seeing that she does not immediately cast a spell against him, the claws that are ever ready to strike twitch slightly. Yet upon witnessing Catherine's true form, a long-forgotten name surfaces on his lips. However, as the words are about to escape, they morph into two overlapping barks. Not Lily, he says, but Catherine? Ah, I had forgotten. The temporary nanny, summoned to tidy up and care for the black dog, has knocked on the door several times, finding no one outside. Assuming it to be a prank by local children. At the sound of barking, she recalls the black dog in the bathroom and her earlier oversight of the plugged-in hairdryer. Goodness, I hope nothing is amiss. Images of the hairdryer being playfully seized by the dog flash through Rose's mind as she hurriedly makes her way back. Black. Cough. Catherine gasps, her parched throat calling out the old nickname for the large black dog. Do you remember? When we were little, Harry loved to call you Sirius. You were called Sirius, but he was too young to pronounce it correctly. I would secretly call you Black because your animagus form is that of a charming black dog. At that time, I was quite light, and you always relished carrying me, wandering about in places where mother could not see. On one occasion, father caught sight of us. Rather than admonishing us, he transformed into a deer, allowing you to place me upon his back. Alas, your attention waned, and I tumbled down from father's back in a rather undignified manner, curling up in the bathtub, which was half filled with mud and mixed with black dog hair. In a near prostrate position, I was uncertain whether it was the act of speaking that triggered the remnants of my near-burial experience, or if it was the sudden splash of water that caught me unawares and caused me to choke. Sirius, from behind the shower curtain, heard the girl coughing within. Cough, cough, cough. Initially faint, the sounds were accompanied by restraint and suppression. Subsequently, the bathroom door was magically sealed by Catherine, though I was unaware of when it had happened. Just as the door closed, a violent coughing fit erupted, echoing throughout the enclosed space. Catherine, are you all right? I'm fine. A viscous, muddy liquid dripped continuously down Catherine's body. It was merely a skirmish, nothing of great consequence. Someone was coming. Time was pressing today, and I needed to hurry and take a shower. Catherine glanced at her wristwatch, and her previously calm demeanor shifted to one of agitation. I might even have to kidnap a writer from the Daily Prophet. Just as the door had been shut, the caretaker burst in. The gaunt, bearded man transformed back into a large black dog, and the water in the bathtub vanished with a spell. Catherine, at the last moment before the door opened, apparat to her intended destination, the bathtub in her bedroom on the second floor. As she tossed her dirty clothes directly into the hamper, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, the evils of money." Although it brought her convenience, money was truly fleeting. The delicate foam enveloped her body as the shower cascaded down. After a brief cleansing, she consumed the potion she had prepared earlier. As she removed her earrings, her earlobes quickly vanished into nothingness. He was a man without piercings. As the potion began to take effect, Catherine's stature swiftly increased, revealing a strikingly handsome man's visage in the bathroom mirror. She retrieved the identification that MacGuff had magically replicated that day and compared it, due to the obstructions. The mirror displayed only the first name, making the surname invisible. This man was named James, sharing the same name as Catherine's father. After exiting the bathroom, Catherine donned a tailored suit she had prepared in advance and descended the staircase from her master bedroom on the second floor. After her shower, the scent of her previous exertions had been washed away. Upon seeing someone amiss, Sirius immediately approached with caution. Chapter 73. Hearing the instructions from Sikong Qingyu. The group clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, expressing gratitude for his guidance while bidding him farewell as they proceeded towards the martial arts department. Thank you for your generous gift. The scorpion's sharp stinger pierced directly into the crystal, causing the sturdy gem to flow like water along the stinger, spreading fine threads across the scorpion's body. Before long, the scorpion's golden form was adorned with intricate patterns that flickered, sometimes disappearing, sometimes reappearing. Two personal guards following Jia Song were abruptly sent flying by a powerful blade wind. They did not touch the ground, and a mist of blood erupted, revealing that both guards had been severed in half as the white light faded. What was that? Wayne gazed at the dim sky, a spark igniting in his heart that was as gray as ash. Luan's family responds, said a suddenly awakened Xiaoxin, nestled in Dandan's arms. Looking helplessly at the grievously injured Mu, even unaware of what the response entailed, she resolutely replied. Observing Laojun and Danzu alternately attacking the Tathagata, Inyang naturally emerged to mock Laojun, supporting the Tathagata. Young Master Lu soared into the air, pursuing Li Wuchang, as 8 brutal blades swooped down, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. Yet, the next words from Michael Ovitz chilled Don's heart, revealing the man's callousness and emotional detachment. Who was making noise outside? Just as Ling Yu faced off against 20 cultivators, an elderly voice suddenly emanated from the thatched cottage. The voice was weak and lacking in vitality, immediately indicating that the speaker's body was in a frail state, almost as if gravely ill. Vivi, covering her mouth, watched the battle between the two, astounded by the youth's strength, easily overpowering the formidable devil fruit user with every motion. Humph, you better not disappoint me. With that, the ghostly figure flipped her palm and produced a scroll. She had spent the entire morning meticulously organizing the accounts. However, she couldn't help but sigh. Yi Lianshan's expression remained as calm as still water, unperturbed as if nothing had transpired, his deep, dark eyes radiating with confident brilliance, complemented by his exceptionally captivating visage. Bai Fong, the ancient divine bird, Bai Fong. Lin Xiang was momentarily thrown into disarray, his mind swirling in chaos at the sight of the long-lost divine bird from the annals of history, an unprecedented thrill surging within him. Isn't this just asking for trouble? This thought remained unspoken by Su Zimo, yet witnessing Mu Lingluo's continued concern for him warmed his heart, leading him to comply and lie back down. Due to Zhang Long sleeping soundly, Xiang Choyang and Qin Siyu had refrained from waking him during their meal. To them, Zhang Long, the eccentric, had truly been overexerted in recent days. Along their journey, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms painted a picturesque scene, reminiscent of a paradise. Utterly unlike a graveyard. In comparison to the previous battlefield, it was a heaven and a hell, wholly incomparable. Heh, if I win and reach Yanjing. You must do me a favor, boss. Shirching chuckled. Mingzhu settled down near the shattered jade pavilion, gently pushing open the window, allowing the sound of the wind rustling through the dry lotus leaves to drift inside. The opposite shattered jade pavilion was shrouded in darkness. Even the large red lanterns hanging in the corridor were extinguished, obscuring the view of the happenings across the way. It was undeniable that these individuals were truly obedient. In a flash, they appeared before Lin Xiong, their terrifying aura swirling around him, faces alight with mirth, exuding boundless arrogance and swagger. Huh, let us go. We still need to tally today's donations. Xingyun Daoist turned and strode away, the other Daoist closely following. Unexpectedly, a gust of wind surged forth from the billowing dust, and Yintianqiu, with his wings fully unfurled, soared into the sky. Although she is a local here, she has never been exposed to gambling or betting. Thus she finds herself rather perplexed by it all. Ling Fenglan, who was walking ahead, abruptly halted upon hearing Shangguan Luoying's words, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Shangguan Luoying also paused, gazing at him, awaiting his response. Just as the sword was about to pierce through his chest, Ma Bangda, startled, shouted, "Spare him," and rushed forward to rescue, but it was already too late. Has it been 5 days? I have been engrossed in my cultivation and lost track of time. It has indeed been 5 days. All right, you may rise. There is no need to kneel at every turn. There are no such rigid customs in my presence. Shangguan Luoying was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood, speaking softly. Inger, do not move. Ling Fenglan inhaled deeply, suppressing the emotions surging within him, and spoke in a restrained voice. Moments later, a black vessel sped toward them, from which descended dozens of immortals, who flew directly toward the Star Palace camp. Having purchased an entire cart of supplies, including blankets, pots, and utensils, as well as a considerable amount of grain, Yanling took the blankets and some white rice flour and headed to Wang Luan's residence. Qin's expression was tense. Although she felt that the actions of her kin were inappropriate, she had not anticipated the severity of the situation, as such occurrences were not uncommon. However, upon hearing that Bai Wuchang intended to go to the mountain villa, her heart tightened with anxiety, fearing that further complications might arise from this visit. Shortly thereafter, the cultivators and commoners queued before Su Fan gradually cleared a path. Under Nideli's guidance, Yi Feng also summoned the essence of the wind sword, gracefully weaving through the forest. In the center of the hall, an expansive circular platform, approximately 10 meters in diameter, had been erected. Behind it stood a structure resembling a judging platform, adorned with over a dozen seats, evidently reserved for the higher-ups of the Taoist Arts Association. They first ventured under Nideli's leadership to a densely wooded area near the Emerald Grove, where they commenced the extraction of trees and soil. Zhu Bupin had already succumbed to despair, and he was left with merely a final breath sustained by his true essence. He remained silent, unable to continue prolonging his life indefinitely. Chapter 73, The Despicable Catherine. After bathing, the lingering scents were washed away. Sensing something amiss, Sirius instinctively grew wary and approached. "Godfather, do not jest." However, his forward motion was immediately disarmed by Catherine's words, which stripped away his initial aggression. The dog's sharp claws pierced through the hasty protective charm covering his suit, transforming the expensive garment into a tattered mess. Sirius instinctively felt a chill, lifting his gaze to meet Catherine's, where he found her smiling back without a hint of pain from the scratch, finally easing his worries. In his fluster, he failed to register that Catherine's tone was distinctly feminine. She hadn't spoken audibly. Rather, she had articulated this truth within his mind just before the action unfolded. This was a spell that Voldemort would wield during the climactic battle at Hogwarts, a variant of the Soul Siphon spell, an advanced and signature dark magic of his. The spell itself possessed the ability to direct the thoughts of its target through sound. A rather uncommon means of attack, it could amplify the fears of the weak and, as in this case, convey messages, implanting in Sirius's subconscious the recognition that the figure before him was Catherine Potter, his goddaughter. The reason dark magic is often discouraged is due to its challenging mastery and control. Catherine, still inexperienced, could not wield it with precision. Consequently, her feelings for Sirius inadvertently spilled forth and were directly transferred into his heart. By the time she sought to retract them, it was too late. Godfather? Indeed, Godfather. Although Sirius felt unworthy of the title, Catherine remained unaware of that particular matter. Yet, at the moment she addressed him thus, he felt as if all capacity for resistance had slipped from his grasp. "Mr. Bond?" The housekeeper rose. Had not anticipated that the black dog would exhibit such affection for its master. Caught off guard, she failed to tighten the leash. But the sight of the black dog nestled in its master's arms, allowing him free rein, was undeniably heartwarming. It seemed she had not erred too gravely. "When did you return from outside?" The The act of petting the black dog was intended to obscure the rips in his suit from Muggle's view. Catherine discreetly mended the torn sections of the suit with a restoration charm, instinctively responding with a non-committal phrase. The man was not obliged to answer the housekeeper directly. After all, he was the one paying Rose's wages. Catherine casually informed her, "The young lady is currently asleep. Please be a tad quieter when you collect the laundry." According to the plan, Catherine, with her dark-haired guise, was Bond's daughter, who preferred to sleep with her head covered. The clothed puppet would occasionally shift to feign her presence. Thus, Catherine could reasonably claim to use the house as Miss Bond. For the crafting of the polyjuice potion required not only money to acquire various materials, but also considerable time to brew. Furthermore, procuring such a large quantity of potion ingredients through legitimate channels had previously drawn the attention of Aurors. She only fell asleep at dawn and may sleep through the day. Leave her a portion of food and do not worry about her. Yes, sir. The large black dog, Sirius, whose name was called, looked bitterly at his goddaughter. To him, it seemed that Catherine's attire needed a legitimate source. In other words, he believed that his identity in the Muggle world was defined in that very moment. To conceal his identity, must he then dress as a girl? Disguise himself as a little girl? A friend wishes to take care of him for a while. I fear I must take him away this afternoon. Very well, sir. Woof, woof, woof. I do not wish to be a little girl. No need for that. After all, you possess a house elf. Catherine whispered to Sirius, holding the black dog close. Your home, 12, Grimmauld Place, still stands. Since your brother and mother passed away, it has remained vacant. This is one of the reasons I sought you out. Grimmauld Place needs cleaning. She took advantage of her godfather's dog form, knowing he could not verbally object, and insisted, Harry is not faring well at his aunt and uncle's. They have altered his cousin's old clothes for him to wear and made him do chores. He is an orphan, Sirius, having grown up without ever donning a single article of decent clothing, and perhaps not even having savored a proper meal. Can you fathom the existence of Harry, who has always resided in a cupboard beneath the stairs, leaving no trace of his presence within the household? Given the capacity to intervene, she could not bear the thought of her godfather suffering an unjust fate in Azkaban. However, this does not imply that Catherine wishes for her godfather to act impulsively in the outside world, as any action taken could pose significant risks to her. The grand cleanup battle in Hogsmeade would, at least for a considerable duration, provide Sirius with some engagement. Thus, if Headmaster Dumbledore consents, Harry could spend Christmas with us. I had initially intended to celebrate here. Yet, upon seeing you, I began to ponder whether we might have better alternatives. Of course, there may be certain complications involved. As Catherine ascended the stairs with her dog in her arms, she inquired of her godfather, I am not well versed in the laws of the wizarding world. If the sole heir of the Black family were to be imprisoned in Azkaban, would you still possess the legal right to inherit? Sirius, without a doubt, is entitled, as the original narrative reveals that he remained unjustly condemned until his demise in battle. And 12, Grimmauld Place could only exist as the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix under his acknowledgement. However, Catherine sought to ascertain whether he harbored any suspicions or reservations regarding her, and she also wished to afford Sirius a choice. Or would you prefer to return to that place? I still rent a room at 221B, Baker Street, but it is rather cramped, and the rents along the main street are exorbitant. If you still have doubts about my identity, I suggest we celebrate Christmas here this year. Upon entering the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Catherine placed the black dog on the floor and stated, You are my godfather, and I shall certainly respect your decision. This is the guest room on the 3rd floor, and the master bedroom is right next door. Today, Catherine glanced at her watch for the 5th time in Sirius's presence. That was Mr. Bond's room, but unless it involved disguise and changing clothes, she would generally refrain from visiting. Rose was aware that this was a house specifically rented for Miss Bond, and she did not usually reside here. Though anxious, she clearly wished to appear more composed before her godfather. Why not spend Christmas at Grimmauld Place? I sincerely hope you will reconsider, Sirius. Catherine bit her lower lip, feeling both nervous and frustrated, as Sirius displayed a demeanor reminiscent of a child who had erred. I just used dark magic on you, and you are undoubtedly in an irrational state. In truth, the more readily you agree, the more I feel myself to be despicable. This is the first time I have employed such magic on another. Catherine appeared somewhat flustered, and the true Bond would never exhibit such an emotion. She must focus on these details and avoid revealing any flaws to the outside world. In that moment, she felt an acute sense of emotional dissonance. To Sirius Black, however, dark magic was not a significant matter. The girl's feelings were merely a product of her youth, inexperience, and excessive kindness. Look at this. She feels profound guilt for the consequences of her justified self-defense. I am your godfather, Catherine. Whenever and wherever. Seeing that they were alone, the black dog transformed before Catherine, swiftly metamorphosing into a gaunt wizard clad in robes. When Sirius Black finally stood at a height that allowed him to meet Catherine's gaze, he discovered that he was facing another man who was even an inch taller than himself. But did that truly matter? Where I am. 12. Grimmauld Place will forever be your home. You will always be our godfather, will you not? Catherine, solemnly gazing at Sirius through the guise of Mr. Bond, needed to ascertain this and compel him to affirm his role as their godfather. At that moment, she was suddenly gripped by fear. Fearing that Sirius might declare himself unworthy of being her godfather due to guilt. Thus, she preferred to avoid his answer altogether. Catherine abruptly adopted a cold demeanor. No, I do not believe you. On that day, you abandoned us once already. Can we refrain from discussing this matter today? Catherine was unaware that, despite her seemingly deliberate avoidance of the issue, her demeanor was rational and natural, deeply considered rather than unreasonable. This attitude of drawing a line caused Sirius Black, who was prepared to say more, to suddenly halt his thoughts. She was far too understanding, and it was somewhat heart-wrenching to witness. Seizing the brief pause, Catherine succinctly conveyed her primary plans for the day to Sirius. Rita Skeeter should have arrived by now. I want her to wait, but I cannot truly leave her hanging. Who? The journalist from the Daily Prophet, quite renowned. Catherine informed Sirius. I wrote her an anonymous letter stating that I have exclusive information. Chapter 74, The Puppeteer. Having been raised in a dual-income household, Catherine often found herself alone at home from a young age. From television dramas, she learned that in the power struggles among strategists, one must focus on understanding and grasping the opponent's disposition. By targeting human emotions first, one could subsequently anticipate their possible actions. The environment framed by the window cannot compare to the true splendor of nature. Yet, at least the Minister of Magic enjoys the privilege of basking in the warmth of a spring-like day outside his window daily. In the afternoon sunlight, specially crafted by magic, the Minister of Magic's reception room awaited. Dumbledore, under the impression that he had arrived late, soon realized he was, in fact, early. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was occupied with urgent matters in his office. The situation was indeed pressing. He insisted that I take good care of you. His secretary politely and sincerely requested that Dumbledore wait in the reception room. The room was adorned with fruits for the guests, and extra honeydew sweets were provided according to Dumbledore's preferences. Barely settling into his seat, Fudge's powerful secretary presented Dumbledore with his order, a steaming cup of honey tea. The minister's secretary had numerous tasks at hand and excused himself, leaving Dumbledore alone in the reception room to await his meeting. From this, one can discern the attitude of the Minister for Magic towards the former leader of the Order of the Phoenix, 11 years after the departure of Voldemort. Humanity is prone to forgetfulness. In the absence of external threats, individuals may grow wary of those they no longer rely upon. Yet, the armed forces of the Order have long since disbanded, and Dumbledore has relinquished his power for many years. All that remains is the conjecture and paranoia of Cornelius Fudge. In the first year following Voldemort's departure, Fudge was quick to abandon his duties to welcome him. However, now, Dumbledore remains indifferent, having just glimpsed his own demise through Severus Snape's eyes. It is astonishing that Snape would propose to him matters concerning Fudge's cautious thoughts and the presence of Dementors lurking at the fringes of the school. A sense of dissonance enveloped him, and before he could fully comprehend its origin, he instinctively employed legilimency. Dumbledore seldom resorts to legilimency on others, but in that moment, he felt compelled to ascertain certain truths to facilitate swift decision-making, such as gauging Fudge's attitude towards him. Fudge has consistently presented himself as an eager pupil, and their collaboration has been intimate. Nevertheless, Dumbledore harbors suspicions that the Severus Snape before him may be an impostor, and that the real Snape could still be concealed somewhere within Hogwarts, while this version is merely Catherine Hockner, transformed by Polyjuice Potion. Should this be the case, everything would fall into place. However, unexpectedly, the individual before him is indeed Snape. The content extracted through legilimency is inherently biased. The shorter the duration of its application, the less likely it is to be detected. Conversely, if one is not a master of the craft, they will inevitably remain oblivious to the truth. Suddenly, he witnessed his own death, as well as the living Voldemort. He almost believed that the red-eyed Catherine was the true Voldemort, with Snape acting as a double agent. Yet, the girl had outsmarted them. The situation was not as dire as it seemed. Snape was not clandestinely serving as a double agent, constrained by Catherine's status as a hostage, rendering him unable to divulge any of this to anyone. Azkaban. As Snape had surmised, Dumbledore, seated on a dragon-hide sofa in the reception room, recognized the source of Catherine's prowess. In this light, one might ponder why Sirius Black, after 10 years of silence, chose this moment to escape from prison. What was the catalyst for these events? What were his intentions? All could be explained. Perhaps, in the not-too-distant future, Catherine Hockner would elucidate these matters in person. Snape's invisibility cloak was merely a pretext, Catherine had no desire to meet him. Yet, Snape could certainly convey to Catherine that he sought her out for this reason. Sirius Black? After James's death, it seemed there was no one left in the world capable of restraining him. However, James's orphan, the strikingly similar Catherine, was fortuitously not among them. If there were hidden truths to uncover, or if Sirius were indeed a concealed Death Eater, then Catherine was Voldemort. Based on her demeanor before Snape, as his most loyal subordinate, she too could not escape her dominion. Catherine Hockner, a Slytherin prodigy, may have originally envisioned herself as another Titan, a relevant third party. She embodies duality, capable of being the next Voldemort or the next Dumbledore. Not a mere pawn, but the one wielding the chess pieces. Godric Gryffindor truly cannot divulge certain matters, yet she seems unfettered by the world's constraints. She possesses foresight and can impart knowledge to others. Not that she cannot, but rather that she chooses not to. Kingsley Shacklebolt informed him that the headlines of the Daily Prophet were relayed to him by Arthur Weasley within the Ministry. Arthur appeared oblivious, merely a trusted messenger in this exchange. The information originated from Severus Snape. Arthur, who has been preoccupied with work related to Muggles, encountered Snape during one of his late-night shifts. Snape, clearly in haste, seemed to have more pressing matters to attend to. In Arthur's presence, Snape extracted a memory and promptly placed it in a small vial before handing it to him. Kingsley was well aware that he had long been a source of information for certain aspects of the Order. The fact of Sirius's successful escape from Azkaban is undeniable, although it remains unclear from whom Snape acquired insights into the prison's internal workings. The intelligence is genuine, and having secured Snape's memory, Kingsley has handled the situation adeptly. News of Azkaban's events was leaked almost immediately, with someone eager to make their voice heard through the Daily Prophet. However, Fudge's political adversaries were unaware that a third party was vigilantly monitoring the matter. It was only after arriving at the Ministry that Dumbledore learned the source of the information was Snape. Clearly, the true Severus Snape was not privy to this information. Naturally, Cornelius Fudge sought to suppress the news, and whoever could assist him in this endeavor would earn his trust. Catherine's choice fell upon Kingsley. This is quite remarkable. Catherine is demonstrating her capabilities and strength. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Cornelius Fudge finds himself in a state of utter disarray. Adjacent to the reception room lies the office of the Minister for Magic, where Cornelius Fudge occupies his seat. Over the course of 10 years, he has seen the absence of Dumbledore seated beside him, replaced by the standing figure of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Across from him sits Kane Howard, the editor of the Daily Prophet, also one of Fudge's political adversaries. Someone remarked to me that shortly after the guards at Azkaban received word, you were already aware of Sirius Black's escape? How did you come by this knowledge? No, it is impossible. It must be said, although Cornelius Fudge is conservative and possesses a myriad of flaws, he remains undeniably the current Minister for Magic. If Kane Howard simply received a tip and verified it before penning an article, then there is certainly no issue. However, problems arise when one engages in political strife. Fudge will not take action against him. Rather, it is those who provided him with information that have leaked the Ministry's confidential matters and ought to face consequences. The machinations of the family and forces behind this individual, Kane Howard, are beyond the contemplation of the Minister of Magic. As for the willingness to cooperate in suppressing information, this individual is akin to a drowning man grasping at a single lifeline. What choice will he make? Chapter 75, Coincidence, Bug Catching. Hogsmeade is a quaint village of pure-blood wizards situated near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The institution stipulates that only students in their third year and above may visit on designated Saturdays, and such excursions require the signature of a guardian for permission. Today is Sunday, and beneath the overcast sky of the afternoon, Catherine, having consumed the polyjuice potion, transformed into another persona and apparat from a seaside cottage to this location. A man named James Bond, who had recently joined the British Intelligence Service, was assigned a task not long ago. His current mission is to serve as a protector for McGonagall S. Holmes, ensuring his safety. Given that a 007 film was being produced in 2021, the notion of a novice Bond in 1991 does not seem too far-fetched. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that in this world, there exists number 007. And James Bond is merely a common agent sharing a name with a certain ornithologist. Yet, even as an ordinary operative, James's physical prowess surpasses that of most. Cloaked in James's form, the frail 11-year-old girl finally gains a physical advantage. Catherine mused that if she were to face Snape again, disregarding the agility potion's enhancement, considering only James Bond's speed, she would likely be beyond Snape's magical attack range long before traversing the secret passage. Catherine's apparition landed in a deserted alley resembling a forsaken blind path. The route to the other side was obstructed by debris, rendering it seldom visited. Upon emerging from the secluded area, she found herself outside a post office, where over 200 owls were available for selection at various prices. Not long ago, Catherine had chosen a reasonably priced owl to deliver several love letters to Rita Skeeter. The content of these love letters was plagiarized, such as sonnets by Shakespeare. Uniquely, each letter bore the likeness of a beetle in the background, with patterns around the beetle's eyes mirroring Rita's unsightly glasses. Thus, what appeared to be romantically vain love letters to others likely resembled threats to the journalist herself. No one knew that Rita Skeeter was an illegal animagus. She had exploited this ability more than once to acquire illicit information in various contexts. Yes, Catherine had deceived Sirius. After all, any scandal would be far more effective in securing a meeting with a reporter from the Daily Prophet than a love letter. On the other hand, the reason why Rita Skeeter would surely meet her upon receiving the letters could not be explained to Sirius. Thus, she merely limited her disclosure to her godfather, informing him that she had many important matters to attend to. In truth, this was not Catherine's first encounter with Rita Skeeter. Prior to their initial meeting, Catherine had diligently collected numerous articles Rita had penned for the Daily Prophet. These articles, which she meticulously clipped, were accompanied by photographs of the same beetle. After incinerating one letter after another, it became evident that Rita had significantly improved her proficiency with magical fire. Rita became increasingly anxious and cautious in her actions, a stark contrast to her demeanor years later. This realization prompted Catherine to reflect on how growing up often leads one to embody the very traits they once scorned. Should Catherine encounter Rita Skeeter 3 years hence, she might find herself quite irked by her. However, who would have imagined that the most adept fabricator of lies, the purveyor of gossip and scandal from the Daily Prophet, once possessed a semblance of integrity? Rita had criticized the Ministry of Magic's corruption, only to be suppressed by one of the editors, Kane Howard. Soon, she found herself relegated to the fringes of the newsroom. Catherine's literary prowess was commendable. She had revised several of Rita's drafts. The revised articles articulated events with greater objectivity, often encapsulating a situation in just a few words. Thanks to Catherine's assistance, Rita garnered her superior's recognition. The articles indeed improved, and Rita was inclined to comply. After a time, Kane Howard's pressure on Rita lessened. Being of the same gender, Rita Skeeter swiftly became both a friend and a source of information for Catherine at the Daily Prophet. Catherine lacked the ability to discern Kane Howard's true identity or the political forces at play behind him. Yet, by a stroke of coincidence, one day Catherine visited Rita's workplace, intending to invite her to dinner after work to strengthen their bond. However, Rita was working late, eager for promotion, while Catherine found herself conscripted. When footsteps approached, Catherine had just extinguished the lights and concealed herself beneath a desk, while Rita transformed into a beetle and perched atop her head. Today, no, tomorrow morning. The layout for this headline must appear in the next edition of the Daily Prophet. Neither the visitor nor Kane anticipated anyone still working late at this hour. His matter was urgent. Yet, the layout for tomorrow's newspaper had already been finalized. Kane Howard stated, "Though I am also an editor, my authority at the Daily Prophet is not as extensive as you might imagine. I am not concerned with your difficulties." In any case, the two proceeded toward Kane Howard's office, conversing as they walked. Catherine had developed an apparatus akin to extendable ears, allowing her to eavesdrop on the unfolding events. Subsequently, the ensuing events transpired. After Sirius's escape, Catherine leveraged her prior arrangements to gain a strategic advantage. For instance, Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, is a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Catherine was unaware of his home address. She had contemplated infiltrating the Ministry of Magic, but it was evident that all wizards could use apparition to return home, making it impossible to stake out anyone. He worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry, where he occasionally needed to work late, participating in operations to capture illegally enchanted items. This was Catherine's sole opportunity. For example, magical carpets are prohibited in the UK. When a magical carpet was discovered in a Muggle neighborhood in Britain, Catherine finally found a probable chance to encounter Ron's father. Certainly, that enchanted carpet is not an authentic artifact, but rather a mere blanket transformed by someone sporting wings. The situation was resolved quite smoothly, and Catherine simultaneously ingested a potion laced with Snape's hair. Snape remained vigilant, as this was likely her last reserve. She placed 2 segments of memory into a vial before Arthur, one derived from her alchemical creation. The maritime signals were poor, rendering Sirius's messages undetectable. Yet this was not an issue on land. Catherine could briefly appear at night, having left the small island to receive some information. The other segment of memory stemmed from a clandestine conversation she had overheard as a child, hidden behind a bookshelf. Kingsley, through the use of a pensieve, witnessed 2 familiar comrades who had once fought alongside each other standing before a bookshelf, James Potter and Sirius Black. The bookshelves were densely packed, yet a third figure was faintly discernible. With striking red hair and green eyes, Kingsley deduced that this individual must be Lily Potter, James's spouse. I have a brilliant idea. Sirius Black declared to the two. Voldemort will not pursue Peter. He will come looking for me. Thus, if the secret keeper of the Fidelius charm is changed to Peter, you should be secure. But what about you? James Potter inquired. As bait, it is difficult to hide, and confronting him directly is even more perilous. Trust me, Sirius replied. If their attention is diverted toward me, you will be much safer. Peter, full name Peter Pettigrew, was another dear friend of James. On that fateful day when the Potter's home was obliterated by Voldemort's dark magic, everyone believed him to be trustworthy. Even now, he was regarded as a hero. However, in the latter portion of this memory, Kingsley encountered Peter Pettigrew from a decade ago. Following the consensus reached among the group, Sirius's proposal was put into action, and Kingsley bore witness to this through the memory. Chapter 76. Rita's unwavering resolve. Contrary to the common perception of the editor, Kane Howard possessed thick, black hair. This was likely a consequence of his uncle's previous high-ranking position at the newspaper, which meant that many challenging tasks naturally fell to those recruited from society. Quality resources and promising subordinates were always prioritized for him. However, this time, even his uncle could not shield him. Cornelius Fudge was focused on suppressing news of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, an elite of the Order, was well aware of Snape's involvement in this matter. Moreover, it was evident that Dumbledore was informed, and no issues arose during the observation. Consequently, the scrutiny was more meticulous, resulting in a rather astonishing discovery. A ladybug, disguised with black ink, had hidden itself within Kane Howard's hair. The ladybug was so diminutive. Its reckless act of coating itself in water and turning black was utterly mad. Even Catherine hadn't fathomed that Rita Skeeter would go to such lengths for someone she had only recently met. Unbeknownst to her, to Catherine, Rita Skeeter might merely be an amiable acquaintance. However, due to her parents' divorce, Rita had been shuffled between grandparents and relatives throughout her childhood, never having a friend, let alone a confidant like Catherine. Rita knew that Miss Bond was a powerful potion master. She was also quite busy, with numerous engagements and tasks to attend to, such as crafting and updating agility potions, strength potions, and wisdom potions. Of course, there was also the recently trending youth potion within the Pure Blood Witch community. Initially, she was unaware of these matters, as James Bond never mentioned them. However, upon receiving a set from James and later using it in front of colleagues, she discovered this truth. Rita had never imagined that her friend was a figure of such significant stature. Nevertheless, if assistance were needed, she would arrive without hesitation. From the outset, Rita was aware that Sirius was wrongfully accused, and her friend James had no choice but to involve her due to his deep concern over the matter. At that time, James merely wished for her help in managing public opinion after Sirius Black's prison break. When the editor was dismissed, she suddenly realized the potential implications. Kane Howard likely represented the progression of events, and Rita felt that her friend James would undoubtedly be very concerned about the first-hand information. This was an opportunity not to be missed. James was the only person who had sincerely cared for her since her grandmother's passing. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolved to act. In truth, Rita Skeeter was adept at hiding and disguising herself, yet under the pressing circumstances, she had little time to prepare. Had it not been for Kane's excessive perspiration causing the ink to smudge, Kingsley Shacklebolt might not have noticed. Today was the weekend, a private occasion. Although Snape was a professor and headmaster, he need not be present at Hogwarts. Kingsley certainly had his own theories regarding who the ladybug might be. Thus, Snape, as an illegal animagus, a beetle? Perhaps the contrast was too striking, and for a fleeting moment, Kingsley felt inclined to laugh, yet he maintained his professionalism. Cornelius Fudge, situated to his front left, could not witness his smile. His complexion was already somewhat dark. If Kane Howard raised his gaze, he might perceive his expression as somewhat sinister. Just as Kingsley pondered this, Kane suddenly glanced up. He dared not meet the Minister of Magic's eyes, but surely the Minister's guard would not be a concern? Alas! He bowed his head deeper. Yet when faced with Fudge's inquiry, he responded with greater swiftness and precision. Kingsley temporarily suppressed his smile. Nevertheless, a ladybug? It is well known that the majority of animagi take forms that mirror their patronus. For instance, Minerva's patronus is a tabby cat, identical to her animagus form. Patronuses are a form of magic related to the mind, capable of vividly reflecting a person's inner self. In other words, did a ladybug reside in Snape's heart? Or did Snape wish to transform into a ladybug? With control over Kane Howard, the exposure of Noah's political adversaries and the suppression of information was secured. It was the faction of promises that breached the rules first, only to be swiftly and decisively quashed, due to the discretion surrounding the recent incident. And considering Cornelius Fudge's actions were a matter of justifiable self-defense, the other potential factions need not live in constant fear. However, The effect of demonstrating a severe consequence has indeed been achieved. Currently, Fudge has not assigned him any duties beyond that of a bodyguard, yet it is true that he has placed greater trust in him. This is because certain forthcoming matters will inevitably require his assistance. At this moment, Kingsley stands as the most inconsequential presence in the entire Ministry of Magic's office, aside from the occasional presence of a ladybird nestled within the dense tresses of his hair, rendering him rather idle. Cornelius Fudge resembles an ostrich unwilling to accept reality, preferring to believe that Sirius Black was devoured by some beast after his demise. Or perhaps, that his soul was siphoned away by a dementor, leaving him to emerge from his cell as a mere shell of his former self. The effects of potions can vary depending on the wizard, and who knows what might transpire after a dementor has consumed Sirius's essence. Kane Howard's response provided Fudge with some semblance of justification. For Fudge, as long as the information remains sealed and the incident concealed, he can pretend it has not occurred. After centuries, is this the first escape? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence? He merely informed me that the Azkaban guards discovered Sirius had not eaten for several days, and thus sent someone to investigate. There were 2 guards, who initially expected to collect a body as per usual. To their astonishment, the prison was empty. This had never occurred before. One of them was Mr. Noah's subordinate, who reassured his colleague, advocating for the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Very well. I understand. Fudge appeared to genuinely believe Kane Howard's assertions. It seemed that he was merely coerced and could now take his leave. If I am not mistaken, Kane hesitated, sighed, and remarked, "The moment I turn away, that aura will likely strike me on the head, correct? Since my memory is to be erased, why not do it openly?" Catherine had waited for Rita Skeeter in a booth at the Three Broomsticks for quite some time. Having consumed an entire mug of butterbeer without her arrival, anxiousness brewed within her. She worried that Rita might have encountered some misfortune, especially since she had clearly communicated in her letter that her afternoon leave had been approved by her superior. "Mr. Riddle, you have changed your appearance once again." Instead of Rita Skeeter, Catherine was met by Lucius Malfoy, who sought to test her. "The matters in the letter have been resolved," Catherine replied, her expression enigmatic, reminiscent of a figure wielding immense influence within the Ministry of Magic. "No one has escaped from Azkaban, and you need not feign anxiety in your correspondence." The voice of Catherine echoed in Lucius Malfoy's mind, identical to that of Voldemort. "Testing? There will not be a next time." Chapter 77, The Pursuit of Kingsley Shacklebolt. A blank slate. In the office of the Minister of Magic, in accordance with Kane Howard's wishes, a beam of light accompanied by a forgetting charm struck the former editor of the Daily Prophet. To ensure the precision of the memory erasure, the minister opted to take matters into his own hands. In truth, for the sake of his own career, he had frequently engaged personally in such affairs. Now, this instance would be no different. Meanwhile, while everyone was momentarily captivated by the radiance, no one noticed another silent charm being cast by an unseen wand. Marking spell. A highly practical technique that can be employed in conjunction with other spells. Its difficulty is low, permitting both silent and instantaneous casting. To ascertain a target's location, one merely needs to see it and maintain visual contact throughout the incantation. Kingsley Shacklebolt was not new to his role as the minister's secretary. He was well aware of Fudge's proclivity for micromanagement. Under normal circumstances, he might have felt disheartened by the lack of trust afforded to him as a secretary. Yet at this moment, standing behind the minister, his subtle movements, like his prior smile, went unnoticed. The incantation was prompted by Kingsley's sudden realization. Snape had once been a Death Eater, and Death Eaters do not possess a Patronus, nor do they conjure one. So, who then is the ink-stained ladybird and animagus? This was a booth meticulously chosen for Lucius, adorned in silver and green, exuding taste, pure blood, and Slytherin. The Three Broomsticks commanded a high price for it. Not only did one need to book well in advance, but they also had to pay the full minimum consumption as a deposit. Were it not for her other identity as the potions master, Ms. J, and her income from potion making, she would scarcely afford Lucius's appearance fee. Money is a form of power, and since Catherine aimed to utilize Lucius Malfoy to achieve certain objectives, the first step was to ensure he did not underestimate her. The second step is to wield both kindness and authority. No one has escaped from Azkaban, and you need not pretend to be anxious in your correspondence. Catherine's voice, identical to Voldemort's, resonated in Lucius Malfoy's mind. "Testing? You will pay the price for this." Lucius. Catherine lingered in the exquisite booth for quite some time, yet her actual usage of it lasted less than 5 minutes. "Soon. Without needing to see the dawn of the next day, you will understand what the cost entails. There will be no next time. Debts must be repaid." Catherine exerted pressure on Lucius Malfoy using the harmless soul material extracted from Voldemort's vestige. "I hear you have a son named Draco. Before you commit another foolish act, it would be prudent to ensure he is well prepared, both in magical prowess and intellect. The most insidious form of dark magic is the one that seeps in unnoticed. Facing a Death Eater, Catherine held nothing back. Lucius Malfoy was left profoundly shaken, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Mr. William was not jesting. Lucius subconsciously understood this. Yet, he was reluctant to accept it. Before long, would he not face punishment? Even after a decade, despite being the Dark Lord, Catherine would not indulge Lucius's complacency. She was aware of the location of the dark magical artifacts hidden within the Malfoy estate. Yet the soul fragment contained within the diary could not be expected to manifest in Hogwarts as intended. Catherine was compelled to relinquish this tantalizing notion. She surmised that Dumbledore had been inspired by this very diary, ultimately deducing Voldemort's secret to immortality. On another front, the basilisk's venomous fangs stood as the sole means, aside from fiendfire, to combat Voldemort's Horcruxes. Therefore, Catherine had no choice but to settle for a less desirable alternative, fearing that Lucius would soon dream of being a Muggle. That, however, was not the most terrifying prospect, for after a month of being a Muggle, he would encounter a gathering of Death Eaters. Beneath the lofty, ominous dark mark, stood his Muggle wife and children. Catherine did not consider her thoughts excessive, for these were mere reflections of Lucius's own memories, tormented by Death Eaters as a Muggle. To traverse from Lucius's opulent box to her comparatively modest one, Catherine had to navigate a lengthy corridor, which led to opposite ends of the building. The names registered were Mr. William, a mysterious dark wizard who habitually obscured half his face with a black mask, and Ms. J, a rising star in potion making. Her rejuvenation potion had recently set trends within the pure blood circles, thanks to Voldemort's penchant for evading death. It must be noted that some of his research had made an indelible contribution to Catherine's finances. Meanwhile, the unfortunate fragment of his soul still shared a body with Professor Quirrell. Having discarded this portion of his soul, Voldemort risked losing fragments of memory and magic, as this piece constituted the core of the Horcrux, guaranteeing his ability to cheat death. As is well known, the Polyjuice potion is bound by temporal constraints, not only in terms of its efficacy, but also regarding the time required for its preparation. The manufacturing of numerous alchemical products and potions, alongside the pressures of advanced examinations and healer selection tests, severely compressed Catherine's available time. As a consequence, this was to be her final vial of stock. Upon escaping Lucius's gaze, the once imperious Mr. Williams suddenly began to stride with remarkable haste. As he rushed towards the box's entrance, he had already diminished in stature by more than a head before even crossing the threshold. When the box door closed behind him, Catherine found herself levitating, her tailored suit draping over her like a sack. She resembled a child donning oversized adult clothing. Moments later, she consumed the aging potion, reverting to her previous appearance of dark hair and eyes as seen when she encountered Snape, save for the absence of an earring and a notably Muggle watch. As per usual, Dumbledore sought a private conversation with Fudge, a dialogue that would undoubtedly extend over a considerable duration. Kingsley Shacklebolt was even aware of the content of their discussion, having discerned Dumbledore's silent cue for delay while standing just behind the Minister of Magic. Dumbledore had numerous methods for stalling, such as suggesting that, given Sirius Black's escape, they ought to discuss the potential introduction of Dementors at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this as Kingsley departed, a singular thought surfaced in his mind. Dumbledore, the eternal genius. Kingsley's free time was limited, yet he was unencumbered until the minister recalled the presence of his secretary. Upon exiting the Ministry of Magic, he sought a location suitable for apparition and promptly recited the tracking charm, trace and pursue. With a faint crack, Kingsley Shacklebolt departed the ministry, materializing at the spot where Rita, the previous beetle Animagus, had apparat. He arrived just in time to witness Rita entering the Three Broomsticks. Adhering to her previous arrangement to meet Miss James in a reserved box, Kingsley observed the woman marked by his charm as she stepped through the door. After a considerable interval, another figure stealthily exiting the Three Broomsticks caught his attention. Lucius Malfoy, despite his efforts to conceal his conspicuous platinum hair beneath the hood of his wizarding robe, no one could fail to recognize the serpent staff that belonged solely to the Malfoy family. After a while, the individual marked by his charm emerged from the Three Broomsticks, blissfully unaware of their surroundings, cloaked in an invisibility cloak. The lady accompanied by Catherine had been discreetly escorted away from the Three Broomsticks by Rita Skeeter, prompting Kingsley to act without hesitation and follow suit. Chapter 78, a move short of checkmate. The minimum operational configuration for an Auror team is 2 individuals, as they may encounter situations akin to this. Unbeknownst to them, Catherine had been marked, alongside her companion Rita Skeeter, who had accompanied her under an invisibility cloak. Upon exiting the Three Broomsticks, the 2 women immediately parted ways, leaving no opportunity for Kingsley Shacklebolt to ponder his next move. "You've been marked, Rita." This was a common tactic employed by Aurors, particularly popular during Voldemort's initial rise to power a decade ago. However, anyone who had survived that battle would instinctively cast the countercharm, regardless of whether they bore a mark. Upon reflection, it was unlikely that many would possess such knowledge, as the use of small creatures was exceedingly discreet. In many cases, one would find that the targeting of an animagus was particularly pronounced. Typically, there would only be one individual capable of marking you, who would most likely identify your animagus and affix a mark upon it. I know who it is. Rita Skeeter's original words echoed in my mind. I have a distinct recollection of someone. He stood behind the Minister of Magic, serving as a guard, typical of the minister's entourage, and thus, quite inconspicuous. A guard? Rookwood? Yes. Rita Skeeter belatedly realized. How could the minister's guard not be Rookwood? What should I do? It's quite simple. Catherine S. words seemed imbued with strength, granting Rita Skeeter, who walked along a different path, a unique courage. Trust me, there is only one Rookwood. He cannot pursue both of you simultaneously. What if there are two? Rita replied, I mean, every Rookwood should have a fixed partner. This is common knowledge. This was merely a commonplace understanding held by a freshly minted reporter from the Daily Prophet. Catherine gazed into Rita's eyes, suddenly feeling an unexpected calmness wash over her. Her mind clearer than ever before. There were no ifs, no arrogance, no empty forgetfulness, no Avada Kedavra. No one would discover that you were an illegal animagus. Listen to me, she urged. Once you step outside, walk straight in any direction. Then, disapparate, take a shower, brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to bed. And what about you? Just a bit of arrogance. As Catherine donned her invisibility cloak, she almost managed to elicit a laugh from Rita amidst such a tense situation. It was impossible for outsiders to disapparate within the confines of Hogsmeade's buildings. Clad in her cloak, Catherine moved in the opposite direction of Rita until she reached a spot suitable for disapparition. Kingsley, concealed in the shadows, believed he had no choice but to pursue the unmarked figure over the marked one. Yet, the unmarked individual was a novice, a cloaked elder whose face was obscured, utterly unaware of even the most basic locations for disapparition. Meanwhile, the marked individual, upon stepping out of the disapparition zone, immediately sprang into action. Disapparate. Catherine seemed entirely unconcerned with whom Kingsley was following, showing no inclination to wait for Rita to escape first or to disapparate herself. Without any superfluous words, she executed her magical displacement with precision, leaving no room for hesitation. Fate. Kingsley Shacklebolt promptly abandoned his immediate target and cast a spell to pursue. Tracking charm. The tracking spell followed as intended, yet before it could solidify, a burst of magical energy struck him. Not just one, but a barrage of spells. As if magic were being dispensed without cost, an unprecedented assault in his experience. In that very moment, Kingsley found himself repeatedly slammed to the ground by a relentless series of stupefy spells. Before him unfolded a vision of his own narrative. If he were the wizard who was the animagus of a ladybug, he would have donned the invisibility cloak in his compartment, then waited for an unfamiliar, drunken witch. He had emerged alongside a completely unrelated witch. The invisibility cloak was an exceptionally useful tool, because he wore it, the inebriated witch did not speak to him, which was naturally assumed. He even exploited the marking. Standing closely beside the witch would give the impression of intimacy, leading others to subconsciously believe they were connected. Why subconsciously? Because wizards are inherently sensitive. Some individuals, due to the proximity created by the invisibility cloak, might instinctively break their concealment, feeling the gaze upon them. Yet he had found a suitable shield, an oblivious, drunken witch unaware that someone might be taking advantage of her solitary state. If up to this moment he had remained ignorant of being legilimist, Kingsley felt that all his years of arrogance would be in vain. But what difference did that knowledge make? The scene before him continued to unfold passively. The marking curse could be dispelled. First disapparate, then lift the mark, then disapparate again. The target would escape. No, it should be, first disapparate, then lift the mark. Because of the invisibility cloak, even if the target stood right before Kingsley, he would remain unseen, allowing the target to slip away unimpeded. Kingsley was no novice. He had fought in the war a decade ago. Although he wasn't among the earliest cohorts, he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. After so many years of arrogance, he had never considered that he might one day face defeat and be turned against. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Catherine regarded the arrogant figure before her with hesitation. Legilimency was employed to see memories, to confirm that you are indeed you. The polyjuice potion is quite rampant, you see. Catherine felt an inexplicable awkwardness. A provisional member of the Order had attacked a formal one. Would her path within the Order of the Phoenix grow narrower? I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Who are you? What do you mean? Kingsley was somewhat bewildered. What was this friendly and peaceful atmosphere? The absence of Avada Kedavra in favor of a dozen stupefy spells could only mean one thing: intelligence. He was indeed valuable. Yet, given the opponent's expertise, Whether he divulged information or not, his fate had likely been sealed before the Cruciatus curse drove him mad. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had a bed reserved next to the Lombard couple, or perhaps it would be the Shacklebolt family graveyard. Now, are you telling me this is all a misunderstanding? Are you mocking me? Or is this your method for extracting intelligence? Or something else? You mark my friend. And I transferred the mark onto myself. As the light illuminated, Kingsley realized he was no longer engulfed in darkness. The ropes that had transformed into snakes now silently observed him, causing Kingsley's expression to stiffen. When the invisibility cloak revealed a face that seemed vaguely familiar, it was hissing as it reluctantly slithered off his body. The snake did not leave immediately, nor did the wand choose to return to him right away. Yet the figure fully revealed her identity before him. Lily Potter? Does it resemble her? A fleeting moment of wistfulness crossed Catherine's eyes. It's been 10 years. We spent too little time together. Without photographs, I can hardly remember what she looked like. Chapter 79. I wish to prevent your death. This was a finely furnished room in the Muggle world, ready for immediate living with independent kitchen and bathroom facilities. It was also the initial refuge Catherine found upon leaving the orphanage. For a long time, she had allowed a wounded homeless child living under a bridge to stay at the orphanage while she sought shelter elsewhere. Later, when she earned money, she purchased the place. Eventually, she met Sherlock, rekindled her old trade in her spare time, and collected material for her writing. Thus, she moved to London to rent with him, leaving this place vacant. I never knew Lily Potter had another sister who could perform magic. Kingsley Shacklebolt possessed an understanding of Lily, a witch hailing from a Muggle family. Generally speaking, such families produce only a single wizard, yet it was evident that another had emerged in this instance. The unusual circumstances hinted at something sinister. What could her intentions possibly be? After his capture, what role would he play in her agenda? Catherine's identity was, in essence, straightforward. Merely revealing to Kingsley that she was Lily's daughter sufficed, requiring no further elucidation. Catherine had already resolved to enact vengeance upon Dumbledore, usurping Snape's place before Voldemort to seize glory. If the price of Snape earning Voldemort's trust was the death kiss of Nagini, then such trust was rendered insignificant. Beyond this, no alternative existed that could alter Snape's fated demise. At least, not at this moment. Kingsley, however, suspected she might be affiliated with Noah or perhaps another faction. The resemblance, combined with some fabricated nonsense, could not be dismissed so easily. It seemed she was convinced I intended to ensnare you with such tactics. I shall not be deceived. Kingsley regarded her familiar visage with a non-committal expression. If you wish to inflict pain, you may proceed directly. I have no ulterior motives. Catherine refrained from further explanation, returning the wand to Kingsley, stating, in truth, I merely wish to join the Order of the Phoenix. Now that you have your wand back, I trust you know where the exit lies? The order has been disbanded, Kingsley replied, incredulity etched across his face, as Professor Dumbledore had explicitly stated. You truly intend to release me? What else could it be? In fact, I just administered poison to you. You must return weekly for the antidote, Catherine jested, or suffer a fate worse than death, bleeding from all orifices. Are you serious? No, merely jesting. Catherine winked playfully. You may refer to me as Ms. J. Or simply James Bond. As you can see, I am but a penniless Muggle-born potion seller. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Coincidentally, Kingsley was also pressed for time. Upon acquiring his wand, he attempted to cast the disapparition charm, but alas, nothing transpired. Clearly, apart from the initial instance, Kingsley was not on the permitted list for apparition at Catherine's residence. A faint explosion resonated within the room, marking the third such occurrence today. The first was Catherine fleeing. The second was her trap, wherein she unexpectedly discovered her capacity for counterattack, and the third heralded Kingsley's reinforcements. Honestly, I did not expect you to arrive. Catherine aimed her wand at the figure behind Kingsley, Professor Albus Dumbledore. I never envisioned you would stand against me. Dumbledore gestured, and Kingsley had no opportunity to speak before he disapparated away, this time successfully. Catherine, Dumbledore cautiously regarded the woman before him. The new potions master of the British wizarding world, the enigmatic Ms. J, who had traversed oceans from the east. Have you marked Shacklebolt for tracking? Catherine attempted to redirect the conversation, but facing Dumbledore made honesty far easier than deceit. Sirius Black is my godfather. You may disclose what you know. Dumbledore observed her deep, dark eyes transformed by her disguise. Catherine, regardless, you ought to remain at the school. Your wand ought not to be directed at your students, Professor Dumbledore. Catherine gripped her wand tightly, regarding the elderly man with trepidation. Of course, unless his name is Tom Riddle. Professor Dumbledore, I possess the capability to oppose you, and I am not incapable of engaging in a battle. However, I have never wished to be your adversary. Upon finishing her statement, Catherine laid down the wand that rightfully belonged to her mother, Lily. I have said my piece. A sense of despondency washed over Catherine. A sentiment that even Dumbledore could sense. A profound sorrow of a heart rendered desolate. Where do you deem it appropriate to send me, Ermengarde or Azkaban? Cannot I be returned to Hogwarts? Dumbledore regarded Catherine with confusion. Am I truly so fearsome that you believe I would imprison you in a wizarding jail for all that you have done to Sirius Black? You have no idea. You are quite formidable. Having reached this juncture, Catherine considered revealing certain truths to Dumbledore. If I were to tell you that you orchestrated and executed your own demise, successfully aiding Harry in thwarting Voldemort, would you think me mad? Catherine queried. Would you care to hear something even more outrageous? I have prevented Sirius Black from languishing in Azkaban. I succeeded. I also wish to avert your death. Would you be willing to cooperate? I do not require your assistance. Dumbledore was unaware of the cost Catherine would incur to alter the future, but he knew it would be substantial. For me, death is merely another grand adventure. In mid-December, on a day preceding Christmas, Harry unexpectedly received a parcel containing the invisibility cloak once worn by James Potter. Under the cover of night, Harry stealthily navigated Hogwarts Castle to test the cloak's efficacy. As he approached the library on the 5th floor, he encountered Snape. Given that Argus Filch, the castle's caretaker, was a non-magical squib, Snape took it upon himself to patrol the castle nightly for Harry's safety. Snape seemed to sense Harry's presence, nearly lifting the invisibility cloak from him. Yet he ultimately failed. After evading Snape, Harry sought to retrieve his transfiguration notes left behind in the previously occupied classroom. He discovered that the empty classroom had transformed since their midday gathering. A mirror had appeared within. Curiously, Harry approached and beheld his parents and sister within its depths. I heard you took a job yesterday. The following day, Catherine was granted the privilege of gazing into the mirror alongside him. Ron remarked that in the mirror, he beheld himself as the president of the male student council. What do you see? Catherine gazed into the mirror and replied, I see Lily and James, and of course, you. Father has his hand on my head, while Mother rests her hand on your shoulder. They yearn to emerge, yet are helplessly bound by certain rules. Is that truly so? Harry found it hard to believe. But yesterday, when I brought Ron here, he distinctly saw himself as the captain of the Quidditch team, leading the whole team to victory in this year's Quidditch Cup. Indeed, it is true, Catherine replied, tears of laughter mingling with her joy. Perhaps our desires differ. Avada Kedavra. A deadly green light struck Dumbledore in the chest. Catherine envisioned herself successfully vanquishing Dumbledore, witnessing Snape's fury for failing to execute the plan. Yet, it mattered little. Their positions had been adversarial for quite some time. Voldemort sought to kill her during the battle at Hogwarts, but he failed. While probing Lucius Malfoy's memories through legilimency, he stumbled upon Mr. William, only to later discover that Mr. William was, in fact, Catherine Hodge's true identity. Voldemort, wary of his own Horcrux, refrained from taking action against it. After the war, Snape survived and was awarded the First-Class Order of Merlin for his contributions as a double agent among the Death Eaters. So, are you truly planning to spend Christmas with me at Grimmauld Place? They left wearing the same invisibility cloak, and Harry inquired, where's Grimmauld Place? Is the rent expensive? Chapter 8. The ever-growing assembly of visitors at Grimmauld Place. It may not be quite as you envision. Catherine was at a loss for words in response to Harry's query. Grimmauld Place was not her home. Although she had proposed it to her godfather, time was of the essence, and he had not responded. You'll find out soon enough. By the way, did I mention that we will be spending Christmas with my godfather? We have a godfather? Faced with Harry's completely bewildered expression, Catherine felt her mind momentarily falter. Did I really not mention it to you? No, you did not, Harry replied. This is the first I have heard of our godfather. Who is he? Why has he never come to find us all these years? His name is Sirius Black, Catherine explained. As for why he hasn't sought us out, perhaps it is because he has been in Azkaban. Though it might have been better for Sirius to relay these matters himself, Catherine was uncertain of his character. What if he was too burdened by guilt to confide in Harry? Or perhaps he was too honest, feeling that he deserved punishment for his own transgressions. Catherine had forcibly altered the predetermined future, and the repercussions were now unknown to her. Would Sirius refrain from discussing certain matters with Harry because Harry did not defend him before Snape? Or would Harry harbor resentment towards Sirius for having entrusted him to Hagrid? It seems inappropriate for Ron to accompany us regarding matters concerning our godfather, doesn't it? Ron, is he not returning home for Christmas? Harry said, somewhat awkwardly. His parents went to Romania to visit his brother Charlie, who raises dragons. Ron and the twins initially intended to stay at school, but if I do not remain, he would likely be alone in the dormitory. Not to worry, my godfather's house is quite spacious. And there are George and Fred, they are Ron's brothers. I also wish to show them my home in the Muggle world. That will likely require informing Mrs. Weasley. Harry, Catherine said, suddenly serious. You need not disclose anything to them. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Professor Dumbledore. If I neglected to mention it earlier, let me reiterate. Azkaban is a wizarding prison, and he was incarcerated 10 years ago for betraying our parents. However, that was a grave injustice, as the Keeper of Secrets had changed, and I still remember that day. In truth, another person was responsible for betraying our parents, and he faked his own death to escape, unable to identify the true culprit. My godfather has been forced to remain at home, unable to go anywhere. I was too young at the time, and even now, my memories cannot serve as definitive proof of my godfather's innocence. Therefore, you must keep matters concerning my godfather strictly confidential. This is a matter of life and death. Catherine continued. He is currently in a state of escape, at risk of being recaptured by the Ministry of Magic. In fact, no one should be aware of his existence. But what about Ron? He is your best friend, is he not? Originally, she had intended to purchase a house near Aunt Petunia's. But the homes in that area were inhabited by seemingly respectable muggles. The house they occupied would certainly not be available for rent. It was not worth the trouble of moving out for such a small sum. Next came the matter of buying and selling. Catherine had initially set aside a sum of money for the purchase of a house, but now that money had been significantly depleted while rescuing Sirius, purchasing a boat, and hiring sailors. Second-hand boats were difficult to sell, truly a burden. Even the seaside cottage was rented, with a deposit paid under the pretext of buying. The homeowners were delighted to receive rent each month and hoped Catherine would take her time gathering the funds for the purchase. Regardless, the money spent on renovations had already been used, and they would not be refunded. As for the publisher, the agreed-upon profit sharing was clearly outlined in the contract. Yet, when the time came, they presented an account of promotional expenses, claiming that it was not due to the packaging of her book that it could earn such profits. Catherine had no choice but to produce the manuscript for her next book and slam it onto his desk. You question my workload. This is a year's worth of effort. The driver and assistant were specifically assigned to me by the former president of the company, recognizing my contributions to the publishing house. You must account for their salaries and other expenses in my pay. Am I not entitled to voice my concerns to the former president? Now, when I say I intend to dismiss both of them, you accuse me of being heartless. Very well. I shall show them the contents of the contract and let everyone know whether I have utilized the services of an assistant or driver more than a handful of times throughout the year. When the publishing house was in decline, everyone was exceedingly harmonious. However, the publishing house has recently rejuvenated due to her rising fame, acquiring a plethora of options and even enticing a cornerstone author from another establishment. The allure of external talent is undeniable. The presence of various illustrious figures has captivated the hearts of many, fostering the belief that renowned authors ought to be accompanied by grandeur. In stark contrast, Catherine, studying at an obscure boarding school, has become rather inconsequential. The funds for recruitment are, after all, drawn from her own royalties. The manuscript is complete. Yet if it fails to see the light of day or is relegated to obscurity by the publisher, her financial prospects will undoubtedly diminish. In summary, it is a chaotic mess. As exams approach, you intend to return to the Muggle world? What if you happen to stumble upon a spell you wish to practice at home? In the magical realm, Catherine's decision to return home for the Christmas holidays has left her senior, Mary, utterly astonished. Do not tell me you are unaware. We underage students are prohibited from using magic outside school premises unless accompanied by an adult. In their presence, the Ministry of Magic cannot ascertain who is casting spells. This year marks 5th year, a pivotal juncture, signifying a cohort preparing to undertake the ordinary wizarding level examinations. It is as if Mary is utterly convinced that the examinations are imminent. Yet, in reality, the official exams are scheduled for May or June of the following year. And presently, it is only December. The year has yet to conclude. Miss Hockner, you are still expected to sit for the exams this year. After that day, Snape rescinded Catherine's eligibility for the Potions Advanced class. As the head of Slytherin, I am well aware of your success in the St. Mungo's examination, he stated. Strange has informed me that you performed admirably at the hospital. However, your frequent night shifts are detrimental to your health. Fatigue can be fatal when brewing potions. I believe it is best for you to concentrate on your examinations. Snape remarked to Catherine. Strange believes your troubles stem from the OWTS exams. But I understand the true nature of your distractions, your extracurricular activities, Hockner. He wished to express something further, but after witnessing that wand resembling Catherine's, Snape resolved to refrain from interfering in her affairs any longer. Surprisingly, despite his strict vigilance over nighttime escapades, Catherine seemed to have suddenly adopted exemplary behavior. Not once had she been caught during all those days. Catherine sensed that Snape's words, "I do not wish to," were laden with unspoken implications, yet in truth, they were utterly devoid of content. This bewildered her. Perhaps Snape had intended to convey something more. The recipes for youth potions, wisdom potions, and the like were sold by Catherine on a profit-sharing basis. Those were mere simplified versions. She possessed improved formulas. The potions were crafted by the apothecaries of the potion shop, who, by refraining from external disturbances, were spared the need to concoct vast quantities of complex brews and age-enhancing potions. With the cessation of her attendance in the ultimate potions examination class, Catherine found her schedule liberating, finally affording her the luxury of a restful slumber. Overwhelmed by a plethora of responsibilities, Catherine longed for nothing more than this. Unbeknownst to her, her absence from the 6th-year potions class was merely the beginning. As far as Snape was concerned, he had observed Catherine's boyfriend inquiring after her with the head girl, Mary, at the end of class. The 6th-year potions lesson coincided with the 5th-year Slytherin potions class, and Catherine's exemption from the 5th-year potions course rendered her presence in class impossible to ascertain. He seemed to presume that Catherine was unwell or had encountered some sort of mishap, appearing quite concerned. "Have you two parted ways?" Mary covertly asked Catherine during the final class before Christmas break. "Why is it that I know you are not attending that class? Yet he believes you are ill or have met with an accident." "I suppose that is accurate. More precisely, it seems we have never truly been in a relationship." After class, everyone returned to the dormitory to pack their belongings. Due to the peculiarities of 12, Grimmauld Place, Chapter 81, one sheep is released. A flock of sheep is released as well. The matter of the Horcrux pendant box is best resolved sooner rather than later, but ultimately, it is a matter between her and her godfather. At most, she would take a house elf from the Black family along with her. For Catherine, at least, she failed to discern any essential difference. "Let it be," Catherine declared. "You are in the know. My identity is that of Harry's godfather's daughter. George and Fred are unaware that you are Harry's sister? Of course, that is top secret." Ron, who generally cannot keep a secret, surprisingly remained tight-lipped this time. "I shall not divulge anything, not even to my own brothers." "What a brilliant idea. Your godfather's daughter is indeed your sister," Hermione remarked. "In that case, it wouldn't matter if we inadvertently misstate anything. However, since we are all headed to the station, why not meet there?" "I do not know," Catherine replied. After such a long time at school, finally having a holiday, who wouldn't wish to return home? The number of individuals celebrating Christmas is not far removed from the number of students enrolled. Thus Hogwarts arranged a special express train to transport everyone. However, Snape's only connection with her was through potions class, and after that day, even that connection was severed. Under normal circumstances, Catherine believed Snape would not forget her. Unbeknownst to her, Snape indeed harbored intentions of conveying something to her. However, on the day he intended to do so, Guy Carlton fortuitously approached her. Although Catherine had ended their relationship, Guy Carlton appeared unaffected by the breakup. On the contrary, he explicitly sought Catherine out in front of Daphne, offering to cover her shifts at St. Mungo's during Christmas. "Thank you, but there are no buts, Catherine," Guy Carlton interjected. "I understand that I may not be the one you desire, but this is all I can offer you at present." For reasons unknown, as he uttered those words, a sense of foreboding washed over Catherine, and the phrase simp abruptly surfaced in her mind. Simp. In the end, they possess everything. Catherine's perspective on love dictated that any engagement must carry a significant likelihood of leading to marriage. Thus, she could never allow herself to simply entertain a relationship. Moreover, the future lay before her. Absent a life-altering decision, how could one contemplate altering destiny? "I am not worthy, Senior Guy," Catherine proclaimed coldly. "I refuse." Snape only glimpsed the beginning and did not finish the entirety. As he departed the scene, he relinquished his previous intentions. With Catherine's intellect and adaptability, it mattered little if she remained unaware of this fact. Moreover, she possessed the ability to apparate. "If I were to tell you that no one informed me today was the day of the Hogwarts Express, would you believe it?" Walking ahead alone, Catherine turned back, casting a resigned glance at the trio. "Do you believe that?" How could it be? Indeed, no one believed it, yet Snape did not utter a word to him. As for Daphne, she presumed that the head boy must have informed her in private. Without further ado, let us hasten, for time waits for no one. The group, burdened with their luggage, exited Hogwarts, making their way toward the station. There were 4 of them, just enough for a carriage, and as they gathered, the carriage began to move on its own. How could it propel itself? What is the principle behind it? Can you not see? It does not move by itself. Something is pulling it. Ron and Hermione had never encountered death, while Harry could perceive it, yet knew not its essence. They all turned their gaze to Catherine, only to find her lost in reverie. "Catherine, what?" The trio sensed something was amiss with Catherine today, her moments of distraction unusually frequent. This was particularly evident after she introduced the pulling apparatus, which had once belonged to Gellert Grindelwald's formidable servant. A similar situation transpired within the compartment of the Hogwarts Express. "But our carriage can only accommodate 5 individuals. I am quite slender. If we squeeze a bit in the back, I can easily fit." "No need to force it, Hermione." "It's truly not a problem," Catherine remarked nonchalantly. "Harry, do not forget we are in a world of magic, and we are all wizards." Harry's thoughts were quite simplistic. He initially agreed to Ron's request, then later acquiesced to the twins. It was a struggle to prevent Catherine from revealing this to Dumbledore. Given that George and Fred had originally intended to stay at school, and the sole reason they sought Professor McGonagall's signature to remain was that their parents had changed their minds. Harry had been unaware of this beforehand, only pressing the twins for clarification due to Catherine's reminder. Consequently, it would be inappropriate for Dumbledore to be privy to this information, as it might lead to repercussions for the two from their mother. Furthermore, Hermione's visit was not entirely unsolicited. Throughout the journey, she had reiterated 3 or 4 times that she had mentioned it to him on the day Neville blew up the cauldron. Only after the fact did Harry recall that he had indeed promised Hermione. However, amid the chaos, with Snape pursuing him for points, he had been in no condition to listen attentively and had merely offered his agreement. But now, he likely burdened Catherine with trouble. Upon disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, it was evident that the Grangers were not present to greet them. For a dentist, particularly one who operates their own practice, festive seasons are arguably the most profitable times. Having not seen their daughter for quite some time, the Grangers had intended to close their practice during Christmas. Yet Hermione knew that they had never done so in previous years. Exiting the platform, the quartet did not wait long before a concealed flying car was surreptitiously driven out by the Weasley brothers, as had been previously arranged. This was a wondrous magical world. Although the trunk was filled to the brim, adding one more of Hermione's suitcases made no discernible difference. The seating arrangement had also changed at the start of the term. The car had been occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, their third son Percy, the twins, and the soon-to-be first-year Ron. Now, 2 adults and a 15 or 16-year-old boy had been replaced by 3 young witches and wizards. The space within the vehicle not only felt less cramped, but appeared significantly more spacious. Initially, it was unclear whether it was George or Fred behind the wheel, while Catherine occupied the passenger seat, directing the way. However, Fred had only ever driven the flying car, and navigating through Muggle countryside might not be too challenging. Once they hit the main road, Fred, with a firm grip on the steering wheel, eagerly inquired, "Why do Muggles place traffic lights on this side of the road? Alternating between red, yellow, and green? I observe these lights serve no illuminating purpose. Is it some peculiar trend or aesthetic?" George chimed in. "I wager it is a matter of religious belief, much like their penchant for building churches and the necessity of ringing bells for Sunday services." "Stop the car. I need not wager. I am certain you two have never studied Muggle traffic regulations." Chapter 82, 12, Grimmauld Place. "Honestly, why would you bring a Slytherin home for Christmas? A girlfriend? Is this your way of introducing her to your family?" One of the twins, shielded from the front seat's chatter, bluntly queried Harry from the back. "Also, how does she know the route to your godfather's house?" Faced with this question, both Harry and Ron felt a surge of anxiety. Yet it was Hermione who responded swiftly and calmly. "Because that is her home." "Yes, indeed. She is Harry's sister, of sorts, without any blood ties," Ron blurted out, only to realize that the other two were staring at him, prompting him to quickly close his mouth. "We are all orphans," Harry interjected, taking the lead in the conversation. "Catherine is the adopted daughter of my godfather, and it is through her that we are connected. In essence, that will be our home moving forward." "So, not a girlfriend, but a sister?" "Yes. No. No." The trio exchanged glances. Hermione quickly amended, "Yes. No." George or Fred suspected that the three were hiding something, yet lacked proof. In any case, the fact that Harry was Catherine's brother was a secret that must not reach any other ears. This implies there are others. Professor Dumbledore and Neville. Hermione subtly warned, glancing at one of the twins, "So, this remains a secret." 12. Grimmauld Place is situated in the northwest of London, a mere 20-minute walk from King's Cross Station. However, the kind-hearted Weasley brothers offered a vehicle. Thus, Catherine managed to stretch the brief 20-minute walk into over 30 minutes. Do not underestimate the navigational prowess of Catherine. While she may never attain the status of a living map of London like Sherlock Holmes, she has diligently prepared for the journey ahead. Thus, with her commendable memory, Catherine committed the required route to memory. The twin brothers clearly observed Catherine's detour, yet their wisdom compelled them to remain silent. They quickly scanned the parchment that one of the twins passed to the back seat. "What is this? I have a hunch about its nature." Fred, "No, it must be George," remarked. "In any case, it pertains to a form of secretive magic. If you do not memorize it, you cannot gain entry." Ron unfolded the parchment, and the trio read it by the light within the vehicle. The notes inscribed on the parchment were not Catherine's. They resembled the writing of someone of considerable pedigree. To safeguard Sirius's security, its location was concealed by the Fidelius charm. Originally, the secret keeper was Catherine, but it later transferred to Sirius Black. Sirius's reasoning was quite valid. As an escaped convict, he had no immediate prospects for freedom. Catherine wished he could employ a potion to take a breather, so she left him some aging potion, as the polyjuice potion was, as usual, out of stock. Regarding his animagus form, a lone pet dog, Catherine worried that the dog catchers might capture and possibly harm him. I am a fully grown wizard, Catherine. The following day, Sirius transformed into a black dog and ventured out from Grimmauld Place. All potions have their drawbacks, he thought, and he could scarcely be bothered to take any medicine. She had sent him a tranquilizer specifically dosed for him. Sirius soon appeared to be in a deep slumber. Indeed, you are a fully grown wizard. Altering Sirius's mindset was not particularly challenging. Upon learning that Harry's friends were to visit, Sirius eagerly anticipated welcoming 3 of Harry's companions at number 12 Grimmauld Place. He was keen to venture out daily in search of decor and to replace some of the household's antiquated items. Kreacher was obstinately unwilling to assist, watching in dismay as Sirius wielded his wand and cloth to clean without him. Catherine's demanding coursework allowed her to leave school only once a week at most. Frequent comings and goings could prove troublesome unless one was the secret keeper. However, it was only after Catherine persistently suggested it that Sirius finally consented to revert to being the secret keeper. The parchment seemed to be a matter of confidentiality, and Catherine took it back, inquiring of everyone. In a nutshell, it's quite simple. Have you all memorized it? Yes. Once we disembark, just silently recite the address in your minds. As the vehicle approached its destination, Catherine utilized a simplified version of the sonorous charm, ensuring that her voice was inaudible outside the car while remaining audible to all within. Upon exiting, the group focused intently on the address of number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry was soon astonished to see a door materialize between numbers 11 and 12. Before long, it was not merely a door, but an entire house, identical in stature to those on either side. Unlike the neighboring homes that were either for sale or rent, this was a wholly detached residence. The door appeared brand new, and the walls had been freshly painted, suggesting that this ancient house had recently undergone renovations. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harry, being an orphan, and with his godfather having unjustly spent a decade in wizarding prison, it seemed unlikely he would possess substantial wealth or influence. She had imagined Harry's home to be dilapidated. Her visit was intended not only to alleviate her parents' burdens, but also to support Harry. To her surprise, Harry resided in a mansion. Hermione gathered her thoughts, taking in the freshly painted walls still bearing the scent of newness and the windows that had evidently been cleaned beforehand. Harry, aren't your family muggles? To which Harry proudly replied, but my godfather is a wizard. In response to one of the twins' inquiries, Harry added, it's just a small surprise. As Catherine burned the parchment with magic, she remarked, as for your vehicle, I believe we shall need to return it to your home shortly. No rush. Either George or Fred replied. After all, we expect Charlie to take quite some time. It has been years since we last met. We have much to catch up on. The black door featured a silver knocker, and Catherine stepped forward to rap it gently. The door swung open, and the once decayed and moldy odor had been replaced by a normalized atmosphere following over a month of restoration. To bewilder the muggles outside required a charm, and Catherine's enchanted rose was of great assistance. Before they could close, the surrounding muggles would not suspect the extraordinary sight before them, no matter how bizarre. They would conjure their own rationalizations, such as, the garbage truck arrived early today. Where did the bulging trash bags at the door vanish to? In reality, a wizard had cast a disapparition charm upon them. We're home. What are we waiting for, Harry? Sirius is expecting us. Let us hurry inside. Harry's face bore a hint of trepidation, but before he could ponder whether his godfather would truly welcome him, Catherine gently nudged him forward. Welcome home, Harry. Catherine whispered in his ear, a sensation both ticklish and not altogether unpleasant. My godfather said that number 12 Grimmauld Place will always be our home. Furthermore, we must greet our friends, Harry. Do not forget, within these walls, we are all hosts. They did not linger at the door long. The 6 of them followed Catherine and Harry through the entrance. The once dimly lit hallway was transformed as the door closed. The moribund atmosphere was instantly replaced by the flickering of eager flames. Before them danced blue, orange, teal, and yellow flames, performing acrobatics in a dazzling display. Sirius had dedicated over a month to this endeavor, neglecting all else, determined not to bring shame upon himself as Harry's godfather. His efforts bore fruit. What had once been a vacant, derelict house, the entrance hall now radiated with life. Following the initial surprise, the flames that had formed the opening act dissipated, giving way to various magical flames that animated the space. Everyone was mesmerized by the flames, oblivious to the ancient gas lamps that provided their foundation. The portrait in the foyer appeared to express discontent with the colors of the wallpaper and carpet chosen by its master. However, once the frames were adjusted and cleaned, it remained unaccustomed to the unconventional silver-green hues. This was orchestrated by Sirius, yet she bore a share of the responsibility. Catherine had conversed with Mrs. Black. After all, this was someone else's ancestral home. In truth, She had not intended for Harry to spend his first Christmas at number 12, Grimmauld Place. But she needed to occupy Sirius with something, for he was not one to remain docile at home. Nearly everyone delighted in the enchanting display of fireworks, particularly the twins, who were captivated to the point of being rendered speechless. This momentarily eased Catherine's anxious heart. Bringing an additional person meant an added responsibility. It was not a mere casual agreement. Catherine had to ensure that everyone returned safely. And now, the festivities had only just begun. Chapter 83. At this moment, Sirius descended from his room with a calm demeanor, simultaneously adjusting his emotions. Like Harry, he felt a flutter of nervousness and uncertainty about becoming a guardian. Despite having prepared for over a month, he had never outwardly displayed such feelings, yet Catherine compassionately sent him a letter. Apart from her, there were 4 boys and 1 girl, all from Gryffindor. Notably, the brightest witch of the first year, Hermione Granger, would also be attending. It is worth mentioning that her parents were Muggles. She seemed intent on staying only briefly, to share a meal before heading home. However, I intended to have her stay overnight or drive her back. Catherine, in a motherly tone, arranged for these guests. The night is far too perilous, Sirius. I believe she would prefer to be with her parents, but if I send her home, the boys will temporarily be free from your care. Can you find a game that everyone can enjoy together? I need the twins to be within your sight, rather than exploring some uncharted room. Sirius made his way down the stairs, calling for Creature to prepare dinner. Some dishes required reheating, while others could be served immediately. Yet, his thoughts lingered on the conversation he had inadvertently overheard between Catherine and the portrait. Such hospitality was clearly beneath the dignity of Mrs. Black. Although Mrs. Black was deceased, her portrait still held sway over Creature, the only house elf in the household, who had long been neglectful of his duties. My brother was the one who defeated the Dark Lord. You cannot possibly wish for him to join the ranks of the Dark Lord. He would perish, just like Regulus. I know he is missing, but in truth, he is dead. He chose to die within the Dark Lord's cave. Catherine addressed Mrs. Black's portrait. I cannot provide you with evidence at this moment, but Creature might have some insight to share. No, I do not believe it. You have an inkling, I am sure. I believe the magic possessed by pure-blood families can reveal whether their offspring survive outside their lineage. Catherine continued, you may choose to disbelieve now, but Creature knows the truth. You can inquire with him later. Consider this, the last remaining scion of the Black family is but him. For Sirius's sake, Mrs. Black. If you wish for the Black lineage to endure, he cannot sacrifice his chance at a family for your pure-blood pride, regardless of whom he marries. They cannot be a Death Eater. I have no intention of persuading you, but think of a potential little Black in the future. Although she had formally adopted him as her daughter, Catherine didn't imply any desire to inherit Grimmauld Place. She seemed to hope instead for him to marry and have children, allowing his offspring to inherit the ancestral home. Sirius had once questioned her intentions regarding her promise to make him her daughter. Yet, even so, he felt this was his obligation. 10 years had passed. He could see the lives the 2 children were leading. Ultimately, had Catherine merely wished for a task to occupy her? He had spent too long in Azkaban. His mind was still intact. He possessed enough emotional intelligence to consider, I hope my future daughter-in-law is pure blood. Can you assure me of that? No deals. That does not concern me. Catherine's tone was exceedingly rational, laced with coldness, devoid of any sentiment. According to the laws of inheritance, should the godfather remain childless, the only heir would be my brother, Harry. You may choose to expel all young women who might harbor feelings for Sirius from this house. Alternatively, you might consider marrying off your daughters or sisters to him. I do not mind if the Black family becomes extinct. It is not my lineage. Moreover, what kind of woman Sirius prefers is his own affair. Mrs. Black, I believe this is a matter you should be concerned about. Initially, Mrs. Black conversed with Catherine due to her Slytherin attire, but was ultimately led astray by the latter's eloquent analysis. Sirius had secretly come along, fearing his mother's portrait would unleash her wrath upon Catherine. But what of Regulus? Compared to his mother's attitude towards Catherine, he was more eager to learn about Regulus's fate. Catherine had limited time. She spoke with Mrs. Black and then departed. Afterward, his mother indeed sought out Creature. Their conversation was unknown to him. She even spent an entire day in her portrait, driven to madness before ultimately choosing to relent. Do not misunderstand. I merely seek dignity. A week later, Catherine returned. Sirius was not particularly skilled in household matters, and Creature harbored no fondness for him. However, Catherine herself, perhaps due to her discussions with Mrs. Black, sometimes found Creature more amenable to her requests. Perhaps it was Mrs. Black expressing gratitude for having rescued her son from Azkaban. Catherine felt compelled to inform his mother of this development, as a precaution against Sirius venturing out freely. Azkaban was a place known to all. Had Sirius remained there for another 2 years, even Mrs. Black would have found no opportunity to scold him. Do you wish to know who Sirius's girlfriend is? Who could it be? As anticipated, Mrs. Black's reluctance was merely superficial. Her heart was undeniably honest. Although the present circumstances were not favorable, the future remained uncertain. Catherine remarked that if Harry behaved well during the Christmas holidays, she might consider visiting him after the godfather found a girlfriend. Thus, a deal was struck. "Good evening, Harry." "Catherine." "Good evening, boys and girls," she greeted. Following the conclusion of the fiery feast, the gaunt figure of Sirius suddenly appeared before the gathering. Amongst a throng of cool, stylish individuals, only Catherine displayed a maternal smile. The month of sustenance had not been in vain. The once emaciated Sirius Black had finally regained his form. With a model-like physique, he was enviably fit, no matter how much he consumed. Upon their reunion, Sirius first embraced Harry, followed by Catherine, who joined in. The trio formed a warm embrace, but Catherine soon withdrew. With a brief opening remark, she invited several guests upstairs to view their rooms. Ron and Harry shared a space. And after repairing the wall, Catherine adorned Harry's room with a selection of Quidditch posters. However, she did not remove the frame of the blank canvas. Instead, she informed Harry that it housed portraits of the Black ancestors. "If it bothers you, you may enlarge the poster to cover it, or simply choose another room." The twins resided next to Harry, both now grown adults in Catherine's eyes. Preaching would be ineffectual. It was better to observe first. "Settle in for now, and we shall descend for dinner shortly. Creature is quite diligent. I believe you can still choose your beverages if you head down now." Catherine winked at the twins. "I suspect Sirius has prepared some butterbeer, procured directly from the shop. I hope you enjoy it. Supplies are limited, so it's first come, first served." Finally, Catherine invited Hermione to her room, temporarily placing their luggage there. The room was adorned with purple wallpaper, reminiscent of a young girl's dream. A bed that spanned 6 feet was ample enough for one, and even for two, without feeling cramped. "Are you returning immediately after dinner?" Catherine inquired, standing before the bed as Hermione emerged from the bathroom. "You see, it looks quite inviting. Won't you linger a while?" "But Hermione, blushing and awkwardly smoothing her hair, replied, "You may regret it. I am not a graceful sleeper. You might find my leg draped across your neck come morning." "In that case," Catherine conceded unexpectedly quickly, entering the bathroom with a change of clothes. Just before the door closed, her head popped out. "I have a splendid idea. You should sleep at your own home tonight, and I will come to fetch you in the morning." "Since you have no objections, it is settled," Catherine declared. "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I must shower and change before going elsewhere. If you're hungry, feel free to head downstairs for dinner." "No worries, I can wait. We can go together shortly." After a refreshing shower, Catherine and Hermione arrived last to the dinner. The feast was lavish, with everyone seated at a long table, yet no one occupied the foremost positions. Sirius sat beside Harry, while Catherine was across from him. Ron sat adjacent to Harry, and Hermione was beside Catherine. The twins were next to Hermione, and the guests still struggled to distinguish between George and Fred. Chapter 84, Joyous Times. "What dishes do we have?" "Stir-fried chicken, steamed sea bass, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork," Sirius proudly announced. "These are all dishes your sister enjoys. Today's banquet celebrates your arrival and Catherine's achievement in acquiring her occupational therapy certification. Although the certificate had been issued some time ago, it might seem a tad late now." Sirius addressed Catherine. "Though belated, my celebration is a token of my heartfelt intention. I originally prepared a dish of sweet and sour fish fillets, but alas, I burned it." Catherine laughed joyfully, for she could discern from Sirius's expression and body language that the godfather had botched all the dishes, and what remained had been prepared by Creature in his own fashion. At least they hadn't resorted to purchasing from a Chinese restaurant, which salvaged some dignity for the house elf. As for the occupational therapy certification, Professor Strange had suggested the exam to Catherine. There happens to be one coming up. Why not give it a try? Thus, on that day while she was at work, her mentor abruptly summoned her to the examination venue. Alongside her were newly qualified doctors, fresh from their first year of practice. They were the main participants, while Catherine was merely an adjunct. Yet, this adjunct achieved the highest score, proving Mr. Strange's discerning eye. Of course, she dared not share this with the godfather. All present were students, and among them was one who had already procured a therapist's license. A subtle tension hung in the air. Sirius was genuinely delighted, and Harry shared in his sister's joy. Ron, being a companion, felt indifferent since it was not Harry who had obtained the license. "Raising my sister to be an advanced student? Nonsense. Catherine is already a remarkable individual." Hermione seemed to have found her future goal, filled with determination. The twins exchanged glances and shared a smile. They pondered that since everyone was familiar now, perhaps they could broach the subject of the quick-acting skipping class suites. Everyone understood that obtaining the license was merely a pretext. Without hesitation, Catherine dismantled Sirius's facade. "Father, you simply wanted to indulge in Chinese cuisine. The question is, after all this time learning, do you know how to use chopsticks?" "Of course I do." Sirius retorted defiantly against the skepticism regarding his skills. However, the truth remained that chopsticks could be a nightmare for those lacking talent. Observers watched as Sirius, naturally defeated, set aside the chopsticks and resorted to using a fork and spoon to scoop out the fish. He seemed utterly unconcerned with appearances, lacking the self-awareness befitting the head of the Black family. It was quite a sight to behold. Yet, no one's attention lingered on Sirius, for there was a plethora of unfamiliar dishes. Care to try? Who would have thought that the simple act of trying would spiral into an insatiable hunger? For many, it was their first experience with Chinese cuisine, and the novelty was delightful. Particularly intriguing was the necessity of using chopsticks, yet attempts to master them had been promptly abandoned. Initially, only the twins showed interest, but as the food dwindled on the table, their enthusiasm waned. Please reserve a portion of the mapo tofu for me. The last piece of poached chicken was utterly delicious. Everyone eagerly joined the fray to claim their share, only to find themselves rather stuffed after the meal. Following the banquet, the group sought activities to aid digestion. The twins approached Sirius to learn about firework crafting, and true to Catherine's earlier introduction, the two children displayed remarkable talent. Ron received a limited edition set of Gilded Wizard's chess, a dream come true, even though his access was only temporary. Thus, Harry became his opponent. A poor soul often struck on the head by the merciless White Queen's chair. For Hermione, nothing could surpass the delight of discovering the vast array of magical tomes in the Black family's study. These books represented the family's wealth and could not be removed. However, during the Christmas season, one could choose their favorites to peruse in the sitting room. As for Catherine, after ensuring Hermione was settled, she excused herself and headed to the kitchen where Creature resided. As before, no food could be wasted. "So have you eaten well?" Catherine inquired, directing her wand to deftly pack the ingredients into containers. After adding some fish and chicken to Creature's bowl, she coldly insisted on including carrots, greens, and mashed potatoes. "Picky eating is not a commendable habit, Creature. I command you to finish these vegetables." Observing Creature's mix of indignation and restraint, Catherine affectionately ruffled his hair, admonishing, "Enjoy your meal, but do not overindulge. It is not good for your health." Taking care of the household pet, Catherine then opened the refrigerator to check the provisions for the coming days, as though she were the mistress of the house. This assertion held some truth. Given the fugitive status of her godfather, the Black family's vault remained sealed. Therefore, the expenses for this Christmas gathering came solely from Catherine's salary and potion earnings. Joyous moments often feel fleeting, and soon it was time to part ways. Hermione had not informed her parents about staying over, so Catherine drove her home. Hermione assumed her parents were already asleep, but upon unlocking the door, she found them both awake, engrossed in two televisions. "Merry Christmas." Catherine sighed inwardly as the two were warmly invited inside. "No, I'm sorry, I have to work tonight," she replied. Hermione's South father offered to drive her home, compelling Catherine to leave directly. She vanished into the car parked near Hermione's home, casting a confundus charm on the window before reluctantly starting the vehicle. However, she was not bound for number 12, Grimmauld Place, but rather St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Night shift, she reminded herself. Of course, St. Mungo's also prohibited apparition within its walls. The only means of travel were by foot or the Flu network. Alternatively, one could drive to the destination and then walk to their shift. Catherine was on the night shift, from midnight to 8 the following morning, only returning home after her shift ended. The primary healers managed patient care, while interns like her shadowed their mentors, handling clerical duties and assisting in potion making while monitoring patients, ready to report to their supervisors if necessary. Catherine excelled in her role, successfully assisting her supervisor in treating 13 patients during an emergency. 2 of those she rescued single-handedly, both of whom recovered well and have since been discharged. Having obtained her certification and undergone assessments, her mentor, Diana, recently deemed her capable of treating patients independently. Night shifts sometimes overlapped with day shifts, resulting in 24-hour workdays for some doctors. Thus, the night duty room permitted brief naps, though the extent of rest depended on one's luck. Upon arriving, Catherine quickly fell asleep, only to be awakened by a nurse in the early hours. "Dr. Hockner, wake up. We have a patient in critical condition." Chapter 85, Assisting in Investigations. Catherine was the first to awaken, followed by her mentor, Diana. However, by the time Diana donned her white coat and arrived in the treatment room, the patient's fractured hand had already been restored by an appropriately cast spell. "Well done. Keep up the good work," Diana remarked after assessing Catherine's treatment results. "I'm going back to sleep now. Good night." What remained was clerical work, which was naturally Catherine's responsibility. She pondered why St. Mungo's had yet to establish any templates for documentation, perhaps due to the magical community's reluctance to embrace computers. But it mattered little, as magic enabled her to effortlessly copy text from previous documents, modify the data, and complete tasks in mere minutes, problems that would take others half an hour to resolve. Miss Lilith, I'm heading to the doctor's duty room now. All right. The emergency room nurses had long since grown accustomed to Catherine's efficiency. In fact, if Catherine were to take longer than expected to draft a patient record, it would raise eyebrows. The youngest among the healers, Catherine's skills were formidable. There were cases that even less experienced healers struggled with, but Dr. Hockner resolved them swiftly. Thus, rather than dealing with temperamental, inept junior residents, the nurses preferred to call upon the capable and attractive Catherine, much less hassle. At 5 in the morning, the two were roused again by a nurse delivering 2 batches of patients. To save time, Catherine was assigned a case involving a patient under a memory charm. This type of case posed little challenge for her, but midway through the treatment, the accompanying family member presented Catherine with an Auror's badge. How is he? She inquired. Nothing serious, just some memory damage caused by dark magic. May I speak with him? The memory interference was not particularly strong, but reversal presented some difficulty. He likely does not understand why you are here, Catherine remarked to one of the older Aurors, clad in a white coat. Then we shall use the memory charm. The older brunette Auror retrieved a covered paper from his bag, presenting it to Catherine. This individual is connected to an illegal auction of rare magical creatures. This is an enforcement order from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Catherine gazed at the fleeting paper with a puzzled expression, addressing the Auror. I believe I can read. Mr. Anthony, and this simply defies logic. Catherine addressed the individual before her, who was attempting to deceive her, with unadulterated candor, saying, although I may appear youthful, I would appreciate it if you refrain from insulting my intelligence. The case had not been ongoing for long. If you are able to procure the execution order now, I presume your title ought to be the Director of the Office of Magical Law Enforcement? Her words left the other party in an awkward position. Yet since he sought to earnestly mislead her into undertaking additional illicit work for his own agenda, she had no intention of accommodating him. You two wait here for a moment. I must go in and attend to the patient. Wait you. Anthony persisted, tugging at Catherine's lab coat sleeve to prevent her departure. Numerous wild animals and magical creatures' offspring are being auctioned off in this illegal sale. There must be more than one auction. We need to locate their venue. Please assist us. We merely wish to save them. She was but an intern and had no authority to make decisions. Anthony was pulled away by his partner, who offered an apology to Catherine as they departed. I'm sorry, Anthony is just a bit overly excited. We have a colleague who was struck and is still in a precarious situation. Catherine furrowed her brow, as she seemed to recall having witnessed this scenario while treating the previous patient. The matter at hand was not intricate and likely had some connection to Voldemort. The illegal auction involved the theft of a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon egg, and the unfortunate soul who had just acquired the dragon egg from the auction was now lying there. Thus, Catherine was aware of what transpired next. Voldemort, lacking funds, had resorted to theft as the sole means of obtaining the dragon egg. Moreover, this incident was a case of black-on-black crime, allowing him to evade any criminal costs. Subsequently, the memory of the patient before her was irrevocably obliterated. Had Catherine not discerned that Voldemort had performed a counter-curse on the patient, he would have retained no recollection of recent events. Catherine also knew that when Voldemort realized that the theft of the dragon egg had gone unnoticed, he sought out Hagrid with the egg in hand. How could Hagrid possibly refuse a dragon egg, even if he suspected its origins were dubious? Voldemort had relinquished the egg, acquiring what he desired, the three-headed dog and a method of taming it. I sincerely apologize, and I must ask you to maintain confidentiality. We ought not to disclose information to others during our investigations. Xenophilius Lovegood's camp. What? This term had been incessantly muttered by the patient throughout the treatment. Catherine tilted her head and lowered her voice to speak to Anthony's partner. Initially, I thought that was a person's name. But it seems he is also coerced into this line of work. He has a 7-year-old daughter imprisoned there. I suspect it may merely be a place for holding hostages. Her name is Callie Sue. Catherine regarded the other with earnestness, saying, I wish to avoid complications. Should you desire me to testify in court, I will deny having provided you with this lead. Implicitly, the young, gray-haired officer felt somewhat befuddled. What had just transpired? How could someone derive a geographical location from a mere word? Did you already know Xenophilius was the name of a camp? A comrade from his memories bore a tattoo identical to one on a shopkeeper in Diagon Alley. Catherine cast a wary glance at the individual who had lowered his head to listen to her. You may wish to investigate those apprehended individuals. The one with a ship tattoo on his upper left arm is the one I referenced. Are you certain? Just as she finished speaking, Lily's urgent voice echoed from behind Catherine. Catherine, please hurry. Something has happened in the operating room. Professor Diana requires your assistance. All right, I'm on my way. Allow me to remind you, Catherine addressed the young gray-haired officer. That is the emblem of the Ship of Miracles. Congratulations on having a substantial catch on your hands. But I doubt you will be able to digest it anytime soon. You too should be cautious. I would rather not encounter the director of the Office of Magical Law Enforcement during my night shift tomorrow. By the way, your facial structure and gray hair bear a resemblance to your uncle. Chapter 86. A sudden turn of events. Tap, tap, tap. The corridor was desolate and serene in the early hours, when the tranquility of the night was disrupted by a series of footsteps. Catherine's mentor, Diana Anson, the granddaughter of the vice principal, believed there was nothing she could not resolve. If there were, it would not be her who was sought for aid. Yet Lily arrived, her eyes betraying a genuine sense of urgency. Hurry, something has happened in the operating room. Professor Diana says she needs your help. Okay, I'm coming right away. Catherine swiftly departed from the duo, disregarding the fact that she had spoken some things she ought not to have. However, the information the patient had relayed included her earlier conversation with the officer. The remainder was merely factual. She might face scrutiny for her visit to Diagon Alley, but many ventured there for their own needs. The existence of Diagon Alley was lawful, despite its notorious reputation being widely acknowledged. Can I trust you? Catherine was intercepted on her way to the operating room by John Gleason, who had caught up with her. And how do you know who my uncle is? I guess. I truly do not know who your uncle is, Catherine replied, her short legs moving swiftly. But when I mentioned the director of the Office of Magical Law Enforcement, your demeanor shifted. Yet your partner remained unaffected, indicating he was oblivious to your connection with the director. I have seen the director of the Office of Magical Law Enforcement in the newspaper. You do not resemble him particularly. However, the color of your hair and the shape and arrangement of your facial bones are consistent. I am a healer. It is not unreasonable to understand a bit about anatomy and facial reconstruction techniques, is it? In truth, I prioritize hereditary traits over mere appearances. Regarding this matter, I hold little influence, and your skepticism is justified. As Catherine withdrew her wand, she addressed the young Gleason beside her. But I reiterate, do not take risks. Do not act impulsively until you can ensure your own safety. All right. John Gleason felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, as though he were face to face with his uncle. He understood that he need not concern himself with her words. They were undoubtedly correct, and as a younger relative, a simple nod would suffice. Who would have anticipated that after he had just concurred with Dr. Hockner, the nurse beside them would suddenly collapse to the ground, struck down by her own wand? I was taken aback by her choice to wield a wand. In front of Raoul, she brazenly attacked her own colleague, a nurse employed at St. Mungo's. The expression on John Gleason's face was one of utter astonishment, until Catherine pointed her wand at the wand the female nurse clutched in her hand. What was there to ponder? Shouldn't they act swiftly, contrary to John's prior assumptions? Nurse Lilith had aimed her wand not at anyone else, but at Raoul himself. Indeed, even though the healer Hockner had also drawn her wand, the nurse seemed to believe that she possessed the greater capacity for aggression. In the next moment, she was rendered unconscious by a curse from Hockner. Without a hint of suspense, fallen into unconsciousness, Wingardium Leviosa, all petrified, Catherine was prudent. She would certainly not allow any potential threats to linger behind in the fray. A competent Raoul must recognize that casting a levitation charm before someone collapses can effectively muffle the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The timing of such judgment is crucial. One must ensure the target falls first before levitating them. If uncertain, one ought to cast another stunning spell. Do not shy away from the inconvenience. What matters most is confirming that she has indeed lost consciousness. Only then should the levitation charm be employed, as that constitutes an effective attack. This confirmation is essential. Failing to do so could lead to catastrophic consequences, perhaps even one's own demise. Thus, after casting both the stunning spell and the full bodybind curse, she questioned John's motionless stance, asking why he hesitated and urging him to take her wand. Following her instruction, John bent down to retrieve the suspect's wand, only to realize he had not heard the sound of a heavy object falling earlier. Indeed, Catherine had stated that it was self-defense. She attacked Raoul, and he had witnessed it all. Correct. John Gleason inquired about the potion, asking how she had deduced this. When Lilith was attacked, she must have been engaged in her duties. What? John Gleason suspected Catherine was merely speaking without basis, yet he had no evidence. The nurse's shoes had been soiled, possibly due to spilled liquid or some other reason. Catherine articulated her reasoning to John, explaining that after a long and tiresome shift, one would never see a nurse opting for heels over comfortable footwear. Wouldn't her feet ache? How did you deduce she wore heels? John Gleason remained perplexed. Although he was relatively inexperienced, he had undergone 3 years of training at the Ministry of Magic and had served in his current position for 3 to 4 years. Theoretically and practically, he should have been far superior to Dr. Hockner, especially considering her specialization lay in curse breaking and potion making. I have ears. After searching the impersonator Lilith and stowing the retrieved potions and the suspect's wand in her space-saving bag, Catherine pointed to her ears and said, "Can you not hear the unmistakable sound of heels? I thought the one in heels was you. I hardly noticed the nurse." I wear heels. Catherine shot John a look of incredulity. Have you ever seen a teenager in heels? You're a woman. John Gleason dared not assert that 14 or 15-year-old girls wearing heels had once been considered fashionable. He could only look at Catherine with mild dismay and say, "Forgive me, but I've never been able to view you as a child. You are Raoul, accustomed to moving soundlessly. I have recently been reviewing tutorials on Raoul techniques. And achieving soundless movement is quite simple. Just remember to cast the spell." John Gleason silently proclaimed, "You must have a misconception about the term simple." He was unsure of others' experiences, but his mastery of such magic had taken him approximately 5 years to refine into instinct. Something must have gone awry in the operating room. John Gleason understood her fear that these matters would fall into his hands, only to be reclaimed after he was overpowered. Thus, despite Hockner's boldness, he refrained from uttering a word. He was somewhat self-aware. "You seem inexperienced. Can you take this suspect to your partner, Anthony? And what about you? There are 2 operations, one involving your colleague and the other the suspect you apprehended. How do you know so much?" Legitimacy directed at her. Catherine pointed her wand at the unconscious figure on the ground, stating, "I was compelled, you know." "Indeed, I am aware." John Gleason continued the conversation with Catherine. "You must be thoroughly prepared before entering the operating room." "Correct," Catherine signaled to John Gleason. She urged him not to follow her any further and proceeded forward. Speaking as she walked, "Your colleague is suffering from severe injuries due to dark magic and is undergoing emergency treatment in the operating room. The other captured suspect is being monitored by another of your colleagues. Their injuries are less severe, but they are bleeding." The suspect feigned traumatic shock to mislead Raoul, who, in desperation, sought out Nurse Lilith, who happened to be in the adjacent room. With remarkable acting skills, he deemed it impossible to hold both of them hostage. However, if a comrade had accompanied you to St. Mungo's, that would be a different story. Why the urgency? I still have someone here, someone I barely managed to save. Had it not been for the teacher calling for me, I certainly would not have come. After uttering this, Catherine stepped forward and opened the operating room door without a shred of hesitation. "Professor Diana, did you call for me?" From a distance, John Gleason observed Dr. Hockner timidly entering the operating room. The imposing presence she had exuded moments ago had diminished to a mere fraction upon the door's opening. The last words he heard before departing were a girl's reply. "Of course I'm going in. No matter who the enemy is, that battlefield belongs to me." Chapter 87. Inside the operating room. The surgical room door swung open, only to close automatically shortly thereafter due to the absence of any operator. John Gleason found himself entirely cut off from the world beyond that door, shaking his head in resignation as a heavy sigh escaped his lips. He was already aware that 2 rogues were present in the operating room, one on the surgical table, the other lurking nearby. 2 miscreants, one requiring treatment for an injury, and the other having arrived from an unknown location. Perhaps their leader was waiting to ambush someone at St. Mungo's as soon as he was apprehended. Initially, they masqueraded as nurses, arousing no suspicion from others. Or perhaps, at this hour, the only individuals permitted to roam freely outside the emergency room were the scant 3 nurses on duty, leaving them with little choice. Even if they wished to pose as healers, the genuine practitioners were all asleep, and the likelihood of winning a confrontation face-to-face remained dubious. In any case, their skills paled in comparison to the ultimate wizarding examination results at graduation, which were beyond their collective capabilities. Any attempt to engage would likely raise alarms. It is crucial to note that, in the doctor's on-call room, the only healers asleep were the 2 on night duty, along with a secondary team on standby and the resident physician. The art of legitimacy ensured that summoning someone from the healer's on-call room would not lead them astray, and the nurse's responses had thus far been routine. Even the standby healer, Strange, was aware and had concocted a last-minute excuse for his absence. Both he and healer Hodge had momentarily been deceived. Memories could be easily extracted by waking individuals and utilizing legitimacy. But posing as a nurse would reveal their true identity the moment they employed any specialized skills. Perhaps, in the beginning, while delivering instruments, they could replicate aspects of the memories they had obtained. The initial steps were straightforward: potion to disinfect the skin, draping, and further skin sterilization. The cutting curse would make the incision, and the enchantment would automatically retract the hooks. The imposter, Sean, mentally reviewed the original Sean's memories. She was not intent on masquerading as a nurse in this operating room, but when healer Diana called upon her, Sean found herself unable to resist. Apart from following the healer, she had no other recourse. Pretending to be unwell or attempting to flee. A jest, indeed, for 3 individuals were watching their leader, who was injured and undoubtedly required the healer's aid. At this moment, the only one capable of controlling the healer was herself, who was also present in the operating room. In her guise as a nurse, the rogue impersonating Sean had, in fact, already extracted a portion of the genuine Sean's memories. The emergency room was relatively quiet in the dead of night, with bed spaces nearly vacant following discharges and transfers to other departments throughout the day. Even previous patients with fractures had been discharged due to their recovery. After all, the hospitalization fees at St. Mungo's were no trifling matter. There was no mention of medical insurance in the magical community. All treatment expenses were out of pocket. With the healers asleep, it was effortless for them to control the nurses by feigning illness to request treatment. However, the dynamics of a live surgery were fraught with uncertainties, and each physician had their unique tools. For instance, Sean, why didn't you anesthetize the patient beforehand? After years of experience as a nurse, how could she forget such a minor detail? I'm so sorry, she stammered. However, the imposter Sean was not a genuine nurse and had certainly never learned such an advanced anesthetic spell. Thus, the sleeping charm? A few extra wands might leave a weakened person too drowsy, risking their very life. What if the patient were to suddenly leap from the surgical table mid-procedure? She had no choice but to steel herself and cast a silent spell on the patient in front of healer Diana. Grateful to the inventor of silent spells, no one would know the incantation she uttered, all petrified. The petrification spell was intended to immobilize the entire body, transforming a person into stone without causing harm. To alleviate his suffering, the nurses had been administering the sleeping charm since his arrival at St. Mungo's. Sean indeed possessed years of experience, her control over spells and timing remarkably precise. At this juncture, the effect of the sleeping charm had reached its limit, just as the previous charm lost its efficacy. And the next anesthetic charm was not seamlessly linked, resulting in the immediate application of the binding spell. The petrification charm ensured the surgery's continuation, yet it was akin to torture. This rogue could neither speak nor move, his eyelids tightly shut, his eyes under the spell's control. On the surgical table, the rogue had realized that the nurse casting spells upon him was, in truth, a criminal. Yet he was helpless, enduring the agony of vivisection on the operating table while rendered entirely powerless. Thus, as the girl had mentioned earlier, the captured individuals feigned sudden medical emergencies to lure the nurses out, minimizing the chances of exposure. There should be at least 2 assailants, and this woman counted as one. John Gleason retraced his steps, observing the woman who had transformed herself into a nurse using a complex potion. She was undeniably striking, with an impressive physique, though one could speculate that she might actually be a brutish figure. The intricacies of the situation within remained shrouded in mystery, yet since no one had chosen to leave, it was likely a standoff. The only factor capable of disrupting this equilibrium was Healer Hodge, who had been summoned back into the surgical room. Let it not be said that St. Mungo's lacked strength. Anyone adept in counter charms would undoubtedly possess formidable spellcasting abilities, just as those skilled in antidotes were typically equally proficient in poisoning. This was the reason Catherine appeared somewhat formidable before John Gleason, who harbored no significant doubts. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply, I am a healer. Yet, when a powerful healer is engaged in the critical task of saving a patient's life, one cannot expect her to retain her combat prowess. As the surgical room door swung open, Catherine's expression shifted through several shades before finally revealing one of sheer trepidation. The cause was simple. A wand was pointed directly at her. Where's Lilith? Questioned an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to another nurse. Yet her movements and techniques were entirely different, wielding his customary wand. Why are you the only one here? How should I know? Catherine replied, summoning her courage to face the wand wielder while subtly scanning her surroundings for any sign of a second assailant. You can ask her yourself. Yet, this precarious balance would not endure for long. Once the patient before them was stabilized, they would find themselves facing 2 adversaries. If the ailment remains untreated, the first to perish may very well be her mentor, Diana. The situation is far from ideal, yet neither is it utterly dire. How fares the individual you rescued? The assailant, bearing Sean's guise, inquired again, wondering if the victim, struck by dark magic, had succumbed to his fate. The person has not died, yet as you mentioned, he has been afflicted by dark magic, and I find myself utterly powerless. Catherine observed Diana being threatened by another with a wand, and the patient she had been attending was no longer the wounded Ronald, but rather an unfamiliar stranger. This must be the individual who feigned a grave emergency to lure Lilith from the makeshift operating room. Is he unharmed? Indeed, he is alive, but in a dire state. Though he has regained consciousness, his memory is severely impaired. He likely cannot even recall the visage of his own son. I truly have no means to assist. The affliction stems from dark magic, as you are well aware. Catherine timidly explained as she walked, initially tasked with receiving patients, but Lilith had summoned her, stating her mentor required her assistance. Thus, Lilith remained behind. It is not a matter of her absence. It seems she may never return. Sean, in a condescending manner, threatened Catherine, asserting that had she not possessed some utility and remained easily manipulable due to her youth, her fate would likely be sealed. Do you comprehend what you must do? Chapter 88. A moment of intimidation. Might I turn the tide? I understand. Fully aware that another gurney in the operating room cradled Ronald, who was midway through surgery, she could only cast a timid glance under the threat of the wand. Feigning ignorance to look away, Catherine was acutely aware of the circumstances under which a healer would take a patient for emergency surgery. In the case of Ronald, severe secondary injuries from magic had resulted in internal bleeding, yet the source of the hemorrhage remained unknown, necessitating surgical intervention. Ideally, it appears the preliminary work had been completed, the bleeding point presumably identified and repaired with a wand. However, with an open wound exposed for such an extended period and a multitude of unsterilized individuals entering the area, the risk of infection was a grave concern. Logically, he should be situated on the operating table, with Mentor Diana addressing his other injuries while she tended to the wound. This implies that the individual had been transported directly from the operating table to this gurney through a spell. Yet why were there no signs of a typical patient upon it? Catherine found it challenging to fix her gaze in one direction for too long, instinctively lowering her head to consider other issues concerning the patient. Of course, it seemed premature to worry about the prognosis. The immediate concerns were twofold. First, the abdominal cavity was filled with blood. Was there another point of hemorrhage? Second, even if there were no additional sources of bleeding, the mere laceration of flesh could lead to significant blood loss. If this continued, the patient might soon perish. Yet, Catherine discreetly pretended not to see him. After gleaning the information she sought, her emotions surged, visibly embodying the helplessness and trepidation of a young healer. Should Diana fail to cooperate, they would likely execute her, compelling me to take her place. Merely a single word, yet Catherine found herself unable to continue. Tears welled in her eyes, as if she foresaw her own grim fate. Unbidden, they streamed down her cheeks. In truth, she was waiting for an opportune moment to discreetly retrieve a tissue from her pocket. What are you doing? I need a tissue. At this juncture, reaching into the pocket of her lab coat was a sensitive matter. However, non-surgical attire would not include a wand holster. Thus, upon noticing that Catherine's pocket could not accommodate a wand, the assailant lowered his guard. To the criminal, a wand represented a perilous instrument. To avoid arousing suspicion, it was entirely reasonable for a diligent intern not to carry one into the operating room. Without the cooperation of nurses, the surgery was already fraught with difficulties. Diana, engaged in her operation, would hardly concern herself with whether the individual could assist her. Indeed, she might prefer someone utterly ineffectual to an additional set of hands. After all, once an alternative option emerged, Diana's own value as a healer would diminish considerably. Confronted with the wand, she raised her hands high, allowing the tissue to fall to the ground. In a flurry of panic, she displayed a feigned calm that could easily be seen through. The tissue, of course, was perceived by Catherine as a careless drop. In the act of retrieving it, she seized the opportunity to cast an anesthetic spell upon Ronald. Catherine was uncertain of the individual's prior condition, yet the anesthetic spell was harmless. Moreover, she sensed that the patient's body was too rigid, resembling a state of paralysis rather than normal anesthesia. It appeared someone had cast an immobilization curse upon him. However, lacking evidence and with no one else to consult, she proceeded based on her own thoughts. Subsequently, Catherine employed a wandless and incantation-free spell, legilimens, on the patient who had been anesthetized by Diana. Yet, as the patient was unconscious, this skill proved futile. Not daring to disrupt Diana's surgery, she took the risk of casting a spell on another nurse, who was, in fact, the assailant suppressing the situation. Fortunately, having practiced extensively, Catherine's proficiency in legilimency far surpassed that of her opponent. Just as Dumbledore cast legilimency upon Snape without him noticing, the same applied to Catherine's attempt, which was undetected by the assailant. The operating room door swung open, and a nurse emerged. However, the healer remained inside, and the automatic door closed behind her. Originally, 4 individuals were meant to guard the prisoner, but with one lying inside, only 3 remained. 2 of them had been lured away by Lilith, as it was reported that Catherine's patient was on the verge of awakening. Diana had notably pointed out that Catherine was Mr. Strange's most esteemed apprentice. Despite her youth and the necessity of wearing a custom-made size lab coat, she undeniably possesses remarkable skills. This assertion, of course, stems from Diana's belief that Lilith is indeed the genuine Lilith. The remaining individual, caught entirely off guard, was abruptly attacked by the nurse who had just exited the operating room, collapsing to the floor, accompanied by her accomplices, including the man now sprawled before Diana. The nurse entered the surgical suite. His emergency was partly feigned and partly genuine. Catherine, initially anxious, soon grasped the gravity of her predicament. Without a doubt, she and her mentor, Diana, had been taken hostage by this miscreant. However, a sudden realization struck her. If she could silently and successfully employ a mind control spell on the nurse, why did she feel as though she was the one being held captive? Shouldn't it be the opposite? She possessed the capability to subdue her captor. Was it possible that she was indeed no match for the nurse? Or had she failed to ensure the safety of Diana and the patient, Roa, while concocting her spell? That seemed implausible. Thus, under the escalating influence of Catherine's mesmerizing magic, the assailant appeared to momentarily cease all cognitive function. Without warning, the individual, who moments ago bore a menacing expression, suddenly collapsed to the ground, devoid of sound, thanks to the levitation spell. Once again, the spell's effect rendered his fall silent. The notion that she could retaliate had always been one of life's grand illusions, and she had anticipated encountering obstacles. As Catherine muttered to herself, her hands moved with deftness. After swiftly neutralizing the assailant, she did not pause to check on Diana. Although the other criminal on the operating table was despicable, the physician lacked the authority to declare his death. Out of medical ethics, Diana was obliged to provide treatment. The fate of the patient post-treatment would be left to the enforcement of the Ministry of Magic's laws. In any case, even though Catherine could disrupt Diana's surgery, taking the time to wash her hands and don a fresh surgical gown would inevitably squander the optimal opportunity for treatment, potentially costing 2 lives in the worst-case scenario. Silently, and at an astonishing speed, Catherine floated to Roa's bedside. He was fortunate. Had the assailant not needed Diana's assistance, he would never have been placed intact on the hospital bed. With no signs of bacteremia or septicemia, and his blood untainted by gastrointestinal contents, digestive fluids, or urine, the open wounds in his thoracic and abdominal cavities had not exceeded 4 hours, qualifying him for autologous transfusion. Blood flow for 4 hours. He likely would not have survived the wait. Time was of the essence. Catherine immediately directed the blood pooling in the patient's abdominal cavity into a sterile container. The first step was to initiate the autologous blood recovery mode to avert hypovolemic shock, ensuring the supplementation of platelets, clotting factors, and plasma proteins. The second step involved locating the source of the hemorrhage. And once it was confirmed that no other bleeding points existed, she would close the abdomen. The assailant's wand belonged to him, and there should be another wand belonging to Nurse Sean on his person. However, with time pressing, Catherine deemed it more efficient to leave the search to trained personnel. She first employed the levitation charm to stabilize the patient's blood pressure and other vital signs. An intravenous line was opened, and the processed blood was returned to the patient. Next, she removed her outer coat, changed her attire, magically cleaned her wand, and prepared for surgery. She opened the sterile package containing the surgical gown and rubber gloves. It must be noted that in the realm of magic, many tasks requiring 2 individuals can be accomplished by one using a wand. The deep blue surgical gown and white gloves were magically donned, and the surgery commenced. Upon testing for magical interference, the liver was found to be unharmed, but the spleen was ruptured and bleeding. In the corridor outside the operating room, having confirmed that Lilith posed no threat, John immediately levitated her before him. Catherine requested that he refrain from mentioning her name in connection with their tasks. This implied that the current situation was attributed solely to him, and he certainly could not allow her to escape again. The assailant, transformed into a tense Lilith by the concoction, lay on a transparent air mattress. John Gleason sought out Anthony, only to discover that the latter had stealthily entered the ward to take patient notes in the absence of medical staff. "Hey, Anthony, can you step out for a moment? There's a bit of a problem," John said, though he had to be cautious about revealing too much with a third party present. "Got it, I'll be right there." "Hurry up, someone's coming," Anthony retorted, incredulous that anyone could be present at such an hour when everyone should be asleep. He, having just uncovered a lead, was not easily deterred. However, before he could cast his mind control spell on the patient, he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of another medical staff member. "What are you doing? Who authorized you to enter the patient room alone?" called Chris, the head resident of St. Mungo's emergency department. She had merely intended to relieve herself after drinking too much water, but upon discovering that 3 nurses and 2 therapists who should have been on duty were absent, she was incredulous. This must be a joke. Chris searched the nurses' and therapists' break rooms, finding no trace of the personnel who were supposed to be working. Impossible. After exhausting her search of the break areas, she proceeded to the patient ward. It was entirely normal for staff to be in the ward during working hours. She reassured herself internally, though she was aware that the emergency department's ward was as empty as a monk's head. Most of the rooms were unoccupied, and only a few contained patients. It was then that she spotted the suspicious Anthony and John Gleason, who was attempting to persuade him at the door. "Actually, we are with Roa," John said quickly, fearing the head resident would detain Anthony. "The situation is this. We discovered that 2 of the 3 night shift nurses here are accomplices of the criminals disguised as staff. The patient is also one of the criminals' associates, and we are looking for leads." "What on earth is going on?" Anthony thought that John was merely spouting nonsense. Yet, astonishingly, the medical personnel believed him. We discovered that Nurse Lilith was wearing high heels. Thanks to the contributions made by therapist Diana beforehand, 2 minor hemorrhages had been resolved. Catherine meticulously arranged for all the gauze still within the abdominal cavity to line up and leap into a designated contaminated waste bin. Meanwhile, after confirming that no other remnants lingered within the cavity, Catherine sequentially closed the abdomen, thus completing the relatively minor surgery. The restorative spell proved quite effective. If the patient was indifferent to significant blood loss and adhered to the mentality of a workaholic who refuses to yield to minor injuries, they could sign a discharge agreement upon awakening and leave immediately. Of course, as it stood, even if they wished to be discharged, it would necessitate the complete reinfusion of their crimson lifeblood. Perhaps her actions were too swift, or perhaps the individual behind her had fortuitously exacerbated their condition while performing. In stark contrast, therapist Diana was still engaged in a substantial undertaking, showing no signs of imminent completion. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Catherine was acutely aware that the operating room was missing an individual. The surgical suite comprised a main operating room and 2 auxiliary ones, all sharing a corridor and a single door. There should have been a rogue assigned to supervise the criminal currently on the operating table. Strangely, when she waved at John and stepped through the main surgical door, she had taken special note of her surroundings. Traversing the corridor leading to the surgical door, she found nothing amiss. After thoroughly examining every nook and cranny, she was still left empty-handed. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she ultimately discovered another rogue motionless on the floor of the operating room. The edge of their invisibility cloak had been lifted by Catherine, revealing that this rogue had attempted to infiltrate the operating room under the guise of stealth. However, it was evident that their mission had ended before it began. The repercussions of dark magic were profound, especially one capable of inducing hallucinations. It was likely that they had fallen and made a sound, subsequently sealing their fate under a spell cast by the impersonator Sean. Sean had maliciously draped the invisibility cloak back over them, ensuring that, had Catherine not harbored a conviction that she would meticulously search every corner for them, this rogue might not have survived long enough to be found by her colleagues. Spell, stand still. This was not a death curse, merely a binding spell, and luck was evidently on their side concerning dark magic. However, it appeared that the individual had succumbed to a slumber spell or a similar enchantment, resulting in nightmares that could lead to death in their sleep. Catherine promptly employed the dark magic counterspell from the nightmarish forest to alleviate some of the effects wrought by the dark magic. Regrettably, in order to prevent the individual from experiencing a sense of disorientation, which would hinder their ability to adapt to reality afterward, Catherine had originally hoped to seize a free labor force. Unfortunately, unless she resorted to violent treatment that contradicted her principles, the counterspell's efficacy would not yield immediate results. The fate of this female rogue was to be placed in a wheelchair by the operating room door, with no other refuge available for her rest. Accepting her circumstances, she confiscated the wand from the criminal and methodically cast 2 powerful spells upon them. Then, like discarding refuse, levitated them to block her path. The entirety of her form hung limply, as if suspended from an invisible rope, her head drooping naturally, her eyes wide open yet eerily fixed, obscuring any vision of the world around her. Upon exiting the operating room, Anthony and John arrived just in time, their expressions wary as they regarded the slowly opening door of the surgical suite. The barrier was intended to safeguard Catherine from the possibility of their wands misfiring. Yet it was clear that both were well-trained rogues and not the bumbling rookie officers depicted in films. The side effect was that, after handing over the captured individuals to them, their gazes towards Catherine bore an unsettling resemblance to that of someone looking at a deviant. The rogue who initially performed the surgery had been taken hostage mid-procedure by the criminal. Catherine informed the 2 that the surgery had essentially been completed, but they were now awaiting her return with potions and blood components for transfusion. Could they keep it brief? All right, okay. The individual you apprehended is undergoing surgery, and regrettably, the other remains unconscious, pending further observation. I have 3 colleagues on the night shift, all female nurses, named Lilith, Wendy, and Sean. Lilith's and Sean's clothing were donned by the criminal, while Wendy was attacked by the imposter Lilith. Catherine observed as Anthony utilized magic to retrieve one of the criminals she had previously moved, remarking, in such frigid weather, without clothing, they would likely freeze into icicles within a matter of hours. Find them, and then summon all the therapists on duty to work. Unfortunately, they are already engaged in treatment. However, one of their conditions is rather grave. Please, do not panic. Just listen to me, John interjected, a look of anguish crossing his face. They are a band of utterly ruthless criminals, devoid of humanity. Thus, desperate fugitives may resort to unforgivable curses, such as the Cruciatus Curse, or equally potent dark magic. Catherine, merely an ordinary person, was singularly focused on how to save lives, how to escape, and how to subdue her adversaries when confronted with enemies. Now, with the villains apprehended and the good people rescued, she believed that, despite the trials, everything had concluded. At least, she hoped for a happy ending. However, at that moment, someone approached her and declared, "Everything you have done has been in vain." A wave of near collapse washed over her chest, yet she had to suppress all negative emotions. Until the matter was entirely resolved, she required a rational and calm mind. Brain-locking spell. The convenience of magic lies in its ability to ensure a sound state of mind simply by uttering the spell's name. The drawback of the brain-locking spell, however, is that once one enters its enchanted state, they risk becoming excessively composed, sometimes resembling an emotionless automaton. Trouble, tell me, who has died? Or who is on the brink of death? Chapter 90. Death, so close. No one has died, but someone is on the verge of madness. John Gleason informed Catherine that it was Sean, the oldest of the three nurses, who had fought back the fiercest, even injuring the assailant's face. We surmise that it was this very thought that led the assailants to resort to the use of the polyjuice potion. As a characteristic of their capture, the scars were conspicuously placed, rendering them easily recognizable at any moment, while they themselves lacked the means to rectify their appearance. In response to her, the cruciatus curse ensued. As therapist Chris Lawrence stated, she would require a considerable amount of time for recovery. Chris Lawrence, their attending physician, had spoken, and thus the severity of the situation was undeniable. Catherine discerned a clue. Her initial hesitation to seek assistance stemmed from the fact that any involvement with the unforgivable curses would inevitably result in incarceration within Azkaban. She believed that many, even if not inclined towards virtuous deeds, would instinctively spare those uninvolved, ensuring an escape route should they find themselves in trouble. Furthermore, on one side there was her teacher, while on the other two Aurors had the sense to attempt a rescue. They were no fools. If someone was confirmed to have consumed the polyjuice potion, then the person she had disguised must have been attacked. Both were of an age that indicated they were not novices in their roles as Aurors. Yet, it seemed her previous actions had lacked decisiveness, as she had wasted time explaining to John Gleason how she had discovered Lilith's alarming condition. Even without explanation, did she truly believe that the other party would perceive her as a villain, apprehending her or obstructing her path to the operating room? John Gleason continued speaking, yet Catherine's mind was remarkably clear at that moment. Indeed, this was not the time for introspection. The Auror awaited her to prepare the blood components, and the blood bags emerging from the freezer needed to be warmed through physical means. Catherine patiently listened to John Gleason's words until the other two were involved with dark magic, a nightmarish curse. Were they all undergoing treatment? Yes. They were in the process of healing. Thank you. But you have individuals awaiting my assistance. Pardon me, she said hastily as she maneuvered through the two, leaving behind two astonished faces. How could she be so cold-blooded? Did she lack compassion? How can you say that? The gaze of therapist Hockner was evasive, clearly avoiding the harsh reality. John Gleason explained to his partner that she simply did not wish to continue listening to them. Despite her seasoned demeanor, she was still merely a child of 14 or 15, was she not? The shift changed and rounds proceeded as usual, but the number of personnel dwindled to just Catherine. 3 nurses could not possibly be on duty, and the 2 backup therapists were attending to them. Teacher Diana was somewhat distraught, having been unable to save the criminal due to unforeseeable circumstances. In summary, it was the criminal's own doing. The phrase drinking poison to quench thirst aptly described his situation. However, for a therapist, having someone perish on her operating table was never an easy reality to accept. Moreover, for someone of her exceptional skill, this was indeed the first such occurrence. When they went to the Ministry of Magic to provide statements, the 2 remained in an empty room awaiting their turn. The other 2 unfamiliar Aurors from the same team were ready, and one called for them to send in a single person. Noticing Diana's lack of movement, Catherine quietly rose from her seat. She would go in first to give her statement, and then prepare to disapparate home. She had not informed her family beforehand, and had not returned at the scheduled time. Her godfather must have been anxious. Fortunately, Hermione had wished to sleep in this morning, so their agreed-upon time was not overly early. If he had no hidden injuries, he would not have succumbed. As Catherine exited the room, she noticed Diana still murmuring to herself, as if she had personally taken a life. Although referred to as a supervising teacher, Diana was merely 22 years old, a young therapist who had only recently begun her career. However, her state could not persist for long. Lilith was dead. The devastating news arrived, instilling a sense of disbelief, yet it was indeed the truth. She was a 19-year-old girl who had just graduated 2 years prior, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. Miss Lilith was exceptionally kind-hearted. If one sought assistance, she was always the right choice. She had never disappointed anyone. Tears must have blurred her vision. Yet, under the effects of the mind-cloaking charm, She remained as awake as if she had just consumed 2 cups of red tea latte. Emotion and body were severed. The brain issued commands, but those commands were interrupted. Catherine could only expend her mental faculties to feign immense sorrow, and she succeeded. When she was rescued, she had been enveloped in a dream, but the assailant's dark magic was too potent. She had mistaken a nightmare for reality. Before this, Catherine had never contemplated how close death was to her, as if she could merely reach out and grasp it. Driving home from the ministry, Catherine's thoughts were consumed by memories. Horrors, regardless of the circumstances, would never trouble a child, especially after she truthfully informed the 2 of her age, only 11 years old. An 11-year-old therapist? I have obtained my license. All licensed therapists possess the authority to issue medical orders and treat patients independently. Then there was Diana, who persistently insisted that the patient's death was due to pre-existing injuries. Yet, at that moment, Catherine merely wished to approach her, embrace her tightly, and sincerely commend her on a job well done. People can lie, even to the point of deceiving themselves, but the duped would never be the perceptive Catherine. One should never entertain the notion of using a wand to coerce a therapist into providing treatment, for as an illiterate in a professional field, one would often remain blissfully unaware of how they met their demise. In the days that followed, the deceased was declared a vegetable by Diana, and everyone settled him in the most secluded ward of St. Mungo's emergency room. Horrors stood guard over this ward day and night, awaiting any potential turn of events. Naturally, these matters were beyond her jurisdiction. Thanks to John S. deliberate intervention on her behalf, Catherine's statement was completed swiftly. Before 10 o'clock, she returned to the underground parking lot of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Just as her pink car came to a halt beside the Weasley family's magically modified vehicle, she spotted Sirius, clad in pajamas, leaning against the side of her car, waiting for her. Godfather, I instructed Creature to notify me the moment you returned, evidently. He executed his task well. Sirius regarded Catherine with concern. Out all night? I believe I mentioned that I had a part-time job during the Christmas holidays. She had stated this in Creature's presence. If he doubted it, he could certainly inquire. Catherine gazed at Sirius, somewhat perplexed. I've been on night duty all night. Can I finally retire to my slumber? I still need to drive to pick up Hermione for a visit later. What kind of work requires an entire night? You arrived just now? Did I never mention it to you? No. Oh dear. Catherine closed her eyes and opened them again. So, you stayed awake all night merely for this? You've been waiting until now? Apologies, Godfather. Catherine sighed. I had thought I mentioned it to you when I showed you my therapist's license. You only saw my therapist's license, never considering I might possess the qualifications to work at St. Mungo's, did you? St. Mungo's? What else did you think? There's nothing to worry about. Being a therapist is a highly lucrative profession. Even part-time, the remuneration with a license is distinctly superior to that without, especially during these few days of the Christmas holiday. There may even be additional bonuses. But you, an adult, alongside a group of children, I can manage just fine. Forgive me, Godfather, I have some matters to attend to. You might as well take a nap now. As Catherine stepped out of the car, she firmly shut the door, and with a swift disapparation, she vanished from sight. Indeed, Catherine had tasks to accomplish. Creature, residing beneath the large boiler in the kitchen cupboard, had just awoken to prepare a simple breakfast for the guests when he witnessed the only Slytherin in the house appear before him. Prepare me a sandwich. Catherine instructed Creature as she settled at the small kitchen table. Once it's ready, we must discuss the matter that Uncle Regulus entrusted to you. I believe it pertains to a locket. With a clatter, something was knocked over, yet before it could hit the ground, Catherine effortlessly levitated it with magic. Creature, I wish to honor his wishes. So will you trust me? Chapter 91. Harry's doubts. Hogwarts commenced its Christmas holiday 3 days prior, lasting approximately a month, akin to our winter break. For Catherine, it could be a night rife with unforeseen and thrilling events, while for those remaining at home, it was a rare opportunity for indulgence. The following day marked the onset of the holiday for the Weasley twins. They were not genuinely at home. The Christmas decorations required no personal attention, nor would they be roused early to clean or tend to the house elves. For Harry, both his sister and godfather insisted he could treat the place as his own, doing as he pleased. There was no Aunt Petunia to burden him with household chores, no Uncle Vernon, no ill-fitting, oversized clothing that had never suited him, nor was there Dudley, his cousin, who relished in tormenting him and was as rotund as a pig, always eager to snatch the food from his plate. Harry had grown accustomed to leaving the Dursleys' table unsatisfied, and he suspected that he would continue to feel that way during every meal. He knew that even the two of them might not concern themselves with his studies or whether he had completed his assignments. Sirius's attitude was simply, you do as you wish. If your exam results are poor, the Black family vault is ample enough for you to live off. Catherine's stance was not vastly different from her godfather's. It seemed that academic performance was of little consequence. Yet surely, She would expect her proficiency in defense against the dark arts and charms to surpass his, but today marked the first day of the holiday. A life that felt genuinely paradisiacal. Harry noted that Catherine did not return after dropping off Hermione, but as he ventured to the kitchen for a drink, he found Sirius conversing with Creaker about Catherine's part-time job. Sirius inquired what Creature was preparing. Miss Catherine will surely be famished upon her return tomorrow morning, if circumstances permit. She requires a cup of fresh soy milk each morning. Soy milk is best when freshly ground, but it requires prior preparation. Tomorrow morning? What sort of legitimate part-time job demands an entire night? Harry wondered, perplexed as to why working at St. Mungo's was not considered a respectable profession. However, given Sirius's less than amicable relationship with the house elves of his family, Harry wisely chose to feign ignorance. Needless to say, he would undoubtedly side with his godfather in the matter. He intended to discreetly exit and find a place to wait before re-entering the kitchen, yet was unexpectedly spotted by Sirius. I think I could use another drink. Harry feigned nonchalance, as if he had just arrived. Of course, Sirius replied, ever gentle and welcoming towards Harry. I told you, this is your home. Whatever you desire is yours. Creature, fetch me a drink. Yes, master, Creature muttered, reluctantly rummaging through the cupboard for a somewhat unclean glass. However, he failed, for Catherine had taken care of the evening's cooking. Typically, if she noticed Creature not washing the dishes with care, she would not say a word to him. But poor Creature had to watch helplessly as the dishes he had placed in the cupboard were pulled out and washed anew under the tap. Catherine's cleaning magic was evidently well practiced. She took pleasure in domestic duties, as she did not truly need to wash the dishes herself. The effects of her magic were remarkable, requiring no extra time to stack the bowls for Creature to assist later. Though she said nothing, the insult was palpable. Today, Catherine even usurped Creature's duties, leaving him despondently to eat. Silly Creature, next time the food is ready, you should eat a little yourself. It's called tasting. Do you understand? In this house, we don't let the cook go hungry. Creature's mood brightened at the thought of the untouched chicken leg Catherine had thoughtfully left on her plate for him. Before long, a cup of warm milk and a glass of orange juice appeared before Harry. Typically, on the second day of a holiday, one would not stir from bed until the sun was high in the sky, especially after everyone had stayed up late reveling the night before. Sirius had been playing magical cards with the twins until 5 in the morning, and both brothers were notorious troublemakers and amateur night owls. While Sirius had previously been a seeker, the synergy among the three individuals is remarkable. Even within the confines of her home, Catherine occasionally finds herself beset by worry. With their adventurous spirits, the trio not only indulges in nocturnal escapades, but also has a propensity for disarray and encounters with peril. Before departing for her night shift, she took the precaution of requesting Creature's assistance in securing a few doors, seeking peace of mind. Meanwhile, Ron, clutching his newly acquired toy, relentlessly urged Harry to experiment with its various effects, in an effort to prevent his soul chess companion from retreating too swiftly. He even resorted to intentionally losing a couple of games to elicit a modicum of joy from Harry. However, he soon discovered the folly of his actions. Harry, increasingly agitated by his defeats, resembled a gambler who had lost everything, becoming more resolute with each loss. Ultimately, Ron found himself genuinely defeated, for he could not compete with Harry's escalating enthusiasm as the night wore on. His usual biological clock dictated that, at a certain hour, he would yearn for slumber. To be frank, Ron had overestimated his stamina compared to a fellow practitioner of the arcane arts. I wish to see your family's flying car, Harry declared. His biological clock, having been self-adjusted to rise at this hour for reading, even on holidays, nudged him awake. Initially, he contemplated further rest, but seized the opportunity to satiate his curiosity. I heard it's parked in the lower garage. Are you coming? Ron merely mumbled in his sleep. Fine, I shall go alone. However, as a mere adult amidst a gaggle of children, can I truly afford it? I'm wary that the Weasley car might attack me. Hence, I don the invisibility cloak. So, it seems, the household has long been sustained by my sister? Sirius, still grappling with Catherine's abrupt departure, was startled to see the cloak revealing part of a head. Harry's tousled black hair, reminiscent of James, emerged from within. Although he was aware that eavesdropping was improper, he felt somewhat justified in his curiosity. Especially in the presence of his godfather, he wasn't genuinely interrogating him. I am uncertain. I assumed Creature could procure funds from the Black family vault. Sirius showed no intention of evading the inquiry, but Harry soon doused his hopes with a cold reality. That seems implausible. Since learning that his sister had succumbed to Voldemort's dark magic in a bid to protect him, even becoming paralyzed, Harry had learned to employ his intellect first and foremost. After all, what justification could a house elf possibly furnish for reporting his expenditures? I seem to have erred, he admitted, harboring no resentment towards Sirius. Only regret for his own thoughtlessness. I should not have brought Ron, Hermione, and the twins along. This is the account of the Potter family's finances for this month. He indicated to the letter delivered by an owl that had nearly frozen outside his window last night. Ever since Catherine Potter's name was recognized by blood magic as the heir of the Potter lineage, Gringotts had sent him a monthly missive as yet another heir. Last month had seen considerable expenditures, yet this month had surprisingly compensated for them. Godfather, a wand costs 7 galleons, and the newly replaced wallpaper and carpets, along with the decor that is utterly incompatible with Slytherin aesthetics, are concerning. Harry furrowed his brow at Sirius. I am not well versed in the prices of the magical world. But do the internships at St. Mungo's truly yield such income? As for whether St. Mungo's is lucrative, I cannot say, Sirius replied, the once proud nobleman now somewhat disheveled. Yet, his earlier demeanor had been decidedly off. Ordinarily, one would expect a girl wronged and aggrieved to tearfully argue her case, not remain reticent. I wouldn't know. I have no girlfriend. Neither do I. Harry observed Sirius's brow furrowed tightly. If there were a fly in the vicinity, it would surely have perished beneath the weight of his frown. He had never witnessed such a version of his godfather. Is that a form of brain-blocking spell? Indeed. A brain-blocking spell, Sirius confirmed. Her demeanor was excessively rigid. If a master of such magic were to employ it, even Dumbledore might struggle to discern it. I knew someone once, Sirius began, but Harry did not allow him to continue, for he had provided an abrupt conclusion. How could it possibly be a spy planted by Dumbledore among the Death Eaters? Frequently, I suspect he successfully deceived Dumbledore. Chapter 92, Prophecies and Incitements. The Locket of Slytherin. A relic from Voldemort's mother, held significant sentimental value for him, which he transformed into an instrument of dark magic. Can Creature inquire how Miss Catherine came to know of this? This matter is known only to Creature and the young master, I assure you. Not a word has been spoken outside. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, the soy milk maker remained intact, and the freshly ground soy milk was unharmed. The half-finished product and the machine were levitated back onto the marble countertop in the kitchen. Catherine still wished to complete the soy milk. However, it was evident that Creature was not fully present, even neglecting to perform the simple task of magically operating the soy milk maker. He seemed momentarily dazed by Catherine's words. Nonetheless, he would recall what she had said. After all, among wizards, those possessing foresight were few, yet they undeniably existed. A wizard skilled in prophecies would often choose anonymity rather than expose themselves to the public eye, as it is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Thus, for Creature, comprehension was not as daunting as one might assume. Breakfast was not the customary Western sandwich, but rather her preferred fried dough and pancakes. This visibly elevated Catherine's mood. Yet it was soon suppressed by the weight of the powerful brain-blocking spell. Miss Catherine, at that time, you probably had not yet been born? Creature inquired. His confusion evident as he regarded Catherine. His intent was unmistakable, and she perceived a wariness akin to that of a flood or a beast. It was as if her previous goodwill toward Creature was driven by ulterior motives. Anyone or anything related to the locket that Regulus had bequeathed him might provoke such a reaction. Indeed, Catherine responded, her demeanor surprisingly light-hearted despite the dire negotiation. Managing to smile wryly at Creature. He passed away in 1979, so it seems I indeed was not born. However, it matters not, for I can indeed see. Catherine remarked. In fact, I can perceive many things, including the inevitable demise of Voldemort's overwhelming power. Among them, you, Creature, have played your part. I must say, during the final battle against Voldemort, you boldly called out for Uncle Regulus, charging valiantly towards those Death Eaters. You were the first to rush forth, and undoubtedly the bravest among all house elves. I witnessed Uncle Regulus Black sacrifice his life to ensure you retrieved the true locket from the cave. I also saw you grow wary, your eyes unblinking as you regarded me, as if I were a nefarious villain, a thief who had stolen Regulus's treasure. Catherine chuckled, weaving a web of deceit, her gaze unwavering upon Creature. Creature was no Harry. She had no need to feign vulnerability to convince him of her honesty. I also observed that, despite your palpable trepidation towards me, you acquiesced to my request, because you are acutely aware that, regardless of your fervent protection, given my current capabilities, if I could liberate the nearly rebellious Sirius from Azkaban, a prison that had not seen a breakout in centuries, I could undoubtedly, in a moment of your inattention, stealthily seize the Slytherin locket. So tell me, Creature, he inquired with skepticism, regarding what I promised you in the future? Quite simply, Catherine replied, finishing the last bite of her pastry, as if victory were assured. Creature, take me to that cave. There is no need for doubt. The individual with the prominent hooked nose who appeared in Sirius's mind is named Severus Snape. If he entered Azkaban, he is certain to have encountered the youngest professor at Hogwarts. Voldemort sent him to Hogwarts, and Dumbledore placed him right under his watchful eye, allowing him to observe him at leisure. This was a topic he had discussed privately with James and Lupin, and they all unanimously agreed it should be so. Yet, it was not. When he departed, he meticulously searched every cell, but found nothing. Later, he returned to a world of ordinary people, as a pet dog rescued from the sea. Yet, Catherine later informed him that this individual is now her potions professor. Not only a professor, but also the head of Slytherin. As a diligent student of potions and a member of Slytherin, he is someone she looks up to and respects. He has aided me, both academically and in life. Last summer, before I returned to the Potter household, I was destitute and could not receive the scholarship for orphans due to my perceived connection to the Potters. Were it not for him allowing me to assist him with potion materials at his home, I doubt I would have had the means to sit for the St. Mungo's part-time exam. At that time, I was not yet a student, nor was I part of Slytherin. Even Dumbledore trusts him, as does my godfather. Every time he occasionally spoke ill of Snape in her presence, he would be met with her merciless yet rational rebuttals. I do not understand what you find perplexing. The professor is indeed exceptional, not only in potions, but also in defense against the dark arts. Aside from a slight bias against the children of his rivals, he is, on the whole, quite protective. Nevertheless, as I belong to Slytherin, I am among those whom he protects. However, Sirius's thoughts drifted away from what Harry was focused on. He heard an unfamiliar term clearly describing a person, Death Eater. What is a Death Eater? The first book of Harry is a perfect fairy tale, encompassing everything but darkness. Naturally, there are no Death Eaters. Sirius seemed to adhere to this principle. Even if Harry mentioned it, he appeared not to have heard. Noticing that his godfather had no inclination to speak, Harry's eager heart sank once more. Surprisingly, Harry did not hear his godfather say, "You are too young. Or I'll tell you when you are older. Now, put on the invisibility cloak and head to the kitchen. Catherine should be having breakfast, which creature prepared for her yesterday." Sirius remarked to Harry, who fortuitously wore the invisibility cloak at that moment. "She is as kind as your mother, Lily. If it were someone else who prepared something special for her, even if she disliked it, she would dutifully eat it. Keep an eye on her. If she attempts to leave, cast the marking spell when she is unawares. The incantation is Marauder's Mark, and the gesture is like this. Have you learned it? The marking spell? Indeed. How could Harry forget that spell? Ever since encountering the troll in the girls' bathroom with Ron and Hermione before Halloween, Catherine had been inadvertently teaching him practical spells. For instance, the marking spell, along with the tracking spell typically used in conjunction. Not only must he learn the spells, but he must also learn how to defend against them. Thus, during this period, he was not only occupied with the demanding Quidditch training, but also had to learn or review 5 additional spells. The simplest is the marking spell, which involves marking someone when they are not paying attention. Do not underestimate its ease. Once the target shifted from classmates to Catherine, it became exceedingly difficult, for she regularly cast counterspells to negate such magic, rendering Harry's efforts futile. The counterspell for the marking spell is Stopping Charm, which he had learned beforehand. He discovered that the incantation for the marking spell is Revealing Charm, with the incantation being Revealing Transformation. This was also covered in his studies. At the beginning of the term, he had used this spell to unveil the disillusionment charm that followed him. Only then did he realize that it was Catherine. Well done. But why did you not immediately use the Revealing Charm to attack me? I had a fair idea that it was you. I might even have known your location directly. I do not know why. Perhaps it is a twin's intuition? Then, the challenge arose. The prerequisite spell for the tracking spell is Apparition, a form of magic learned at the age of 17, used to alter one's spatial displacement. He had previously studied a similar category of spells, namely the Revealing Charm, which, although it took considerable time, he ultimately mastered. Finally, the tracking spell, with the incantation being Pursuit Tracking. Chapter 93, Tracking, Part 1. In that moment, Harry hesitated. Should he cast all the spells Catherine taught him back upon her? Would that truly be wise? After all, she was his beloved sister. Before Harry had the chance to hesitate, Sirius instinctively understood that silence equated to uncertainty. You're only in your first year. It's inconceivable that you would have learned such magic. This spell requires at least 6th year knowledge, and you won't encounter it until you begin your studies in Apparition. 6th year? Wait a moment. Do you have some misconceptions about these spells? Catherine told me that this spell isn't particularly difficult, and in truth, that is indeed the case. For Harry, many talents were innate, and even after Catherine's arrival, the prophecy concerning Voldemort remained intrinsically linked to Harry Potter. At this moment, Harry had not only learned to chant and cast these spells, but had also met Catherine's expectations by mastering the incantation silently. Wasn't silent casting a fundamental prerequisite for dueling? As Catherine would put it, how could you possibly curse someone without silent incantation? By the way, you have an October birthday. And since the exam on April 21st that year was beyond your reach, it seems you will have to wait until 7th year to begin formal studies. Alright, then what am I supposed to do now? Harry felt that what Sirius was conveying was distinctly different from Catherine's teachings. It must be that the advancements in magic over the years allowed for many spells to be learned at lower year levels. Sirius, having spent 10 years in Azkaban, had not had the opportunity to engage with the current Hogwarts curriculum. Poor Godfather. In recent days, he had already progressed to learning the Patronus charm. His Patronus took the form of a stag, as Catherine noted, just like his father's. Meanwhile, Catherine's Patronus was a large silver serpent. Not like the one from the zoo, but a vastly different and larger breed. Harry suspected it might share characteristics with Hagrid, possessing giant blood. However, his mother's Patronus was not a serpent, but rather a doe, quite befitting alongside his father's stag. Harry had inquired of Catherine why this was the case, and had received the answer that indeed, it was possible for a child's Patronus to differ from that of their parents. Harry was genuinely convinced that Catherine was not speaking the whole truth, as she had a tendency to avoid his gaze or force herself to look him in the eye whenever she lied. Whether either of these was the case, it was particularly evident to him. To spare Sirius's pride, Harry felt it best to keep this matter from his godfather. Just as he wouldn't specifically mention to Ron and Hermione that he was dedicating several days each week to Catherine's lessons in defense against the dark arts. Unless one day he decided to involve them and burden Catherine further, or perhaps one day Catherine would finally relent and acknowledge that he was qualified to teach others about defense against the dark arts rather than mislead them. Then, for now, just keep an eye on her, preventing her from leaving too soon, Sirius advised Harry. If necessary, you might consider making a ruckus to draw her attention. But that would alert her, and Catherine would undoubtedly unearth me from my invisibility cloak. The incident with Snape had made him aware that possessing an invisibility cloak was not as foolproof as he had once thought. He had nearly been caught by Snape that time. To be honest, he could not fathom his sister's capabilities, estimating that they were likely on par with Snape's. I think we can only follow her discreetly to see what she's up to rather than immediately stopping her, Harry suggested. If we stop her now, what if she does not comply when we cannot monitor her later? Exactly. Sometimes you truly resemble James, Sirius remarked. Wait for me in the kitchen for a moment. I'll fetch a cloak with better invisibility. She is certainly off to undertake something perilously dangerous alone. If she truly intends to leave, and you cannot prevent her, perhaps you could choose to join her. Join. Harry, with the invisibility cloak draped over his head, felt a wave of confusion. Are you certain? Will she permit me to join? Trust me, your sister's only weakness in life is you. Sirius did not contemplate the implications of his words. Perhaps his prolonged stay in Azkaban had dulled his mind, or perhaps he was merely reacting to Catherine's excessive reliance on the potion's master, which mirrored his own grievances against them. Alternatively, he might have simply been projecting his feelings for James onto Harry, given their striking resemblance. In any case, he had not considered the consequences of his statement before speaking. I believe that whatever request you make of her, she will do her utmost to fulfill it. Sometimes, it feels as though you are not her brother, but rather her son. Apparition. Knowing that Catherine could depart after breakfast at any moment, Harry certainly would not be foolish enough to stroll into the dining room. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, kitchen. After the incident with Lilith had shaken Catherine, she had learned a harsh lesson from reality. One must always plan ahead. Much like Slytherin's locket, had Harry not promptly retrieved it from Creature's belongings, he would not have had to risk using Polyjuice Potion to make a hasty trip to the Ministry of Magic. In light of the present circumstances, Catherine had altered history, ensuring that Harry and the twins resided in this house containing the locket. Thus, was there a possibility that the three of them, who enjoyed nightly escapades, could recover the locket from poor Creature? Catherine was uncertain and dared not wager on it. At the moment she left the ministry, Catherine decided not to invite Hermione to the castle today, even if it might spark some discontent in Hermione. After composing a letter and sending her owl, Shadow, out of the kitchen window at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Catherine remained unaware that her other identity was on the brink of collapse. Catherine had a legitimate income, but the majority of it stemmed from her recent partnership with the esteemed potions master, Ms. J. As for Sirius's earlier reaction, she had not given it much thought. It was clear he cared for her, but his distrust also bred suspicion. This was quintessentially Sirius, yet she felt a twinge of indignation. Catherine was resolute. Aside from the initial years after her birth, she had earned everything from head to toe, from her home to her basic needs. She had worked herself to exhaustion and nearly perished in the process, only to return to a face that evidently bore the marks of sleepless nights. Is there anything that cannot be expressed properly? In a state of mental closure, negative emotions were swiftly suppressed by Catherine, sinking to the depths of her heart's lake, rendering her silent. She even adhered to the adage, a good meal is a prerequisite for a good day's work, finishing her breakfast earnestly before determining her next course of action. A faint crackling sound echoed as Harry operated from the underground garage, materializing in the corridor near the kitchen. As he exited, he happened to overhear her words. Initially, Harry did not perceive the significance of what he heard, for his attention was not directed that way. He had committed a novice's folly, using magic without due contemplation, only to realize upon arrival that the sound of his apparition might be detected. At that moment, however, the noise of grinding soy milk abruptly drowned it out, and Harry remained blissfully unaware of the conspicuous traces of this coincidence. The clamor further eclipsed the conversation between Catherine and Creature, leaving him entirely oblivious. He was merely a typical 11-year-old child, despite having already mastered apparition and tracking spells. Yet, in the realms of combat and subterfuge, he was undeniably a novice. Fortunately, even in his fluster, he retained some semblance of reason. It became evident that casting the marking spell on Catherine would solely result in the revelation of his position, immediately inviting a counteraction. Thus, he resolved to target the house elf Creature instead. Nevertheless, as a newcomer, despite being mentally prepared, he would undoubtedly encounter unforeseen challenges during his inaugural endeavor. But that was of no concern. He was perceptive. In Harry's eyes, Catherine exuded her usual confidence, as if everything were firmly within her grasp. In reality, he could perceive much more, including the inevitable downfall of Voldemort and his forces, in which Creature played a part. The grinding of the soy milk was ultimately for the sake of consumption, and once completed, the noise ceased. Their dialogue entered Harry's mind. Momentarily distracting him from the wand and incantation he was on the verge of conjuring, which required concentration. Instead, he was engrossed in digesting the exchange between Catherine and Creature. Catherine possessed knowledge of certain future events, subtly hinted at by Dumbledore, a fact that did not particularly astonish him. However, the mention of a Slytherin locket? It bore the semblance of an antique. Surely Catherine did not intend to sell it to supplement household income? Chapter 94, Pursuit, Part 2. It seemed that Sirius had led him astray. As Harry's thoughts returned to the pressing question of how Catherine could possibly sustain her godfather's extravagant expenditures solely through her own income, Catherine's prophetic insight had not concluded. It must be noted that during the final confrontation with Voldemort, she had boldly called out Regulus's name, courageously charging toward the Death Eaters. She was the first to leap into action and undoubtedly the bravest among all house elves. He also perceived her growing wariness as the despicable villain seized Regulus. Harry could not continue listening. He suddenly recalled Catherine's earnest counsel. Whether it was due to their shared Slytherin lineage, her biting sarcasm often mirrored that of another. As Catherine would put it, perhaps she was, slightly assimilated? What was she up to? Hosting a dinner? The tides of battle shifted rapidly. In combat, there were many instances where failing to cast a spell in one moment could result in an irrevocable loss of opportunity in the next. Daydreaming? Did he wish for his own demise? Tracking spell. His timing was fortuitous. Having just cast the spell, Creature and the visibly present Catherine vanished completely from his view. Surely, this was a jest. Tracking charm. Harry hurriedly followed, for Catherine had explicitly underscored the uniqueness of house elves. Their magical framework diverged fundamentally from that of wizards. Harry could not guarantee that if he hesitated even for a second, Creature's mark would not simply vanish, since he had donned the invisibility cloak as per Sirius's advice. By the time Sirius arrived, he was utterly unable to discern even a shadow of Harry to mark. He had only time enough to leave a note before pursuing the spell. Before him lay an unfamiliar cave. Meanwhile, a fully prepared Sirius arrived in the kitchen to discover the note Harry had left behind. Do not worry. I am merely following Catherine to take a look. I would never put my life at risk. I can surely persuade her. After all, I am her older brother. The tracker possessed several protective attributes for the spellcaster. Firstly, it did not require one to concentrate on a tangible target, as apparition did. One merely needed to focus on the coordinates. Secondly, it would keep one anchored to the previous location of the individual. For instance, at this moment, Creature was inexplicably absent, while Catherine stood merely a step away from Harry. Tracking was a technical endeavor, and potentially perilous. Harry envisioned a bright outcome, crafting his message to his godfather with care. However, upon arriving at the seaside cave via the tracking charm, he was utterly taken aback. The briny, moisture-laden sea breeze wafted over his invisibility cloak, enveloping him in a chill of damp saltiness as he reached his destination. The sea? Harry had never laid eyes upon the ocean before, nor had he ever reached it. Well, the trip to the Dursleys before school did not count. That was hardly a pleasant memory. He recalled how Hagrid had desperately sent him his acceptance letter to Hogwarts during the summer. Yet, the Dursleys had vehemently opposed his attending Hogwarts, going so far as to transform their residence into a bizarre fortress sealed with nails and wooden boards. Of course, this was all in vain. The owl sent by Hagrid had steadfastly delivered the letter through the chimney, and Harry had even managed to grasp one, only for it to be snatched away by an adult. Subsequently, to evade the letters, they had been compelled to vacate the Dursleys' home. One day, Uncle Vernon pointed to a massive rock formation in the sea, atop which stood a seemingly precarious little house. He uttered, "Come on, get out of the car." Then, he and Uncle Vernon struggled to row ashore in a dilapidated boat. Harry surmised that it must be a part of the coral reef. Dudley, his cousin, who was several months older and considerably more portly, was coddled by Aunt Petunia throughout the entire journey. Not only did he refrain from participating in the rowing, but he also cast resentful glances in Harry's direction. Now, through the sheer fabric of the invisibility cloak, he beheld the reef once more. Some sections were even larger than what he had previously observed, while others were diminutive, concealing an unfathomable depth of danger beneath the surface. It appeared to be a natural barrier, as no vessel could navigate through such treacherous waters filled with hidden rocks. Muggle boats would never stray into such perilous territory. And for wizards, any ship transfigured by their magic would also be unable to reach the other side. As for apparition, Harry was acutely aware of the conditions that governed its use, having learned from Catherine's lectures. The destination of apparition must be a place well known to the wizard, at least one they had previously visited rather than merely seen in photographs. For instance, Dumbledore had once spotted a photograph of a cave in the room of the orphanage where Voldemort had spent his childhood. Harry recalled how, during her explanation, Catherine had nearly wished to share her own experiences, but since she had not, she opted for Dumbledore's example instead. He had spent considerable time searching for the cave's location, ultimately uncovering it through a process of trial and error years later. Catherine's objective was clearly the spot in the water, leading Harry to ponder, how could one swim while cloaked in invisibility? No, it should be, how does one swim while wearing the invisibility cloak? Creature had vanished, and the companion's appearance had faltered, causing Catherine to halt midway. She was well aware of the reason. It was likely that Voldemort had cast an anti-apparition charm on the cave within the cliff, and the magic of house elves differed significantly from that of wizards. Thus, even those cloaked in invisibility were intercepted at the location where she had originally stood. With a mischievous intent, Catherine took only 2 steps forward and indeed heard a faint crackling sound just a pace away. Serious? Without hesitation, Catherine unveiled the identity of the newcomer, albeit mistakenly. What was the point of remaining cloaked? Did she think the tracking charm was devoid of sound? You are merely a step or 2 away from me, and the terrain here is hardly suitable for traversing while separated by a layer of fabric. Harry understood every word Catherine uttered, yet he had not anticipated that his sister had discovered him, mistaking him for his godfather. Why the godfather? Ah, of course, the invisibility cloak. Upon further reflection, Catherine deduced that anyone who could wear the invisibility cloak in their own kitchen must either be a rogue or a thief. Regarding this matter, had she not fortuitously encountered her godfather, she would have had no motive for pursuing this trail. Therefore, it became imperative for Harry to ensure that his sister did not uncover his identity. Chapter 95, Pursuit, Part 2. Harry's reasoning was sound. Catherine undoubtedly believed that Sirius lay beneath the cloak. If not, he would never have accompanied her brother on such an adventurous excursion to a seaside cave. To Catherine, her brother was merely a child, and she looked forward to participating in his first practical challenge at the end of the term. Much like parents anticipate a promising family event hosted by the school. As for the Sirius before her, Catherine had no objection to his presence. The Horcrux of Voldemort hidden within the cave had been procured at the cost of her brother Regulus's life. Catherine had contemplated when she might discuss this matter with him. She hoped her godfather would mature and understand that he should not burden her brother with the responsibilities of a father, nor assume that he could accomplish tasks only their father could manage. At times, such expectations could prove fatal. However, since he was present, many of her points would be unnecessary to articulate. At the very least, her godfather would not perceive her as attempting to embellish Regulus's reputation for the sake of Slytherin. Regulus Black was his own brother, an archetypal Slytherin, yet Sirius harbored profound prejudice against him. Godfather, you are an adult now, capable of taking responsibility for your actions and your life. But why do you not reveal yourself? I have not lied. Voldemort's hiding place is indeed within a cave on the cliff. If you wish to reach it, there exists no other option but to swim directly across. Even if you don the invisibility cloak now, should you choose to follow, you must ultimately remove it. Catherine was decisive in her actions, having received no reply. She unexpectedly took matters into her own hands without hesitation. Her hand brushed past Harry's scalp, just a few centimeters away, aligning with Sirius's chest. The fluidity of her movements completed before the final syllable of her words had even escaped her lips. Harry, who had previously fretted over his youthful stature failing to provide his sister with a sense of security, now found himself grateful that he had yet to mature, his height barely reaching the second button of his godfather's coat. Consequently, when Catherine swept back, her expression of bewilderment at having grasped nothing met Harry's amused gaze. The act of uncovering someone while cloaked was indeed comical if one failed to seize their quarry. Yet, his amusement was short-lived. The expression on his face quickly morphed into one more akin to despair than mirth. Caught off guard, Harry finally understood what a Death Eater truly was. A realization he would have preferred to remain ignorant of. Reveal yourself, Godfather. Let us discuss Regulus. Sirius, you know only that your brother grew up to become a Death Eater, yet you remain unaware that Voldemort's ideology was initially deeply concealed within universal principles. No, you do know a bit. You once stated that the original Death Eaters did not torment Muggles or wizards in the same manner as those who came later. Regulus was aware of Voldemort during his time at school. He was the most exceptional senior to have graduated from Slytherin in recent years. There was none other like him. Voldemort's ideology centered on blood purity, and following the Sorting Hat's decision to place the elder brother in Gryffindor, or rather, Sirius Black. You left home and began living with our father and grandparents, relinquishing the responsibilities that were rightfully yours. It is only natural that Regulus Arcturus Black should automatically become the heir to the Black family's next generation. As the scion of the pure and noble bloodline of the Blacks, Regulus is inherently a guardian of pure-blood ideals. When Catherine made her initial move, Harry felt his hands clench tightly, his anxiety rendering him nearly breathless. Your brother, at the tender age of 16, joined the Death Eaters, like many Slytherins of his time. He followed Voldemort solely for the allure of pure-blood supremacy and power. You are aware of this, are you not? Yet, with each subsequent attempt, even if every utterance was thought-provoking, her actions remained unexpectedly elusive. However, Harry's stature rendered success unattainable, instead providing him with invaluable experience. This was entirely beneficial for Harry, enabling him to adapt to a life of stealth, thus avoiding the pitfalls of anxiety-induced blunders, especially after he deliberately shifted his position. Even when Catherine reached down to explore the space where his head had been, she found only emptiness. Undeterred, she continued to extend her hand. This time, Catherine inquired, Godfather? Harry responded, Sirius? Indeed, Catherine had managed to see someone. Harry could only watch as she deftly yanked Sirius's invisibility cloak away. The once gaunt Sirius, now with a hint of flesh, was fully revealed before them, stripped of his disguise. At that moment, Harry Potter realized that his sister had been purposefully deceiving him. The tracking charm, upon reaching its target, does indeed produce a faint, crackling sound. Yet here, amidst the cliffs riddled with treacherous reefs, the cacophony of waves crashing against the brown and black rocks drowned out any possibility of the charm being detected. It was a natural, chaotic symphony, each wave crashing in succession, completely eliminating the chances of being discovered by either the disillusionment charm or the tracking spell. How is it you? Upon encountering her godfather, Catherine appeared slightly astonished. I nearly mistook you for my brother Harry. Since you have been here all along, why did you not reveal yourself when you heard Regulus's name? Your temperament does not suggest a nonchalant reaction to your brother abandoning the responsibilities of the Black family. You are mistaken, Catherine, came the reply. Harry? He was playing wizard's chess with Ron until 3 a.m. yesterday. He is likely nestled in his warm bed, asleep. How could he possibly appear in this dreadful place? Where's this? Naturally, Sirius had followed the mark left upon Harry. While teaching Harry the spell, he had inadvertently left the mark on him. Given Harry's age, he could not have possibly learned apparition, so he had not considered its potential utility. However, by sheer coincidence, Harry had chosen to leave a note. An 11-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy, both just having completed their first year at Hogwarts. Furthermore, Creature, who should have been in the kitchen, was also absent. This absence ignited a sense of foreboding within the perceptive Sirius. Much as he suspected, Harry would resort to unrealistic reassurances and platitudes to calm himself. What diverged significantly from his expectations was his belief that Creature had obeyed the commands of the other two living members of the Black family, either his Miss Bella or Miss Sissy, namely, the incarcerated Bellatrix Lestrange or Narcissa Malfoy, residing at Malfoy Manor. Creature had always hoped that one of them would inherit number 12, Grimmauld Place, rather than him. The rebellious scion constantly berated by the mistress, despite being the master of the house. Chapter 96. No one can swim. It is little wonder that Sirius's thoughts ran wild. Catherine had single-handedly orchestrated a third of his prison break, while Kingsley and Dumbledore accounted for another third. The final third was the work of the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. He stubbornly refused to believe that a prison break could occur at Azkaban, firmly convinced it was a trap set by his political rival, the scoundrel Noah, who had grown up in filth. He had his reasons. You say Sirius Black escaped from prison? Very well, where is he? Tell me his whereabouts. Sirius's disappearance bolstered Fudge's confidence, for if Black were indeed a staunch supporter of Voldemort, he would have certainly made his presence known. Yet, over a month had passed, and he had heard no reports of Dark Mark sightings, or tortured Muggles, or Muggleborns. But Catherine could not possibly disclose the truth to Sirius. nor would she allow the other three to speak of it. Sirius, wild and reckless, had a history that included luring an unsuspecting Severus Snape to witness Remus Lupin transform into a werewolf on the night of the full moon. Had he known that the oblivious Ron was not actively being hunted, Catherine feared he would eventually meet his downfall. Moreover, the Muggle television broadcasts featuring wanted criminals, although indeed depicting him, only added to his troubles. Curiosity among the sailors on the ship and the maids at the villa arose when they noted how the dog obediently sat at the sight of the news regarding the fugitive. Yet, Sirius would likely remain oblivious to the distinction between recorded broadcasts and live coverage. Even the Muggles were reporting his misdeeds, and he certainly ought to refrain from further escapades. Bellatrix bore a grudge against him. She had sworn allegiance to Voldemort, who had murdered James and Lily. For Bellatrix, perhaps misled by public opinion into believing she was a covert flag-bearer for Voldemort, her successful escape only added to her delusion. As for Narcissa, bearing the Malfoy name, her own son routinely tormented Harry at school. Catherine had warned that if Harry remained at school this time, Draco would publicly humiliate him in potions class, making it known that he was a pitiable orphan with nowhere to go even on Christmas. Yet now, before him stood his goddaughter Catherine. She seemed to have searched for Harry extensively. From the tone of her voice, it was evident that should she find Harry, his only fate would be immediate dispatch back home, with no other possibility in sight. Regulus? Sirius told a lie that was not particularly clever, but he knew it sufficed. He believed Catherine was soft-hearted and would not press him too hard. Furthermore, could she truly ascertain whether he was speaking the truth? I apologize. The sound of the waves was so loud just now that I could only catch fragments. Could you repeat that? I just mentioned that Regulus met his demise there. Did you notice? There lies a cave. Catherine's astonishing declarations persist unabated, and it is within that very cave. At this juncture, Catherine no longer needs to seek words to draw him forth. There exists a far more pressing concern. She must not allow her godfather to perceive her as too young to partake in the quest she has set for herself, the task of locating the locket. Having already engaged in a skirmish with the professor, she has no desire for a repeat of that experience. The sensation was utterly dreadful, though she could not harm him. She lacked the strength to show mercy. Moreover, Catherine had painstakingly salvaged some unusable blood from the operating room, blood that could never be recycled. There would be no second chance. Yet the blood deteriorated rapidly, and should it linger too long, she was uncertain whether Voldemort's cave would consume it. This was precisely what I was conveying to you, but you seem utterly unfazed. Have you gleaned something from the portraits? Catherine afforded Sirius no opportunity to escort her back to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Before she had even finished speaking, she had completed all her preparations. Before her words had fully settled, Harry heard a resounding splash, the sound of something heavy plummeting into the sea. He raised his head, supporting himself with his cloak, peering out from beneath the invisibility cloak, only to find that the place where Catherine's figure should have appeared was devoid of any shadow, akin to the vanishing outlines in the animated cartoons that Dudley watched. Harry wasted no time. He was certainly the one among the trio who least desired to be left behind or returned home. He tore off the invisibility cloak, grasped his wand, and with another splash, he leapt into the depths without hesitation. Fortunately, Catherine did not exhibit any unusual emotions in response to the sound behind her. Not only did she refrain from looking back, but she also swam with increased urgency, as if determined not to be caught. It was clear she was apprehensive that Harry's approach was meant to drag her back. Harry mused that perhaps she regarded herself as her godfather. At that moment, Harry felt somewhat disoriented, his hesitation clouding crucial information. He had only just discerned the reason why Catherine permitted Sirius to accompany them. It turned out that Sirius's brother had perished within the very cave they were destined to explore. Before Harry could delve further into his thoughts, a splash resonated from the spot where they had been standing. It was Sirius. Harry needed not to glance back, for he already knew who it was. He could not turn back either. Today marked his first foray into swimming. He was merely a waif in a foggy city, reliant on the kindness of others, who would willingly spend money to teach him to swim. He plunged into the water, buoyed solely by his own determination. After all, compared to the ghostly challenges posed by Catherine, he was the one most likely to be returned home. Catherine had once remarked that the sole distinction between humans and animals lies in the former's ability to utilize tools, a thought that lingered in Harry's mind. Thus, when a life preserver materialized before him, it was Sirius who remained on the rocks, having witnessed the entire spectacle, utterly stunned. He watched as Catherine propelled herself off the rocks in a manner akin to self-sacrifice, plunging downward with alarming speed. It was so swift that he had no chance to grasp her. He had never known that Catherine could swim, just as he had never fathomed that someone who could not swim would force themselves into the sea only to resurface. Then, he belatedly realized that Catherine was not floating independently. She had secured a long rope to the rocks, the other end tethered to her, as she struggled in the water. An idiom flashed through Sirius's mind. No success, then death. Yet, suddenly, Catherine was swimming. Not only that, but she was doing so remarkably well. This realization struck Sirius as peculiar, as though she had once possessed the skill but had forgotten it due to amnesia, and today, circumstances had compelled the revival of that lost memory. As for Harry, his apprentice, when the familiar invisibility cloak of James reappeared before Sirius, he had not considered that it had been unceremoniously discarded by its small master at his side. Astonishingly, Harry, like his sister, was also unable to swim. Chapter 97, The Cave, Part 1. Truly, they were siblings. The sister used Regulus's death to capture her brother's attention, seizing the moment to leap into the sea. Meanwhile, the brother nearly tossed James's ancestral treasure directly at him. Sirius could guarantee that Harry was entirely unaware of the significance of the invisibility cloak draped upon him. Yet what had he witnessed? Like Catherine, he displayed the audacity to leap into the sea without regard, a testament to Gryffindor bravery. However, the irony lay in the fact that he, too, could not swim. Water surged into Harry's shoes, filling them from the soles, the cuffs of his pants, and rising to his torso. Then, he decisively sank beneath the surface. Cunning as Harry was, he raised his wand while swimming, casting a transformation spell on the black rock before him. The stone morphed into a plump, neatly crafted life preserver. The hue of the preserver resembled the orange buoy used on seafaring vessels, devoid of the flamboyant patterns that children play with in summer pools. It was evident that his childhood had lacked poolside summers. Perhaps Catherine had heard the incantation. She may have mistaken Harry's voice for her own. For discerning sounds amidst the crashing waves was no simple feat. It was possible that Catherine still believed that a month's time had not fully restored her godfather. After all, if someone required a life preserver to swim, she adeptly navigated the water, first conjuring a rope silently and without a wand for leverage. Next, she skillfully applied her transformation prowess to provide a life preserver for those who followed her. The same incantation, wielded by different individuals, yields remarkably disparate effects. Before Harry lay a striking life preserver, adorned in a cool, rock-like hue. Swiftly, the conjured buoy, propelled by the currents, drifted to Harry's side. The tumultuous waters obscured his vision, and in a moment of panic, he leapt forward and grasped it tightly. Clinging to it, he remained nearly motionless, bobbing in the sea for a considerable time, while he struggled to keep his head above water and swam determinedly toward the direction where Catherine had cast her spell. His pace was sluggish. It was evident that Voldemort intended to drain the strength of any who ventured here. If adventurous and mischievous children were to rush toward this perilous spot, they would likely meet a singular fate. Muggle children could not conjure a life preserver to save themselves, and even wizarding children found it challenging to wield magic amid the slightly turbulent waters, far from the ease of solid ground. A fissure in the cliff reflected the sun's rays as the churning sea continuously surged into it. Sirius, having tucked the invisibility cloak into his pocket, followed closely behind Harry as they entered the water. The waves, along with Catherine, who was valiantly fleeing, swiftly propelled them toward the dark crevice. Before long, when Catherine finally managed to reach the shore, guided by fragments of memory, the immediate threat to her life receded, and the adrenaline from her body's stress response began to wane. Her clothes, soaked and clinging to her like icy shards, served as a stark reminder that swimming in the sea alongside another whose magic was faltering in late December was hardly a prudent endeavor. Fortunately, she had made it to land. With a mere flick of a spell, she found herself dry. While it may not have been as effective as Dumbledore's magic, freshly emerging from the hearth, it was sufficient for her needs. Catherine had little time to devote to refining the spell's effectiveness. Now, she needed to find her way. She had traversed time to 2021, having read the book many years prior and recalled the film from an even earlier memory. Moreover, the film had altered many details to create a more compact narrative. It had been 11 years since she had arrived in Harry's world, and the memories of the future, which she had never particularly scrutinized, had grown increasingly hazy. In her recollections, Dumbledore had first discovered a hallway and then opened the door with blood. Following that, a narrow boat awaited them. Kreacher would undoubtedly be at the designated spot, though he was unlikely to offer her any hints. This was a test, not only of Voldemort's endurance against intruders, but also of Kreacher's resolve toward her. Yet, she knew he would act as a safeguard. Should she encounter a truly perilous situation, she could call upon Kreacher's name. As Sirius's goddaughter and his publicly declared ward, she was assured that Kreacher could not simply stand by and let her perish. With no means to rely on Dumbledore, Catherine had to turn to Voldemort. To combat Voldemort's residual essence, she had previously engaged in a mental battle against him, drawing upon her significantly enhanced mental fortitude after her time travel. Some of the fragmented memories belonging to Voldemort, which she had temporarily isolated within her memory labyrinth, had become her trophies. Among these, the knowledge of academics and potions was particularly treasured by her. The rest lay haphazardly in the corners. Neglected amidst her busyness since the start of term, her days filled to the brim, leaving little room for sleep, let alone the luxury of organizing those seemingly inconsequential memories. Inspired by Sherlock Holmes' concept of a memory palace, Catherine envisioned her mind as a computer, with memories as files stored within. Voldemort's Horcruxes were undoubtedly inserted by him, so she pondered, how does one access the hallway? The surroundings around her bore a striking resemblance to the cinematic depiction of the hallway. Perhaps it was indeed faithful to the original text? Catherine was uncertain. At that moment, Creature lurked in the shadows, observing her intently. Her thoughts raced with remarkable speed. Creature could not fathom how she navigated so adeptly, but she appeared to know the way. Before Sirius arrived, she had already uncovered the hallway using the memories stored within her mental labyrinth. By the time Sirius and Harry reached her location, Catherine was on the verge of discovering the site that Voldemort had designated for the blood sacrifice. Where was this place? A cavern, the lair of Voldemort's malevolent powers. Briefly, she instructed her godfather, "Do not speak to me for the time being. I need to concentrate. This door is not easily found. I've located it," Catherine exclaimed with excitement, touching a part of the rock wall, speaking with scholarly fervor. "Next, we require a bit of blood. Human blood. I fear that the blood of other creatures may not suffice. His challenges are not to be outsmarted or evaded easily. Then mine will do," Catherine declared just as Harry rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his pale, slender limb. Displaying a keen self-awareness, he remarked, "Among the three of us, the one who is least useful is, without a doubt, me." "Harry," Catherine retorted, her irritation evident as she caught sight of his head emerging from beneath the invisibility cloak. In that moment, she appeared far from composed, resembling a Gryffindor lioness, furious and released from a zoo, rather than a Slytherin serpent. Chapter 98, The Cavern, Part 2. Harry's clothes, drenched through, had been dried by Sirius, who had donned the invisibility cloak specifically to prevent Catherine from noticing. Yet now, with his sister in a predicament, they could not enter without human blood. What to do? Should they compel the visibly fragile Sirius to offer his blood? Harry was uncertain whether the required quantity was substantial enough to leave him unconscious at their feet. Surely, once he fainted, he could still manage to walk afterward. Couldn't he? Pondering this, Harry disregarded Sirius's intent in cloaking him and emerged from the shadows before Catherine. Catherine was not a fool. The moment she beheld Harry's invisibility cloak, all the previously awkward and inexplicable events unraveled in an instant. "Harry, you cannot enter. This is not merely a game set up by a professor that appears formidable, but is, in reality, a mere plaything, Harry." Catherine was suddenly overcome by a flood of tears, mingling with an indescribable emotion that flowed down like a string of broken pearls. Strangely, Harry realized that she was entirely unaware of this. "The one who set this up is someone you know. We have both encountered him before. It was he who murdered our parents a decade ago, rendering us orphans. His name is Voldemort. But why can you enter, Catherine? Why can only you enter?" As Harry's mind became infected with these thoughts, vivid images sprang forth. Even Dumbledore had never contemplated the invisible connection that existed between twins. Amidst the failed killing curse unleashed by Voldemort and the soul fragment he created, not only did Voldemort fixate on Harry, causing Harry's scar to ache, but Catherine would also react in kind at that very moment. Now, Harry witnessed what Catherine had seen, the night their parents perished. "James, did Dad not have his wand? Did you see it? What did you see?" Catherine gazed at Harry in confusion, while Harry discovered that he could indeed act upon certain thoughts. "All of it, why? I feel as if our minds are connected. I believe I can help you find that door. What are you two doing?" They stood there, motionless, and then, why did they suddenly burst into tears? Sirius immediately positioned himself beside Harry, gazing earnestly into Catherine's green eyes. "No, Harry can enter. I will take him in. I can ensure his safety within. I am confident in my capabilities." So, we were just communicating without words? Harry found himself in a wondrous state, able to converse with Catherine through his thoughts at will. "I also know that you were lying to Sirius just now." "Harry, you do not comprehend," Catherine communicated telepathically. "I do not know what lies ahead. I cannot guarantee your safety. Sirius cannot either. He is merely an impulsive fool, and he is my greatest concern. You will not inadvertently cast spells, but him, I truly cannot gauge my godfather's temperament. Will he genuinely support me? Try to trust him. He is our godfather. And he is older than us." Harry attempted to reassure Catherine, noticing her emotions were exceedingly sensitive. It seemed as though something monumental had transpired. Yet she was unwilling to share anything with them. Harry had always known that Catherine possessed far too much knowledge. Yet he was unaware that this very knowledge was a source of great suffering. Much like the death of their parents, he had only glimpsed a fragment of that serene, warm night, which had been Christmas. James, hurry up, their mother urged. Even now, we must honor the occasion. We must show the children what Christmas truly means. They adorned the room, for it was their second Christmas spent in the mortal realm. The first had been marred by chaos, and they had not celebrated properly. Lily, go. Take the children and flee. Their father shouted these words without having the chance to grasp his wand. But there was no fear. Catherine's voice echoed in Harry's ear. As if a narration, Father knew that even without his wand, he could serve as bait. If Voldemort lingered before him for even a second longer, it would grant us precious moments to escape. Moreover, in the presence of such a being, who, even wielding a wand, would only meet a swifter demise. You did not find the correct position just now. You require my assistance. Harry, I am showing you these things, and you do not truly understand, do you? Catherine's thoughts resonated within him. The Godfather speaks audaciously, yet he does not even know what he is about to face. But he is willing to risk his life to protect us. Harry responded within, I believe that is sufficient. Nothing is infallible. Much like when you sought to disrupt the ritual, not wanting Peter. How do you know? Do not worry, sister. Harry earnestly conveyed within. This is still your world, your thoughts. If you do not wish for me to see, I cannot. However, I was indeed present that day. You have forgotten, have you not? During that previous occasion, I saw you hiding in the shelf. I have followed you ever since. You are my sister, of course. You cannot possibly know these things. You are merely guessing, attempting to comfort me with lies you do not even believe. Catherine's inner voice was melodious, yet laden with heaviness. You are certainly lying. I used disapparition that day. You could not have seen. I was already there beforehand, though I did not know what you intended to do. Harry replied, yet that remains my only memory from childhood. Strange, is it not? I do not recall Voldemort coming to our home on the day our parents died. But I distinctly remember the day you attempted to disrupt the ritual and failed. You were too weak and did not even know what magic to use to stop them. Opportunities slipped away, and in the end, you did nothing. Harry, if you enter, you lack the capacity to protect yourself. No, that is not your concern. Your question was, if I enter. Harry communicated telepathically. I believe you possess the strength to shield me from harm, and the only uncertainty lies with the Godfather. Then, it is simple. You know, his animagus is a dog. He would not willingly. You will make him willing. You are clever enough. On that day, Catherine appeared to rediscover Harry. But he is our Godfather. I do not wish to. Then act according to your own convictions. It seemed solid. Sirius Black, beset by ennui, rapped his knuckles against the cavernous walls surrounding him and discovered that he remained utterly powerless against these obstacles. Indeed, had it not been for Catherine's assertion that this expanse was, in fact, hollow, concealing a true cavern within, he might have believed it to be a solid mass of rock fused to the mountain. Unlike Dumbledore, whose wisdom lay in profound knowledge and scholarly pursuits, Catherine's task here was one of perceptive recognition, discerning differences, and almost a form of cheating by identifying the locations of these similar images. In the original narrative, Dumbledore demonstrated to Harry how to seek out the doorway using an incomprehensible language and script, employing extraordinary methods to locate the entrance without the need for sacrificial blood, thus enabling everyone to acknowledge the existence of a door. However, she found herself utterly incapable of providing a convincing rationale to her companions. After a brief exchange of explanations and fervent arguments, the trio reached a consensus within a mere 5 minutes. Yet, Sirius felt an odd sensation. As if he had been played, though he possessed no evidence to substantiate this feeling. I hold no demands upon you. Nor is there anything I require you to perform magic for or assist with, Catherine articulated, having initially conveyed her thoughts to the two. This is a challenge set by Voldemort, complex and formidable, but I know how to unravel it, and I am aware that superfluous actions could yield incalculable consequences. We will heed your guidance, Sirius affirmed to Catherine, and will refrain from any extraneous actions. Harry, I shall do the same. Excellent. Catherine seemed to enter a peculiar state. Her earlier outburst of fury giving way to an ethereal quality, as though she existed outside the realm of reality. Harry's demeanor was equally peculiar. He stood in silence at first, then began aimlessly inspecting the walls, as if he possessed an innate knowledge. Before them loomed a barren rock wall. Had Catherine not spoken, even with the understanding that blood was required for entry, no one would have known where to spill it. Catherine reached into her neckline, retrieving a stylish little pouch from her garments. As she extracted a transparent glass vial filled with blood, she noticed the other two regarding her with peculiar expressions. Ahem. Catherine instinctively clarified. You see, my part-time job is at St. Mungo's. Pray tell, is this the reason for your employment at St. Mungo's? Sirius inquired skeptically. Now that James was no longer with them, he had become her paternal figure. Is it truly so simple to procure such a large vial while interning at St. Mungo's? No, of course not. Do you presume I am the sole surgeon in the operating room? Are patients not human? Catherine was reluctant to elaborate further, but she assured them that some irregularities had occurred, though she had not acted against her conscience. As the vial's contents were poured over the mechanism, the light surged forth, illuminating the faces of the three, and the door swung open. Chapter 99. The Cavern 3. At first, I mistook the light for mere illumination, but it became apparent that it was the outline of an archway. A blinding white light emerged amidst the cavern's azure, revealing the silhouette of an arch. As the mechanism absorbed half a vial of blood, the rocky surface vanished, unveiling a gaping abyss filled with enigmatic darkness. Catherine stood at the forefront, with Sirius positioned to her right, while Harry was shielded securely behind them. As the door creaked open, both of their reactions were synchronized. Upon confirming the absence of danger, they raised their wands to illuminate the path ahead. In that very moment, they conjured their most adept protective spells, such as the shield charm. Harry followed suit, yet his movements appeared markedly delayed compared to the seamless synchrony of the others. In that instant, Harry suddenly grasped why Catherine was hesitant to allow him to accompany her into this terrifying cavernous realm. He recognized that he was not yet prepared, his heart weighed down by trepidation. Yet, this was a hard-fought opportunity. As he followed Catherine into the darkness, Harry silently chanted to himself. Sirius trailed closely behind him. Yet Harry understood that this was a position intentionally left for him by Catherine. The rear posed no peril. At least for now, nothing had been discovered, and nothing had yet begun to unfold. Given that Sirius was ill-suited for the role of leader, it was only fitting that he was tasked with safeguarding Harry's rear. In consideration of Harry's safety, Catherine's thoughts effortlessly penetrated his consciousness, not through unconscious stream of consciousness, but rather due to their shared state or perhaps empathy. Their thoughts could not be concealed from one another. Catherine had claimed to have tried, noting that even the strongest mental barriers proved ineffective. It was unlikely that his godfather would recklessly engage in foolish bravado, was it? Harry was unsure how he managed it, but it seemed he had suddenly discovered a key to perceiving what Catherine beheld. His right eye reflected the reality before him, and through Catherine's perspective, he could confront the darkness from an entirely different vantage point. Catherine's hand was steady. The light emanating from her wand served as a beacon in the present void of visibility and the unknown. He beheld a vast, inky lake illuminated by Catherine's wand, their trio navigating along its shore, which appeared to stretch infinitely. Catherine seemed well acquainted with this path, and at that moment, Harry finally understood the source of her familiarity. Through Catherine's left eye, he began to perceive the visage of a strange, noseless man. Voldemort? Voldemort in his youth? Indeed, Catherine replied inwardly, you have not erred. This is Voldemort. In his pursuit of power, he has transformed himself, forsaking aspects of his humanity, such as his nose. As soon as Harry articulated his thoughts, he noticed Catherine turning back to smile at him. Well, aside from his nose, there are other facets he has relinquished. Let us consider the absence of the nose. However, I believe he has sacrificed other elements of his humanity as well. He is cruel, cunning, and merciless, capable of killing without a second thought, willing to betray the innocent for his own gain, and disregarding the lives of those closest to him, callously abandoning even his most devoted adherents. As Catherine spoke, Harry envisioned a plump woman, a descendant of Hufflepuff. He then beheld a house elf, unjustly accused of murdering its master, its innocent, netted eyes wide with trepidation. A certain Barty Crouch, Jr. was discovered in a Hogwarts-style professor's office, utilizing Polyjuice Potion, while the recently resurrected Voldemort, of course, lacked the capability to rescue him. Ultimately, a familiar yet foreign figure materialized before Voldemort. Severus Snape? Harry discerned the professor's iconic robes, his hair, and his pallid visage. A colossal serpent obeyed Voldemort's command, launching an attack upon him. For reasons unknown, this final fragment of memory stood out with greater clarity than the preceding ones. There was no alternative. He could even see Voldemort's face, more mature and powerful than it had been on that fateful Halloween, devoid of a nose, as he addressed Snape, who had finally grasped his wand. I must conquer this wand, Severus. By conquering this wand, I shall ultimately vanquish Potter. The scene shifted, and through Catherine's left eye, Harry observed the serpent's cage tumbling through the air. Snape could only emit a piercing scream before the cage enveloped his head and shoulders. It was not a lack of desire to resist, but rather an utter absence of opportunity, even though Snape wielded a wand in that moment. Voldemort had no intention of reclaiming it. It was unnecessary. Kill, Voldemort commanded. A horrifying scream pierced the air, and Harry witnessed Snape's already pale face assume an even colder, deathly pallor, as if he had lost an immense quantity of blood. Undoubtedly, the serpent's fangs were venomous. The instant the venom coursed through his veins, there was no time left for Snape to react, to attempt an escape from Voldemort's presence. An all-consuming despair enveloped Harry's heart. He could not discern whether this emotion belonged to Catherine or was a result of his empathy with Snape's memories. The speed of thought far surpassed that of reality. In the tangible world, they discerned a hazy, greenish area at the center of the lake. He surmised that it might be their destination, and Catherine continued onward, unrelenting, towards that singular location that differed from the surroundings. The darkness deepened, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. Even the light in Catherine's hand seemed to dim. Yet Harry found himself devoid of fear of the encroaching darkness. Snape was dead? In the future? Killed by Voldemort's own hand? This was Catherine's memory, and also the future of this world, as he understood. By virtue of the connection between him and Catherine, she could not prevent Harry from witnessing these visions, as if she were utterly incapable of shutting off her thoughts. Fragments of memory flashed rapidly, and the encounters in reality grew increasingly intense. What did you just say was in the lake? Harry, still immersed in the despair of Snape's impending death, was drawn back to reality by a question from Sirius. Inferi, there are such creatures in the waters of the lake, Catherine warned them. Thus, everyone must be cautious of their footing. I fear that if you were to step into the water, you might find yourself ensnared by an Inferius's grasp, pulling you beneath the surface. Should fortune turn even more unfavorable, it could be the mouth of a corpse, all filled with venom. Just one bite, and you would collapse. If you remain uncertain of the effects of poisoning, there are ample real-world references. Catherine's tone was chillingly devoid of warmth as she addressed Harry. For instance, if you were to be struck by snake venom. No sooner had she spoken than Snape, in the memory, attempted to push aside the cage, only to find his hands devoid of strength, unable to budge it. Not only that, he was oblivious to when his wand fell to the ground. Venom from the fangs coursed into the veins of his neck, swiftly circulating through his blood to reach his heart. In the next moment, Harry saw Snape's knees buckle, and he collapsed to the ground. His dark, hollow eyes widened in his direction. Yes, it was him. Was Catherine's timeline somewhat disordered? Harry could not fathom why it felt as though Snape should have been seeing Voldemort, yet instead, he was seeing Harry himself. I am sorry. Voldemort's cold and unfeeling words echoed in Harry's ears. He did not look back, and Snape, too, could have no hope of revival. He gazed into Harry's eyes, summoning the last remnants of his strength to address the figure beyond the veil. Look at me. Look at me? What did that mean? Harry was taken aback. For in the shifting frame, he saw a future version of himself. In Snape's final moments, was he wishing to gaze upon him one last time? Harry was genuinely astonished by his own deduction. Even in such dire straits, Snape remained loyal to Voldemort. No, one could offer an alternative interpretation. But forgive him. Harry was not prepared to accept that explanation. Yet the atmosphere throughout their journey compelled him to gradually acknowledge the possibility of such an existence. Hagrid had claimed that Snape was a professor and would not harm students. And in his dying moments, perhaps Snape merely sought to confirm that he still lived. Unable to move, he had to lean closer, allowing his rapidly fading, ghastly pale face to draw near, desperately trying to ascertain whether Harry was still well. Harry did not wish to speculate blindly. He hoped for his sister's assistance. But Catherine's response was, he merely wished to see your eyes. To perceive through them the one who shared those same eyes, nothing more. Chapter 100, The Cave, Part 4. In reality, the two walked in silence. Even in a stifling manner, trailing behind Catherine. Aside from the monsters in the water, there seemed to be no other dangers. Harry felt continuously shaken by Snape's impotence before Voldemort, followed closely by the shock of his death. Naturally, there was also Catherine's final words, for Lily was now married. And she was his mother, compounded by the fact that the person he was most familiar with was still Catherine. Consequently, Harry mistakenly inferred that the individual with eyes akin to his sister's was none other than Catherine herself. This notion conveniently elucidated the despairing emotions that Catherine was presently experiencing. Upon receiving this information, Catherine earnestly wished to articulate, "No, it is not I." However, at that moment, she realized that Harry was no longer listening. It was exceedingly difficult for Catherine to convey to Harry that she harbored no hopes for the head of Slytherin to thrive and survive. The reality of her thoughts was painfully evident to Harry, rendering her increasingly tongue-tied. This line of thought backfired, only serving to deepen her predicament. Catherine's genuine concern was for Harry's ability to adapt. The 11-year-old boy was not the sixth-year Harry of 5 years hence. Furthermore, her decision to allow him to witness Professor Snape's demise stemmed from a hint of selfishness. She hoped that if Harry were to encounter Snape's cruel jests in the future, remembering this moment might soften their relationship, for one was her elder brother and the other, a person she admired. Any normal girl would yearn for harmony between the two, rather than witnessing one mercilessly undermining the other, leading to resentment and the erroneous perception of enmity. Catherine had never considered the possibility of Snape mistreating her brother, nor did she dwell on what Harry might do. She merely wished for him not to abandon the prospect of seeking assistance from Snape in times of peril. After all, by the time Harry reached his 5th year, Catherine would likely have graduated and been working at St. Mungo's. If Harry chose to seek Sirius at the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, only to find himself unable to contact anyone due to her interference with the narrative, what would happen if he stubbornly refused to seek out Snape? Witnessing Harry's persistent misunderstanding, Catherine repeatedly attempted to indicate that she did not exist in that future. Yet, a glitch emerged. She discovered that she could seamlessly convey much future information to Harry, but this particular statement eluded her, irrespective of her efforts. It seemed to pertain to some fundamental laws of the universe. Or perhaps, was it possible that the future she projected could indeed manifest? Catherine instinctively dismissed this notion. And concurrently, her intense desire for Harry to remain unaware severed their direct connection. She realized that her thoughts following that statement were utterly unsuitable for Harry's eyes. Might it be that Severus Snape, at that moment, yearned to see Harry, with the true intent of gazing into her eyes? Did the professor genuinely harbor affection for her? Immediately, Catherine dismissed such fanciful and impractical musings, akin to images seen in the mirror of a Reist. When Harry, through sheer effort, re-established his mental connection with Catherine, he perceived in her right eye a vision of Professor Dumbledore, a fragment from their previous conversation. In the scene, he recalled the last time he had ventured alone into that abandoned classroom, where Dumbledore seemed oblivious to its status as their secret gathering place. Countless individuals had squandered their time before the mirror, some even descending into madness. This was precisely why it was to be relocated elsewhere the following day. Moreover, he felt compelled to implore Harry not to seek the mirror any longer. One must not waste time in dreams, neglecting the reality of life. It appeared that Catherine was summarizing for Harry the unforeseen consequences of uncontrolled thoughts, echoing Dumbledore's wisdom, while subtly reminding him that true Voldemort might lurk within Hogwarts. Alongside the Philosopher's Stone, the subsequent memory featured Catherine's analysis of the stone's purpose. However, this analysis merely provided Harry with an introduction, as the flashbacks swiftly began to compare with the noseless Voldemort, instantly revealing Catherine's intentions. He was eager to engage in the task at hand, yet his subsequent misstep nearly angered Catherine. Without a sufficient skill set, one should not attempt delicate tasks. Harry, Godfather, do you remember what you promised me before entering? Especially you, Godfather. You vouched for Harry. Thereafter, under the scrutiny of his godfather and his own self-reflection, Harry finally discerned his role within the trio. Though begrudgingly, his sole function seemed to be ensuring he did not hinder their progress. The darkness could subtly manipulate one's perception of time. While Catherine's methodology for locating their destination relied upon the time calculated on her watch to interpret the specific positions within their memories. In simpler terms, it was akin to a primary school application problem. From point A to point B, if the speed of travel is inconsistent and the time remains unchanged, their distance theoretically should be identical. It was not until Catherine halted, urging the two to draw close to the rocky wall, that they realized they had finally arrived. Are we to find a boat? Harry inquired. Indeed, Catherine responded, mimicking the appearance of the elder Dumbledore at 116 years, as she clasped her hands in the air. The attempt did not unfold as smoothly as she had envisioned. Yet through the grid method and exhaustive searching within the confines of Voldemort's fragmented memories, they ultimately pinpointed the correct location. Catherine seized something invisible to the others in the air, in the bronze chain, resembling a serpent, transformed before their eyes into a living snake. This was her forte. Harry heard Catherine command the snake through telepathy and Parseltongue, and it instinctively coiled itself around them. Meanwhile, Sirius regarded Catherine and Harry with a face filled with uncertainty. As Catherine had previously described, a small boat, resembling a ghostly vessel, appeared before the trio. How did you know where it was? Sirius asked, casting a peculiar glance at Catherine, even nudging Harry to stand behind him. Coincidentally, directly behind him was a puddle of water. At first, Catherine remained entirely unperturbed, while the earlier Harry might have heeded his godfather's advice and retreated behind him. At this moment, the Harry who could clearly see the danger behind his godfather through her right eye would never act so naively. Yet, soon, her composure began to wane. The mechanics of some puddles did not dictate that merely touching the water would provoke an attack. Rather, it was proximity that triggered the lurking monsters to prepare for an assault. She suspected they might also respond to spells, since they had not yet reached their destination. Retreat was certainly still an option. However, should we retreat immediately, it would be certain that we could not return today. Harry was still contemplating the strategies from his fragmented memories regarding this situation, but he realized that it was Dumbledore who wielded the magic, his imposing and fierce flames, which both Sirius and Catherine could hardly emulate. We must finish drinking from the basin today, mustn't we? Indeed, we must. Catherine conveyed through their mental link. If I cannot drink it soon, promise me you will force it down. It was inappropriate for her to assist her godfather at this moment. He was inexplicably wary of her. Harry, she continued, if it can be avoided, do not wield your wand recklessly, correct? Harry did not affirm or deny. He did not even move towards Sirius. Rather, he sprinted in the opposite direction, swiftly making his way to the small boat that had been coiled by the snake on the shore. He did not spare a glance towards the serpent, trusting his sister, thus believing the snake to be an ally. With agility, he leapt onto the boat. Godfather, do not do this. Suddenly, Catherine had a realization and promptly boarded the vessel as well. You promised. Upon witnessing Harry's actions that demonstrated his trust in Catherine, Sirius was immediately incensed. Harry, come back. She is not Catherine, he exclaimed. She might be someone temporarily possessed by another. Our goal is to rescue the true Catherine. Do not let your emotions be manipulated. He dashed towards Harry, moving away from the perilous waters they had previously occupied. Catherine noticed a pale and skeletal hand emerging from the depths. Although Sirius ran with remarkable speed, Catherine's magical prowess surpassed his. Chapter 101, The Cavern, 5. You have made the right choice, Harry reassured Catherine. Given the current circumstances, it is improbable that Sirius would consent to help you drink from that basin. Not necessarily. Who knows? In the next moment, Harry suddenly comprehended Catherine's implication. Sirius would indeed provide her with the potion. He assumed that Catherine was possessed by some malevolent force, Voldemort, a dark wizard under Voldemort's command. Or something else entirely. Harry found it hard to believe Sirius could entertain such thoughts. His godfather's reasoning was utterly perplexing. Yet, Harry soon recognized the disparity in their understanding. He was unaware of what Catherine truly was like, the experiences she had endured, or what she had faced in the past and present. Imagine if he too knew nothing. Perhaps his godfather believed he was under the thrall of dark magic. He thought, if only he knew that the potion could render her completely unconscious, he would desire it. The inexplicably knowledgeable could only meet one of two fates, one being branded as insane and condemned to the pyre, the other revered like Merlin, the sage of King Arthur. Catherine watched as the large black dog gradually faded into the profound darkness. It was a reckless strategy, as she and Harry observed the giant dog leaving marks upon the serpent with its claws and fangs. He paid a heavy price for this, as the serpent's fangs sank deeply into the flesh near the dog's neck, delivering a fatal blow without hesitation or mercy, the white, sharp teeth piercing into the meat. It was reminiscent of the snake in the memories that had torn into Snape. Harry felt that, apart from the size difference, the timing and angle of the attack bore striking similarities to the scene of Snape's demise. Was she mimicking? Indeed. Catherine had not had the opportunity to encounter many living snakes. It was likely that the memories she had were her only references and methods of learning. A poisonous snake? Harry inquired, for nearly all the snakes Catherine conjured were venomous. No one would disdain having fewer means of attack. Not highly toxic, Catherine replied, but it can choose whether to inject venom into the target. I see it bleeding profusely. It looks quite convincing. It turned out to only target superficial tissues, employing the toxin in minuscule amounts to induce withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Harry could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I observed earlier, Voldemort's snake, Nagini, seemed to possess venom that prevented wounds from healing. Snape's injury was bleeding profusely, seemingly unceasing. It appears your transfiguration skills have improved significantly. You can control the amount of venom entering the body. Meanwhile, I cannot even transform a rope into a snake. Do not belittle yourself, Catherine admonished Harry. The one thing you can and must accomplish is something no one else can. What do you mean? Harry sensed he was on the verge of uncovering a tantalizing secret. Yet Catherine swiftly shifted her thoughts. The journey on the boat was not as lengthy as anticipated. Even if she were to summarize, she could not fully divulge everything. Moreover, she could not bear the cost of fundamentally altering the future, as many events would become unrecognizable due to the butterfly effect. Ultimately, it would evolve into a scenario where only the enemy, Voldemort, and his 7 Horcruxes were known, and with the 8th Horcrux, Voldemort himself, at the center. They would be destroyed, placing her in an invincible position. But that was a last resort, for in doing so, her advantage as a seer would vanish. Unbeknownst to her, she had let this opportunity slip away. The two stood upon a solitary boat adrift on the vast lake, isolated and vulnerable. The boat's base was flat, almost as if it would sink under the slightest additional weight. This was also why Harry chose to board immediately, rather than watching his sister be the first. If the boat could only accommodate one person, he wished for that person to be his brother. After all, this mental link was tight, and Harry felt that as long as he did not stray too far, he should be able to sense her. Catherine's objective was nothing more than to locate a place brimming with potions and subsequently consume the liquid contained therein. Although the reality was far more intricate than that. The general process was indeed as such. who undertook this task might not have made much of a difference. The second to board the vessel was her sister, who had barely stepped onto the boat when it began to sway. Upon hearing this, Catherine could not help but cast a glance back at Harry, scrutinizing him with great care. Harry, attuned to his sister's thoughts, would never have considered such observations in the past. It was as if he had conjured a finely detailed miniature version of reality. I mean, while he may not be particularly clever, at the very least, he could learn. From a distance, a spell could bring the limits of his vision into focus. As for Catherine, casting a night vision charm on the lenses of the non-prescription glasses in the treasure chest was not beyond her capabilities. Through his left eye, Harry beheld Professor Dumbledore and his future, older self seated together in the same small boat. This realization instilled in Harry a sudden sense of reassurance. Although it appeared precarious, it was, in fact, quite sturdy. For he, in his present form, was undoubtedly lighter than his future adolescent self. Not to mention that the professor was certainly much heavier than Catherine. Voldemort would not factor in weight. Just as Harry took a breath, reality struck him hard. Voldemort had placed a charm upon the boat, allowing only one wizard to cross at a time. You are that wizard, and I am the one deemed inconsequential? As a hand emerged from the illuminated area cast by Harry's wand, it plunged back into the water. Catherine observed Harry's face, pale with sudden fright, and admired his ability to refrain from shouting in terror at her. This was no easy feat for Harry, but he constantly reminded himself that he was the older brother. It was not the absence of fear, but rather an absolute refusal to exhibit it in front of his sister. This was blatantly obvious. In his right eye's vision, Catherine, now wearing her glasses, cast a spell. The sensation of the venomous fangs piercing her body felt strikingly real. Even Sirius, who was engaged in battle, instinctively treated it as a living entity. It was akin to how he, after mastering Animagus, could easily envision himself as a genuine large black dog. Catherine's wand pointed firmly, and following her gaze, Harry heard in their mental link that she required the snake to transform into chains, no longer hindering their advance. Was there a length limitation to the chains? Without warning, Sirius, transformed into a large black dog, watched helplessly as the snake that obstructed him began to change, leading to a mutual struggle of attacks and tearing. Poor Sirius, devoid of hands, could not even grasp the iron chain as it reverted to its original form in the final moments. The chain, as both desired, fell into the water, sinking like a serpent. The now human Sirius gazed across an insurmountable chasm, feeling powerless as he looked at the one who had taught him moments ago. Suddenly, he moved. For Sirius, they were the two most important individuals left in this world. If breaking the surface and swimming across could resolve the issue. Catherine watched as Sirius reverted to the black dog form, attempting to leap into the lake with a recklessness that could only be described as suicidal, and instantly paled. The snake was venomous. An antidote resided in the second compartment of the nightstand to the right of Catherine's bed. I still need to use Catherine's body. Perhaps it would not immediately affect her. At that moment, Catherine coldly addressed her godfather with the most genuine tone of threat, saying, "But Harry is of no use. To me, he is merely a burden, a liability. Were it not for Catherine kneeling and pleading just now, I would never have consented to this unreasonable request. You didn't see that coming, did you?" In Sirius's eyes, at that moment, Catherine resembled a demon, and Harry, witnessing his sister's sudden dark transformation, felt as if something unspeakable lodged itself in his throat. She was doing this willingly. Chapter 102, The Cave, 6. And you, Sirius Black, I must say, my patience is rather thin. Should you refuse to heed my commands, I would not hesitate to take a bite from Harry's neck. Do you see him? A venomous snake is coiled around his neck. Poor child, trembling as he sits on the boat, paralyzed by fear. Catherine sent the most venomous words through mental communication to Sirius, expressing her desire for him to leave, as hordes of wraiths would soon roam the vicinity. Your current location is temporarily safe, but danger lurks everywhere. Should one side trigger a mechanism, all present would be instantly dragged into the lake by countless wraiths, drowning them alive. Unless you are Dumbledore, perhaps you might stand a chance. Therefore, exit the cave, or you will witness Harry dying right before your eyes, immediately. I would not mind claiming another life. Sirius, I will depart. You ensure their safety. Sirius replied, if you have a change of heart, I will. You can do nothing, Sirius. Catherine replied with a smile. I am certain you could not bring yourself to harm your own goddaughter. But rest assured, while I may not be a good person, I am capable of fulfilling my promises. Harry observed Catherine as she seemed entirely unconcerned with Sirius's reaction. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon him until he ultimately departed in resignation. He would not leave willingly. As they approached the shore, Harry followed Catherine's not-so-tall silhouette, climbing step by step from the lowest rocky outcrop upwards. Voldemort had kindly constructed a narrow pathway that could only accommodate one person. No matter, directly reaching solid ground. Harry understood that it must be a small island of modest size. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the green light, arriving just in time to see Catherine, who had nearly completed her mental preparation, grasp the cup. You have witnessed the scene just now. Thanks to Dumbledore and your future brother, they almost demonstrated every possible mistake. What would happen if one scooped the water out but did not drink it? No matter how much one extracts from the stone basin, the liquid within will invariably replenish itself. Harry discerned that Catherine was testing him, yet the answer was not difficult to provide. The potion could not be divided among several individuals, lest the liquid entirely deplete the portion of the one who drinks the least. Heeding your words, regardless of the circumstances, I must ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated. Only by consuming it can the basin be emptied, thereby fulfilling today's objective, to locate the Slytherin locket hidden beneath the basin. Opportunities are not scarce, but this particular moment is uniquely fortuitous. Catherine did not possess the assurance of another chance, nor did she know if she could reach this point with such ease again. As she spoke, Catherine removed a small pouch from around her neck and, without impediment, placed it around Harry's. Their minds resonated, if only temporarily. Catherine wished to express how splendid this sensation was. As long as we do not trigger any perilous factors, the Spectre will regard us as non-existent. He is safe. Furthermore, I have arranged what could be deemed as a safeguard. There lies a trick. During the initial sip of the potion, one is considered a normal person. Thus, before you dread the impending events, you may opt for a larger vessel to contain the potion. The vividly green liquid, strikingly abnormal, was poured into a sizable beer mug, the only source of light on the small island. This way, the number of sips would be reduced. So cheers. Catherine lifted a sturdy, large-handled beer mug brimming with the liquid. It appeared as though she was consuming not poison, but rather authentic butterbeer. The emerald hue was undeniably cool. Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance. Before Harry could act upon the thought of I will do this for you, Catherine gulped down the dreadful liquid in one swift motion. Apologies, you seem equally eager to taste its flavor. In Catherine's mundane understanding, anything that self-illuminates could potentially signify radiation. Thus, naturally, Harry hesitated as he sensed Catherine's terrifying contemplation through their mental connection. However, as Catherine commenced her next action, Harry quickly realized he had been deceived. The reverse operation of their mental link. Catherine remarked, regrettably, you have missed your chance. Sirius was merely a tool accompanying you for this drinking escapade, was he not? Harry, a moment too late, lost the opportunity. He began to formulate a question to divert Catherine's attention as much as possible. Even though Catherine was accustomed to bitter coffee, she could not adapt to the nauseating bitterness of this potion that made her want to retch upon contact with her lips. She had, of course, been aware of its ingredients and had observed the specific procedures through Voldemort's eyes, meticulously documenting them. The taste, she surmised, bore a resemblance to that of traditional herbal medicine. And indeed, it was as such, yet the flavor was far more bitter than anticipated, not merely on a gustatory level, but rather on a psychological one. Its effect was to compel one to confront their most profound fears and to feel that terror looming perpetually around them. Yet, this was to be expected. These were tools designed to torment enemies. The first cup was the simplest. Having just finished one, Catherine submerged the cup back into the stone basin. It resembled a drunken individual insisting on another drink despite their inebriation. Instantly, the basin, roughly the size of a meditation bowl, contained a diminished portion of the luminous green liquid. She was in anguish, and he could sense it. That was his own sister. They had only recently recognized one another. Harry had only glimpsed the events that transpired last night at St. Mungo's. Catherine's fears from the previous night were magnified here, rendering their mental connection nearly untenable. During this time, Catherine severed the connection multiple times, yet each time, Harry re-established it. She could not refuse, for at that moment, the spell's target was Harry, and the authority over the mental link resided in his hands. However, this was hardly an amusing predicament. He longed to take her place. Just one cup, then I shall act as though you never drank it. When Harry suddenly resolved to take a certain course of action, he forgot that this mental feedback also served as a reminder to his sister, exposing his intentions fully within the confines of Catherine's mental link. Catherine could not allow Harry to retract his decision. She had to down the second cup before him. I appear to be more useful than he, do I not? Harry began to emulate Catherine's previous actions towards Sirius, attempting to influence her. You have a more pressing task. I need to practice connecting with the mental link. He saw Catherine murmuring, the third cup at half price. It is essential, the third cup. We must close it off before Voldemort. He must not be allowed to infiltrate our minds in the same manner. Mind-blocking spell? Harry inquired. I have yet to learn such advanced magic. Indeed, the mind-blocking spell. Catherine suddenly donned a malicious smile, appearing rather sinister. She had constructed her persona to embody both virtue and vice, as good individuals' words often went unheeded. Yet, The threat posed by an enemy, grasping you by the throat, demanded immediate attention. I shall unleash the serpent. Across the lake. Catherine now endeavored one last time to reach Sirius before consuming the third cup of liquid. You're still there, still watching the opposite shore of the lake. This is quite unfortunate. I truly do not wish to go back on my word, Sirius. You would not do that. You are Catherine. Without the mental link. Harry could not have known that, at this very moment, Catherine still harbored concerns regarding their efforts on behalf of their godfather. Do not despair so much, all right? An angelic visage with a devilish voice reverberated recklessly in Sirius's mind. I shall not repeat myself. Regardless of Catherine's demeanor in Harry's presence, in Sirius's eyes, she had entirely lost her patience. This was a figure reminiscent of a bloodthirsty maniac, Sirius thought. No, wait. I shall leave immediately. Then he transformed into a dog. Attempting to blend into the darkness with his black fur, Catherine directly blocked Sirius's exit. Remember when I provided you with night vision goggles at home? Do you recall? Before drinking the third cup of liquid, Catherine had finally arranged matters concerning her godfather. What would happen next? If I were to perish? Then this question would no longer require contemplation, Catherine remarked. If I remain alive, however, that could be rather awkward. She scratched her head sheepishly, adding, You must locate Professor Snape for me. I made a point to check beforehand. He should be in Slytherin, in his own office. Not Professor Dumbledore, but Professor Snape. Do you understand? Chapter 103. Catherine's request. As Catherine had indicated, on this day of the Christmas holiday, Professor Snape was, as per usual, ensconced in his office at Hogwarts. Most of the professors were single and without families. Hogwarts was their home. On this particular day, Snape awoke from his slumber as he typically did. As he passed by the glass cabinet, he noticed that some rum and whiskey had been replaced by youth potions, causing his previously hurried steps to slow unconsciously. A vaguely familiar visage flickered in his mind, stirring a hint of concern. Yet, shaking his head at his reflection in the mirror, he deemed his worry likely unnecessary. After Catherine's departure, she had also taken Potter with her. She had made a point to clarify this in his office. Snape believed his nocturnal patrols would not be of concern to anyone. However, he was taken aback when Catherine's first words upon seeing him were, I've taken Harry. You might have a few easier nights. Catherine did not elaborate on this matter, but rather introduced another topic. You owe someone a favor from the summer, and as far as I know, you are not one to leave debts unpaid. If he heard correctly, Snape slightly furrowed his brow, sensing the peril in Catherine's words. Are you asking me for a favor? You could indeed interpret it that way. She replied. This marked their first encounter since the transformation of their relationship, reverting to the dynamic of professor and student, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Catherine had wholly relinquished the facade she had maintained in public. She was no longer the top student or the obedient girl. She had become free, imbued with strength. In some respects, inherited from the blood of James, both Harry and Catherine belonged to a lineage of adventurers. Harry merely wandered the castle under Dumbledore's indulgence, while Catherine's pursuits were far more earnest and serious. You could phrase it differently, Catherine suggested. For instance, I am currently facing a dire predicament and urgently require your assistance, Professor. I shall listen to your concerns before making a decision. Certainly, Catherine responded, handing him 2 potions she had prepared in advance. One is a kind of poison, named Infinite Terror by its creator, though I prefer to term it an hallucinogenic potion. It is unlikely to be fatal, yet it will induce profound fear and an insatiable thirst. With a flick of her wand, she transformed a plush panda keychain into a large beer mug, its capacity identical to the goblet Dumbledore used for potion concoction. This ample quantity amounts to 11 or 12 doses, to be ingested. Catherine spoke of this unusual matter with a tone that suggested the weather was splendid. Yet Snape found it peculiarly devoid of dissonance. There are certain matters I cannot divulge at present, but I assure you that I will explain everything in due time. When the day arrives that someone passes, that will be the moment. I need the person compelled to ingest this potion to ultimately survive. Catherine gazed earnestly, almost humbly, into Snape's deep black eyes and implored, This is of utmost importance, Severus, I beg you. The second potion was the antidote, complete with its recipe and preparation steps, which she had drafted herself. I am nearly out of materials, but the concoction I managed to brew might only counteract 1 or 2 doses of the hallucinogenic potion's effects. Additionally, these are gifts. Youth potions, she smiled, presenting Snape with the leftover stock from her earlier experiments. It's currently in vogue among pureblood families, though now it is more of a rarity. If you have any pureblood friends who can evade the law, perhaps. Catherine paused purposefully, as if hinting at something. Connections must be given and maintained. For instance, you could procure for them what they cannot otherwise obtain. He will inevitably arrive. And now your preparations should indeed benefit from these tools. Lastly, Merry Christmas, my professor. Until she departed, Snape's mind lingered on Catherine's shadow. Dumbledore had mentioned that her outing that day was of necessity, a serious matter. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Snape suddenly felt a disquieting sense of unrest, as if something sinister were unfolding, and he was powerless to intervene. As he made his way to the staff table for breakfast, a brown owl delivered a letter to him. Dumbledore observed Snape's perplexed expression as he lifted the seemingly substantial missive. Moments after opening it, Dumbledore heard Snape exclaim, "How could you? How dare you?" Snape abruptly set aside his breakfast and seized the envelope from the table, departing at a swift pace, his bat-like cloak billowing behind him, giving him an imposing appearance. Was he venting his anger at the air? Dumbledore surmised that something must have transpired. Yet, after many years, apart from Lily, he had never witnessed Snape in such a state of turmoil. Catherine, for reasons unclear to him. Dumbledore found the name of that girl surfacing in his mind as he watched Snape exit the hall. However, his attention was drawn back to the name on the envelope. A standard Chinese name, Shu Yan. This concerns your Miss Catherine. Unless it is of paramount importance, do not let anyone disturb me. Understood. The serpent statue at the entrance to the potions office, typically aloof, surprisingly responded. Once back in his office, Snape hurled the letter onto his desk. The opening lines read, "Dear Professor Snape, receiving this letter signifies that I may be in dire need of your assistance. I require access to my own room at home this afternoon or evening. I hope you haven't forgotten to clean it with a cleaning spell, otherwise I may have to lie directly in the dust. Dust returns to dust, and earth to earth. It hardly seems a misfortune. His methods of potion making have always been rather intricate, and I trust you can surmise whom I am referring to. As for the antidote, I hope you can provide a sufficient quantity. Furthermore, it is imperative that neither St. Mungo's, Madame Pomfrey, nor even Professor Dumbledore be prematurely privy to these matters. Especially the headmaster. I believe that an early exposure to this information could mislead him, thereby diverting the course of future events. Such repercussions may prove unbearable for me. Lastly, I must extend my apologies, Severus, for my sake, or for Lily's, if you happen upon a person you find particularly distasteful in my company. I implore you to exercise restraint. I assure you I shall not linger. I will depart as soon as I awaken. I regret disturbing your Christmas holiday. But in order for more individuals to celebrate their own Christmases in the future, I am compelled to act thus. Please do not chastise me too harshly. No one understands better than you that certain actions must be taken. Chapter 104, The Cavern, Part 7. It is not yet the time for Dumbledore. He ought not to be burdened with excessive knowledge. You understand the reason, Harry. Do you fear he will suspect you? That he might perceive you as Voldemort and condemn you to the gallows? Harry passively absorbed Catherine's myriad streams of information, yet he ultimately would have to learn the truth. Let it be revealed at the end, she advised. Catherine cautioned Harry that a single misstep could lead to total failure. Remember, we refer to our actions as altering the future. In times of war, many lives are lost, and if you wish to save as many as possible, everything must proceed along its natural trajectory, ultimately striving to redirect the future towards a more favorable outcome. As for Professor Snape, I must say his discretion is commendable. I am confident he will address this incident with utmost severity, yet he possesses the capability to save my life. Catherine regarded Harry with a gaze reminiscent of one preparing for final arrangements, casually rummaging through the enchanted pouch around Harry's neck. Among the items was a locket. Harry did not dare to open it, yet he distinctly perceived through Catherine's other eye that it resembled a woman slightly older than her, yet strikingly similar. The future you? No. Harry immediately dismissed this subconscious thought. A young mother? Unthinkable. Nothing is impossible, Harry. Professor Snape, he, in fact, holds an affinity for our mother. I believe I have mentioned this to you before, have I not? My dear, you are perplexed. This time, Harry refrained from retorting. First impressions are indeed a wondrous phenomenon. And the locket was an item Catherine had procured herself. Only the photograph seemed to have been taken under the influence of an aging charm. Harry was utterly taken aback by Catherine's audacious machinations. The thought link resembled a search engine. Whenever Harry desired, he could sift through Catherine's memories using keywords, akin to a different form of legitimacy. Was she attempting to deceive him into believing this was a memento of his mother? Do not think that way. It is erroneous. Catherine merely uttered an ambiguous remark. The potion's potent after-effects had rendered her unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, leaving her bewildered. How could this happen? Catherine fumbled with her mother's belongings, striving to utilize the potion's effects before it fully incapacitated her limbs. It seemed she was attempting to cast a spell on the locket, Mendicus. Yet Catherine appeared reluctant to transform an item containing her mother's photograph into a key. Shortly thereafter, Harry realized Catherine's efforts were in vain. Her incantation was merely verbal. Without a wand or proper magic, it was bound to yield no effect. But how will I return to school? You need not return to school. This is a key, Catherine replied. I will take you to a place where I once worked part-time, But you must ensure that you do not conflict with my former employer from last summer. That would hinder his ability to assist. Harry sighed deeply, feeling weary. He had received his answer. The thought link revealed that this key had been prepared by Catherine in advance. She had always been a cautious individual, readying herself for various contingencies. As she put it, one never knows when such preparations might prove useful. Her earlier behavior had clearly been clouded by the potion's influence. I assure you, Harry mused, feeling somewhat foolish, as he was still uncertain about what he was assuring. So what must I do? Speak more swiftly, Catherine replied. Shall I take you to see? Why can't you see? You are rather inept. I do not wish to slow down. As she spoke, Catherine unleashed a torrent of memory fragments upon Harry, compelling him to take the brain-closing technique seriously. Catherine did not want to rush the process, yet Harry had to learn. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to all secrets, excluded from every covert operation. Owls. Little Gray? So you have always had 4 owls, all for delivering messages? You had this planned all along. You had already written letters and devised an escape route? The cup was quietly raised to her lips. This was her 3rd cup today. Their cups were identical in size. And in his memory, Professor Dumbledore appeared to fare well with his 3rd cup, though he seemed unable to articulate a single word. His eyes closed in a state of unwillingness to open them. His mind was still present, but by the 4th cup, it became evident that he was struggling. Catherine had evidently left herself a margin of safety, but she seemed to underestimate her own frail constitution. The flow of consciousness was swiftly brought under control, as Catherine appeared to force herself back to lucidity. Drink. Once you finish, all will be well. Just as she thought it would be challenging to down the 3rd cup of the peculiar, glimmering green liquid, she found that she had compelled herself to do so. If she drank quickly enough, the liquid would descend faster than the taste could reach her brain. Catherine calculated, let us cease drinking, shall we? Harry felt unwell. The side effects of the mental link compelled him to relive the battle of the previous night. Yet, this was a sorrowful rendition, amplified. Catherine's greatest fear was her inability to save anyone. She had endeavored to do so, but her efforts were in vain. Unceasingly, Catherine placed her cup down, filling a 4th cup to the brim. If Voldemort were aware that we were honing our magical skills using the final challenge he devised, one wonders what he would think. Initially, Harry did not grasp Catherine's meaning, but in the next moment, he discovered that his ability to link with Catherine's thoughts had strengthened. Catherine once again severed the mental connection, as Harry understood her desire to spare him from the anguish. Suddenly, he began to comprehend her intent. If I possessed the mind-closing spell, could I filter out emotions and receive information directly? My suggestion is, if possible, do not continue. Yet Catherine countered, if you knew what I was experiencing, could you heartlessly administer the potion to me? The total amounted to approximately 11 cups. Dumbledore's confusion manifested after the 4th. Without hesitation, Catherine, trembling, poured the poison into her own mouth. Upon finishing that cup, she felt her thoughts begin to swirl, as if a drunken person, who had been intoxicated for some time, had only just realized their inebriation. Harry heard her murmur in the sea of thoughts. Creature is likely hiding nearby, watching me. Can I not take the antidote? That would appear unreal and would only heighten his suspicion, wouldn't it? No. Upon hearing of the antidote, Harry immediately responded, the cave is so dark. How would Creature know whether you have consumed any of these? We simply need to discreetly retrieve the antidote, and you can drink it while hiding beside me. But I would know. You may deceive everyone, but you cannot deceive yourself, she said. I believe that only by treating it sincerely can I have confidence that it genuinely aids me. Where sincerity prevails, even the hardest stone may yield. Catherine whispered deep within herself, Harry, never underestimate the abilities of house elves. They are. Catherine wished to say more, but the potion seemed to take effect. The mental connection Harry had just established suddenly went dark. Even as consciousness began to blur, Catherine resolutely wished to avoid causing harm to Harry, her brother. Chapter 105. The Cave. 8. The 5th Cup. Harry took the cup, tightly gripped by Catherine, from her hands. Her resistance was palpable. Yet Harry had no choice but to overlook it. Just the 5th cup. If you are unwilling, at least tell me where the antidote is. He pried the cup from her grasp, saying, do not speak to me of guessing, or simply state that it is on you. And allow me to search as I please. With so many vials on you, none labeled, I truly cannot discern which is the antidote you require. Accustomed to witnessing Catherine's expressions of pain and terror, Harry's hands trembled as he offered her the potion. However, when faced with her resistance, he had to temporarily suppress his emotions, allowing his actions to be governed entirely by reason. I have had enough. Reluctantly, he re-established the mental connection with Catherine. Within her consciousness, Catherine silently walked through St. Mungo's. One nurse had gone mad, while another had perished due to her negligence. Harry knew that the reality was quite different. No intern could usurp a senior healer's patient or secretly treat them in the ward guarded by a formidable nurse. Everyone knew that Lilith's death was an accident, and the other nurse's condition was not nearly so severe. In her true memories, she had even regained her consciousness. Harry labored to delve into Catherine's original memories. The process was not easy, as Catherine's thoughts continuously resisted him, wishing to shield her memories from view. Yet this was futile. The essence of the spell lay with Harry, and Catherine was inherently at a disadvantage in this mental link. At that moment, Harry was unaware of what his actions foretold. As he handed the cup to Catherine, he understood it all. Yet Catherine's guilt over their shared experiences was genuine. Under the influence of the potion, this negative emotion was magnified infinitely. At that instant, a new, full cup of emerald green liquid was consumed. This state of guilt became overwhelming, and for reasons unknown, their souls seemed to transcend their bodies, suddenly taking on the form of vengeful spirits. Not the kind of terrifying specters seen in horror films. Those were not frightening. Catherine's fears were more grounded in reality than in the ethereal realm of vengeful ghosts. At the cemetery, she attended Lilith's funeral. Her sisters wept, and her mother, overwhelmed with grief, collapsed before her coffin, having lost her dark-haired daughter to death. Her father, a strikingly handsome Muggle soldier, had perished on the battlefield long ago. The 5 siblings were raised solely by their mother. Lilith, the eldest, excelled at Hogwarts and secured a well-paying job at St. Mungo's immediately after graduation. No one blamed Catherine. It seemed as if it was not her fault at all. Yet Lilith's spirit, gazing at her family with concern, said to Catherine, "Our entire family relied on my salary. Now that I am gone, what will they do?" Of course, Catherine wished to do her utmost to assist them, but some were proud, and others had twisted thoughts. "It must be you who caused my sister's death. Otherwise, why would you be so kind to us?" Under the potion's influence, the situation spiraled out of control. "The way you treat us now, is it not what should be expected?" Kindness was taken for granted. They began to drain Catherine, who was merely a part-time healer at St. Mungo's. Ultimately, disheartened, Catherine ceased her support for their family. She provided them nothing more, no longer visiting or inquiring about their lives. Suddenly deprived of Catherine's assistance, they were left stunned. Some even unreasonably confronted her at the hospital, issuing threats. However, each time, I merely regarded them with a frigid stare. I owe them nothing, and all of this is merely speculation on their part. They approached Catherine's superior, claiming to address the issue at hand. Yet, the latter, fully aware of the circumstances, staunchly supported Catherine, asserting, "Even Rollo has declared that the true culprit is a vile scoundrel. Why are you fixating on this mere healer?" Among them, the one with the closest relationship to her sister did not believe the words of the healer named Strange, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it. You are covering for her." On a dark and stormy night, Professor Strange was murdered by a curse while on duty. No, Catherine was diligent. The next morning, she was the first to arrive at the unit, only to overhear the nurses whispering, all regarding her with peculiar eyes. "These are mere accidents. You did not intend for this to happen," Harry repeatedly conveyed through their mental link. If not for the fact that he was simultaneously handing her a cup of poison and compelling her to drink it, it might have truly seemed like a consolation. You did not intentionally seek to save the patients first. Everything stemmed from the fact that if you did not enter the operating room, someone would inevitably perish. And those nurses could swiftly be found by Rollo, who had to study for 3 years at the Ministry of Magic before undertaking any field work. They were not inept. Your mind was clear and cold at that time. Have you forgotten the words you once spoke to yourself? If someone among them has already died, then even if she expends time on them, the momentary comfort will serve its purpose. But with yet another potion downed in one gulp, new fragments of memory emerged. Catherine should have had the chance to intervene in the treatment before leaving St. Mungo's. If taken out of context, disregarding the surrounding environment, many matters would become unnecessarily complicated once disseminated. Yet, her time continued. Catherine unconsciously picked up a cup of liquid, appearing frightened and anxious. "I am merely an intern, Harry. I do not wish for this. I do not desire it." Regardless of her wishes, the situation had reached a point of no return. "Your little bag contains nothing." After half consolingly, half coercively feeding her another cup of potion, Harry inquired through their mental link, "Where is the antidote?" Upon discovering that this potion had an antidote, Harry felt an urgent desire to locate it. He believed that Catherine handing him her little bag held some hidden significance. Catherine was not Dumbledore. Her magical prowess aside, her physical constitution was even inferior to his. Harry felt it was utterly foolish to have decided to let his sister consume the potion, failing to intervene or snatch the cup away in advance. After all, Catherine had just emerged from St. Mungo's last summer. He searched 3 times, but found nothing. Catherine gazed in bewilderment at the source of the voice, looking at Harry with curiosity. "Harry Potter? How strange. Are you not Harry Potter? How could you possibly appear here, before me? This is not an alternate dimension." Chapter 106, The Cave, 9. My world is a book. No, not merely a book, but a series of 7 books. When Harry returned from Catherine's conscious realm, he instinctively reminded himself that his sister was not a prophet and possessed no ability to foresee the future. She was merely someone from a previous life who was not of this world. The stream of consciousness, unmanipulated, was gentle and endearing, allowing Harry to wield it freely, enabling his every wish to manifest. For its mistress, Catherine Potter, was one who even in her subconscious indulged her brother. In comparison to the speed of thought, time and reality passed exceedingly slowly. As Harry perused the memories of Catherine from the past, whether flipping through a book or sitting in a cinema, when he turned back to reality, the outside world remained as it had been moments ago. The true Catherine still maintained her prior posture. What does it mean to exist in an alternate dimension? Harry instinctively continued his unfinished thought, posing a question to Catherine, who seemed to be lost in thought. Just when he anticipated that Catherine could not possibly provide a coherent answer, she replied, "Brother, you are so foolish. How could you not know this?" The person before him looked curiously into his eyes, their gaze as clear as crystal, contrasting sharply with the three-dimensional world that existed only in books or films. And the three-dimensional world was reality. This was reality, where Harry Potter did not exist. In the next moment, Catherine seemed to suddenly desire to do something. She then searched around and finally discovered that the cup was not anywhere else but in her own palm. "How silly," Catherine exclaimed, holding up the cup to Harry. "I was searching the whole world for it, only to find it in my hand." Harry could not utter a single word. Inexplicably, his eyes became red, and within their depths, a transparent liquid seemed to stir. "Honestly, why must I drink this? Is there any reason?" Bottoms up, Harry resignedly took the empty cup, racing to the stone basin to refill it for Catherine. The next time he saw her, he handed her yet another cup brimming with that peculiar liquid. "Drink up. I've heard that those who consume this become quite cool." "Really?" "Of course." Harry unconsciously softened his tone. "I am your brother. Do you not trust your brother?" "I do." "Harry, brother." Catherine often spoke nonsensical words, a realization that only dawned on him moments ago. For instance, the antidote. Such a thing truly existed. But she had placed it in the first drawer of the nightstand in Snape's house, rather than carrying it with her. This was quite a predicament, as it implied that regardless of what Harry had found on Catherine to experiment with, the results would undoubtedly be incorrect. It was akin to casting a spell on a key that had long been crafted, nearly leading Harry astray. After glimpsing the memory of its creation, Harry understood that the place they were about to reach was not a clean and tidy young lady's room, but rather somewhere not far from Spider Alley. This meant he had to take Catherine to knock on Professor Snape's door. In summary, the situation is difficult to articulate. The imagery within the realm of thought and memory appears to lack a certain restraint, a clear manifestation of Catherine's gradual loss of control. It seems to have evolved, attempting to convey something to Harry, or more precisely, expressing the messages that Catherine once endeavored to share with him, yet deemed inappropriate to disclose. Now, to peruse her memories and pilfer her foresight regarding the future without the consent of the master of the cognitive realm is fundamentally unjust. However, there will be no subsequent opportunity. Harry hesitates as he gazes at the suffering Catherine. The chance to acquire this information will not arise again. Consequently, he refrains from employing his newfound abilities and silently fulfills the promise he made. You see, a person cannot utilize the polyjuice potion once they are deceased. As Catherine took a sip of the shimmering green potion, Harry, through his own efforts, gleaned another fragment of memory. She is utterly lost, unable even to shield her mental link with Harry. Amidst the distorted illusions, Catherine suddenly reappears at the conclusion of last night's attack. Harry observes her proposing an idea to the Ravenclaws. The deceased cannot impersonate through the polyjuice potion. Yet a person in a comatose state can reside indefinitely in a hospital ward. However, her request for a trap set by the Ravenclaws was thwarted, resulting in numerous fatalities. No, to be precise, only she survived. Yet, as she neared the brink of collapse, she heard a male voice addressing her. "Are you foolish? Can you not discern such an obvious illusion? Who is it? Who is speaking?" The frigid hospital room is permeated with the scent of disinfectant. This is indeed incongruous. St. Mungo's does not harbor such muggle agents. Yet, for Harry, who suddenly finds himself able to enter this place alongside Catherine, it seems rather normal, as it resembles the muggle hospitals he has visited. And as for St. Mungo's, he would not have known the name had his sister not mentioned her part-time work there. Catherine's right eye perceives reality, but in this world, Harry discovers that both of her eyes are fixed upon the illusory realm. Thus, through the dual lenses of Catherine's psyche, Harry sees himself as a flawless shadowy figure. "Severus? Is that you?" No sooner had he thought it than it manifested. The position that Harry Potter occupied as the shadowy figure was revealed by Catherine's utterance. Simultaneously, Harry entirely lost the ability to perceive through Catherine's eyes. Shielding? Harry looked at his sister in confusion, yet recalling the previous scene, He could not help but momentarily set aside his bewilderment in favor of offering her comfort. "Do not fear, Catherine. You are not alone. You still have me. Indeed, you still have me." In Catherine's realm of thought, he appeared quite tall, standing at 6 feet 1 inch. Who knows why it is thus? It is simply a decision made by Catherine herself. And who is Shifu? Harry felt quite perplexed. But this did not prevent him from enveloping her in a grand embrace as a means of reassurance. Catherine leaped for joy, wishing to give Severus a big hug. Yet, in an instant, the person embracing her found himself laboriously lying on the ground. Harry was at a loss as to why he had been standing moments before and now suddenly found himself on the floor. This was the Shrieking Shack, not recognized by him through environmental cues, but rather as per Catherine's predetermined design. Harry discovered another version of himself, an older, taller figure with a voice still tinged with a youthful quack, yet exuding a sense of maturity. Beside him stood 2 individuals, a somewhat older Hermione and Ron. Why was Catherine absent? Before Harry could ponder this question, he received an answer to a previous query. Who is Shifu? The first image that Catherine's stream of consciousness presented to Harry was a dialogue from a forum. The 2 participants in the conversation were his mother and Severus. Lily spoke to Severus, calling him Shifu. Thus, Severus's full name is Severus Snape. In chronological order. The second fragment depicted Catherine opening a thick tome adorned with the emblem of the Order of the Phoenix. A flurry of familiar symbols rushed toward him. Yet he astonishingly comprehended their meaning. Immediately thereafter, the cinematic quality of images surged into Harry's mind through the stream of consciousness within Catherine's mental realm. Just as one can effortlessly discern the authenticity of memories within a pensieve, everything appeared so vividly real in this moment, within Catherine's completely unguarded cognitive domain, that Harry even forgot the crucial detail of addressing Severus as Shifu. No, this cannot be. After merely witnessing an introduction, Harry found himself unable to accept it. Intense emotions surged within Catherine's mental realm, sending ripples through his surroundings, causing the very structure of her cognitive world to begin to falter. Teetering on the brink of collapse under Harry's disregard. The protagonists of this narrative are the heroes of Harry's era, James, Sirius, Lily, and Severus. This is a tale of extreme humiliation, a schoolyard bullying scenario. The victim is suspended upside down in midair. Chapter 107, The Cave, Part 10. Look at me. Ever since Harry forcefully administered the 9th cup of the potion to Catherine, he found himself unable to confront the harrowing implications of that term. The human mind operates at an astonishing speed, with a single lifetime unfolding at a pace far exceeding that of a mere minute in reality. Through his sister's harrowing experiences, he has witnessed Severus's death countless times, each instance inescapably tethered to those hauntingly addictive words. Following this, the desolate office of Dumbledore appeared. Dumbledore had eternally vanished from there. While his phoenix, Fawkes, sang a mournful dirge, a new member was added to the wall of portraits of former headmasters. The headmaster's eyes remained perpetually closed, as if in slumber, or perhaps embodying the principle he espoused, that death is simply the commencement of a new journey. In the scene, Harry stands alone before Dumbledore's relic. The pensive, the swirling memories shift from obscurity to clarity, revealing a girl and a boy. Childhood images of Lily and Snape materialize, where it is Snape who introduces Lily to the magical realm. However, during their sorting, he is placed in Slytherin while Lily finds her home in Gryffindor. It appears that the seeds of their divergence were sown from that very moment. Harry had never contemplated what his father was like as a child. He had endured bullying at the hands of his cousin Dudley, often becoming the victim in those encounters. Yet, he could never fathom how someone like James could win his mother's heart. The very idea that his mother could choose to marry such a rogue seemed incomprehensible. However, the crux of the memory does not rest with James, for the potion serves to instill fear in Catherine, compelling her to abandon the notion of drinking the water from the stone basin. Initially, Harry struggles to discern the source of Catherine's terror within these scenes. Yet, as he observes repeatedly, even he begins to grasp certain truths. When the Snape in the pensive provides answers to Professor Dumbledore's inquiries, Harry notices another presence alongside him in the pensive, a Patronus. A silver stag materializes from Snape's wand, gracefully bounding across the desk, exuding a sense of romance and vitality. In stark contrast, Snape himself appears rather lifeless. Lily? Dumbledore exclaims in the scene, a name that Harry recognizes well. Catherine had mentioned that Lily's Patronus was a stag. Dumbledore questions, has it always been this way? To which Snape replies, always. Catherine, witnessing this moment, smiles, yet tears continuously dampen her visage. What is there to fear? Harry finds it challenging to understand this scene upon his first viewing. Yet, as he administers the 10th dose of potion to Catherine, he observes her silently weeping in reality. In that instant, a flicker of understanding dawns upon him. It is not merely the depiction of Snape's demise that resonates. It reveals Snape's singular love for Lily. Catherine loves him, having cherished him since before her birth. Yet, it is a love destined to remain unrequited, doomed to fade without resolution. For Snape's heart will forever belong to one, Lily. For her sake, he has tirelessly endeavored to protect himself from Voldemort. Misunderstood and voiceless in his defense, he continues to act in accordance with Dumbledore's plans even in his final moments. Voldemort mistakenly believes he has become the true master of the Elder Wand, when in fact, its rightful master is Draco Malfoy, later succeeded by an older Harry who defeats Malfoy. Snape sacrifices his life to ensure the smooth unfolding of these events, ensuring that no one discovers Harry as the true master of the Elder Wand. Snape's existence intertwines like a Mobius strip. These memories may be incomplete, but Harry realizes he understands precisely to whom Snape's loyalty lies and for whom it is intended. As the 10th potion is administered to Catherine, Harry is astonished to find the basin nearly empty. Yet, Catherine's nightmares seem to have only just begun as she witnesses Snape perish repeatedly before her eyes. Finally, she heeds Harry's words and steps away from this scene. Another truth confronts Harry: the necessity for Dumbledore and Snape to conceal that Harry is the true master of the Elder Wand. Voldemort must kill Harry once, for in his unconscious attempt to end Harry's life, he inadvertently creates a Horcrux. Harry knows that the true narrative reveals he successfully revives himself. Yet, within Catherine's fear, it is undeniable that he must have truly died. Without Harry at the Battle of Hogwarts, everyone fought valiantly to destroy the Horcruxes, but to little avail. Voldemort's primary soul remains intact, while Hogwarts' resistance has been utterly exhausted, and the Order of the Phoenix suffers heavy losses. Voldemort successfully reigns over the wizarding world, and with Bellatrix's illegitimate daughter, Delphine Riddle, he becomes the sole prince among the Death Eaters. All Death Eaters are depicted as heroes in history, while those who resisted, wizards of mixed blood and Muggleborns, become targets for eradication. Centuries later, as Voldemort ascends to the throne of the British magical realm, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy ultimately becomes a mere formality. Nothing is swifter than plundering the sole bank of the entire British wizarding world. Gringotts' treasures are magically extracted by the Death Eaters, funding assaults on the Muggle realm. During the 10th potion, Catherine witnesses firsthand the collapse of the Muggle society due to her own missteps. MacGuffin Holmes, a senior official in the British Muggle government, finds himself on the front lines when Voldemort decides to invade the Muggle world. The wand cares not whether its target is an exceptionally astute Muggle. After MacGuffin's demise, Sherlock recklessly seeks revenge. He dies in Catherine's embrace, and Harry hears her pleading with Voldemort, "Please spare him. I will obey you from now on and strive to serve you." In response, she is met with the cold finality of the killing curse and a flash of green light. Snape's desperate pleas and Lily Potter's self-sacrificial shield spell flash through Harry's mind. Voldemort can never tolerate a second Lily Potter. Even if Catherine is his last Horcrux, he cannot bring himself to eliminate her, nor can he imprison his Horcrux, allowing others to discover his weakness. The 11th potion? No, it is the first. As Harry carries Catherine and consumes the final potion, his sister witnesses the daily slaughter of Muggles that transpires due to her existence. Each act of defiance against Voldemort inflicts no harm upon her, yet results in the death of countless Muggles. Voldemort harbored a predilection for dispatching his minions to slaughter Muggle children and infants in her presence. Harry, having imbibed a potion so bitter it was nearly unbearable, found himself possibly under its influence, for when he regained his senses, he realized he was inexplicably pleading for mercy to the air above the stone basin before him. The contents of his dread had slipped from his memory, yet a vivid image remained: a wand, the incantation Avada Kedavra, and a lifeless body struck down by a flash of green light. He rushed to turn over the corpse clad in Hogwarts attire, only to discover the disfigured face of Catherine, now reduced to a skeletal visage. Unbeknownst to him, he sank to his knees, but upon regaining lucidity, he realized this act of submission was illusory. The droplets of water in the cup returned to the basin as it was inverted. Harry recognized that he was still maintaining the posture of one who had just drunk the potion. He was oblivious to how much time had elapsed due to the potion, and as his awareness coalesced, he found his calculations had been flawed. The basin was, astonishingly, empty. Wasn't there supposed to be a considerable amount left for someone to consume? In the most scientifically perplexing realm of magic, things defied logic. Without pausing to ponder, Harry hastily retrieved a familiar-looking locket from the bottom of the basin. He refrained from opening it, for he not only knew the content of the note within, but also recognized the name R.A.B., Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius. He was the first to discover Voldemort's Horcruxes and bravely sought to thwart him. Chapter 108, The Cavern, 11. It became evident that some matters could not be solely understood through Catherine's perspective. The sister held her own reservations. She would rather risk herself than allow Harry to come to harm. It was as though she perceived herself as the elder, with Harry merely a child who had yet to grow. Harry discerned that the potion did not behave as Catherine had previously asserted. The fact that he was the one who had consumed it, rather than the numerous cups she had downed, meant that the final measure of liquid had not replenished. I have been deceived again. Under Catherine's single-syllable plea for water, Harry raised his wand, finally confirming his suspicions of her deception. This potion could not possibly be limited to a single recipient. Drawing from past experiences, Harry wisely refrained from casting the spell Aguamini into the basin. For even if water were to manifest within, it could not be drawn up into the cup. Instead, he directed the spell at the cup in his hand. Witnessing water fill its confines, yet when he attempted to offer it to his sister, the water inexplicably vanished, leaving Catherine parched. He had no choice but to rummage through her small bag, and as his gaze inadvertently fell upon her undergarments, a blush crept onto his cheeks. He swore it was unintentional. As the links in his mental world reconnected, brief memories of Catherine preparing water played out. Alongside it were provisions of durable sustenance. Nothing particularly delectable, merely hunger-sustaining biscuits and instant noodles that could be consumed with minimal preparation. Space in her bag was limited, prompting her to forego some potions and a hefty tome meant for leisure. Harry had no desire to utilize Catherine's emergency supplies, but Voldemort had cast a counterspell in the cavern. Soon, after being given water, the semi-conscious Catherine transformed dramatically. One moment she was as quiet as a mouse. The next she erupted into a frenzy. Catherine seized the water Harry had procured, gulping it down eagerly. This was not an alarming incident in itself. Yet when the bottle was emptied, her instinctive response was to refill it from the lake. He had witnessed what lurked within that lake, not only seen it, but experienced through Catherine's memories what it felt like to be dragged into the water by her inferius. Yet he alone retained a semblance of awareness, lacking the prowess to combat the water's denizens as Professor Dumbledore might. Even if an ancient wand appeared before him, he would be powerless. Rushing before Catherine could reach the water's edge, he conjured an invisible rope to restrain her. Perhaps Voldemort had not anticipated that a wizard would possess the habit of carrying provisions, or perhaps drinking water would indeed dilute certain elements within Catherine's bloodstream, alleviating some of the potion's effects. Harry perceived a semblance of tranquility in his sister after she had quenched her thirst. As he approached, Catherine looked up and recognized him. The moment their eyes met, the frenzied creature instinctively ceased its struggles. Catherine gazed intently into Harry's eyes, finding their familiarity soothing. I am not your mother. Yet if it comforts you, consider me as such. Through their mental connection, Harry gleaned Catherine's thoughts. He had not intended to bind her, yet he feared her duplicity, as evidenced moments prior. Thus, he retrieved another bottle of bottled water from his elegant black bag. Would you like some? Come and take it. With the flick of his wand, he released her bindings, and Catherine, like a child of limited intellect, nodded vacantly. She staggered toward the water bottle. And just as Harry's spell shifted to illuminate the area, he heard rustling near the rocky edge behind her. It sounded like a large creature was moving. The light indicated the presence of others in the vicinity, a potential trigger for the inferi. Harry knew he should not inspect with the light in hand, as it would only hasten the inferi's assault on Catherine. Yet he was a novice, and today marked his first foray into such perilous adventure. By film rating standards, it would be classified as unsuitable for those under 18, and he was yet to reach 12. Perhaps Catherine's proximity to the water had triggered some latent rules. For unbeknownst to him, the inferi were gathering around her as she neared the lake's surface. The variously sized landing points, resembling rocky outcrops, provided them with a foothold, endowing them with the basic strength to confront the encroaching wizards. The illumination cast by the wizard's wand was limited, and the shadowy figures had completely vanished into the darkness. However, when the light from Harry's wand fell upon Catherine, he initially believed there to be only a single adversary. Yet, as Catherine moved in his direction, he discerned the presence of another creature lurking behind the deep black rock, making a rustling sound that indicated there were not merely one, but a whole host of them. Catherine was the prey, and as the hunters, the shadowy figures would not allow her to escape so easily. It was only when she took a step forward, causing the brightness of Harry's wand to illuminate a certain radius around them, that he grasped the gravity of the situation. What could he do? If he were alone at that moment, he would likely be overwhelmed by fear. But his younger sister was right before him, and they sought to seize her. In that instant, Harry had no time for dread. As the only one capable of resistance, he gripped his wand tightly, needing someone to bolster his courage. The words of Ollivander echoed in his mind, recounting the wand's extraordinary nature. Two tail feathers from the same phoenix, its core being a brother to Voldemort's wand. In the next moment, the shadowy creature crouched by the lake, having sensed a shift in Harry's demeanor, yet it still regarded him as a feeble presence. Harry thought he was facing a grotesque creature, devoid of fur and oozing an unknown liquid, but to the undead beings, he was hardly considered a foe. let alone an enemy. Harry was so diminutive that the shadowy figures hardly acknowledged the glowing stick in his hand, proceeding directly towards Catherine's back. An impediment arose. The nearest shadowy creature stumbled slightly, yet quickly regained its balance. In fact, Harry's interference only hastened the creature's advance. The once languid undead now surged forward with alarming speed, reaching out to envelop Catherine in its grasp. No. With a swift incantation, a spell grazed the creature's ear, striking the innocent rocky ground a mere 3 centimeters away. Harry swung his wand again, uttering another spell, but he realized it was too late. The actions of the shadowy figures were too rapid. While Harry struggled to differentiate and choose his target before casting his spell, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Despite having undergone several training sessions with Catherine, he had not met the objective she had initially set for him. Each time, she had approached him with a nurturing attitude, believing he would have opportunities to grow. Yet today, this inadequately trained brother had to ensure that his spell struck the monster and not his sister, who stood perilously close. Hesitation could only last a fleeting moment. The next instant, the agile creature had already surpassed the optimal range for Harry to cast his magic. Desperately, he pursued, but he was obstructed by another shadowy figure that emerged from an unknown location, charging towards him. The scene was chaotic. The immediate target was far easier to confront than the distant figure holding a hostage. Harry strode forward, as if on a relentless quest, slaying whatever opposed him. Yet, he remained naively unaware of the lurking shadowy creature perched on a small, elevated point behind him, waiting for the opportune moment. This creature followed Harry's movements, eventually lying in ambush at a place devoid of rocky barriers. It fixated on the flesh at the back of Harry's neck, akin to a famished cheetah eyeing its prey, poised to strike when he would least expect it. Catherine, devoid of any struggle, was seized by the creature, which swiftly dragged her small frame towards the lake. Almost instantaneously, the icy waters enveloped her entire body. In a frenzy, Harry unleashed spells at the surrounding creatures, racing towards his sister's location. In this perilous world, just as he was about to reach the lake's edge where Catherine was, something heavy crashed down upon him. From start to finish, until the frigid water engulfed Catherine's hair, he battled against an unknown entity clinging to him. Harry even contemplated dragging the creature that was tightening its grip around his neck into the water. But after just a couple of steps, he realized that not all of the previously incapacitated shadowy figures had been harmed. Some still lay on the ground, while others shook off the effects and began to rise anew from the rocky terrain. With another shadowy figure attempting to strangle him from behind, he found himself encircled. Rather than focusing on rescuing Catherine, who had already plunged into the lake, his thoughts shifted to avoiding her fate. His vision swayed chaotically, the lake shimmering with eerie light. And Harry, under constant assault, understood that his only option at that moment was to escape the creature intent on annihilating him. Nevertheless, he still yearned to advance. The light suddenly illuminated the lakeshore, and he caught sight of a series of silent bubbles rising to the surface. It was not that the bubbles made no sound, but in the midst of such turmoil, he was utterly incapable of hearing her voice. Catherine, Catherine, regardless of how powerless the bubbles appeared. He no longer possessed the ability or opportunity to rush to the lake's edge. The only thing he could do for Catherine was to call her name. The mental connection had not severed. Though she had fallen, it was not yet truly over. Catherine, Catherine. Harry understood that this might be futile, but he repeatedly called out her name in the recesses of his mind. Yet, the connection on the other end felt void. It was peculiar, for Catherine had always kept her thoughts open to him. This was dictated by the magic they wielded. At that moment, the destined enemy that Voldemort had assigned to him was none other than the infant Harry Potter, who brandished his wand. An Avada Kedavra curse, which was meant to strike Harry, was intercepted by Lily. The deathly curse did not claim Lily's life, nor did it extinguish Harry's. Instead, it was repelled by Lily's protective charm, while Catherine simultaneously cast her own shield over Harry. Thus, a rebounding Avada Kedavra curse resulted in the demise of one named Voldemort. In his early years, Voldemort had used such curses to create 7 Horcruxes, rendering his soul exceedingly unstable. Consequently, a fragment of his dark magic was unexpectedly reflected onto the protective charm that Catherine had cast over Harry. The charm safeguarded Harry, leaving only a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead as a remnant of Voldemort's curse. Meanwhile, Catherine bore the brunt of the Horcrux's essence in place of Harry. This was a memory, one that Catherine had withheld from him, for Harry had never witnessed such a vivid scene. It was as if the previous clarity of the vision had merely been high definition, while now it felt akin to an immersive virtual reality experience. Harry found himself compelled to forcefully slam the cunning assailant behind him against the rock, all the while being bombarded by the last remnants of Catherine's thoughts before her mind had emptied. His head, or rather his consciousness, suffered a slight injury. Yet, it was of little consequence. Perhaps it could even affirm that Catherine, his sister, was still alive. Harry felt a surge of joy. She was still among the living. But in the next moment, as his thoughts drifted into an ethereal state, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to perceive, he could only hear a simple hissing noise, akin to the static of an old radio that had entirely lost its signal. Disarming charm. Harry was bewildered by how he had managed to master a spell he had never studied before on his first attempt. Perhaps it was due to Catherine's memories having been imprinted upon him too deeply. A group of undead creatures dwelling in the Black Lake suddenly noticed someone wielding a wand recklessly, oblivious to whether the sharp curse would slice their throats, and swiftly dispatched the foe lurking behind him. Disarming charm. Disarming charm. Disarming charm. Blood trickled down the side of Harry's face. A considerable portion of his hair had been severed, and he was uncertain whether his ear had been injured. It might have merely been a scratch. Or perhaps the damage was to his scalp or some part of his neck. Perhaps it was the adrenaline coursing through him. Or perhaps the sorrow rendered him fearless in the face of impending death. As the warm, sticky substance dripped down his neck, he could smell the metallic tang of blood. One thing was certain: the creature behind him would most likely never awaken again. It was powerless to resist. A small group of approximately 3 to 5 monsters gazed at the fallen creature, barking with excitement and leaping about as if they were dogs that had spotted a meaty bone. In response, Harry mercilessly tossed the body to his kin, who swarmed upon it in a frenzy. To them, the scent of blood was perhaps a sweet delight. As for Harry, though he was a wizard, this did not prevent him from retrieving a special bottle of mineral water from his small pack, while continuously casting spells against the monsters. This was Catherine's reserve, which he had previously hesitated to use, hoping to return it to his sister intact. But now, everything belonged to him. The cleansing potion was quite effective. It had often been employed by Catherine to wash away the stench of blood from her clothes, for since she had discovered her wizarding abilities, she had never ceased her adventures and battles of life and death. She had wagered her life countless times, and this potion was one of the fruits of her hard-earned experience from those many battles. Harry had never imagined that one day, Catherine would be pursued by Rookwood for a potion ingredient, only to be bitten by a wild, magical creature by the roadside, ultimately having no choice but to leap into the sea. At that moment, she was unaware that a creature known as a shark lurked beneath the waves. When she emerged from the water, she used this potion to treat the wounds on her body. It was excruciating, even bordering on poisonous. Yet, the results appeared promising. However, today, the situation was slightly different. Harry had indeed lost any scent, yet he was reluctant to truly leave the lake's edge. Fiery inferno. As the gathering monsters multiplied around him, he attempted to emulate Dumbledore in casting spells against them. Yet, he was still but a child, not to mention Dumbledore. Even the average adult possessed a magical reservoir about 70 to 80% greater than his own. Soon, he found himself completely encircled, with no escape in sight. He exerted himself to rectify the disadvantage caused by his earlier miscast spells, but alas, sometimes opportunities only come once. Another creature lunged at him. Just then, Harry noticed his wand flicker and suddenly extinguish. In battle, no foe would grant you a moment's respite to allow your magic to replenish. Without hesitation, Harry resorted to hand-to-hand combat with them. But physical strength? Such a jest was far from amusing. Just when Harry believed his end was nigh, and that he would be vanquished here, suddenly, the monsters ceased their movements, frozen in place. The lake's surface erupted with a flurry of bubbles. Harry was oblivious to what was transpiring, only catching sight of a lengthy shadow unfurling from below. The sticky white creature, Burii, pounced upon him. Chapter 110, The Cavern, 13. Shifting the focus to the opposite shore of the lake, the chaos surrounding Harry and Catherine failed to convey information effectively to the outside world. Earlier, Sirius Black, having heard Catherine's threats, had to temporarily vacate the lakeshore, feigning an intention to return. However, he did not stray far, repeatedly testing the waters on the edge of danger to gauge Catherine's reactions. Indeed, Catherine was not as formidable as she had claimed. It is well known that wizards have a limit to the distance from which they can cast spells. The center of the lake was too far from the shore, and he, a large black dog merged with the shadows, could remain undetected by Catherine as long as he did not reveal his gleaming white teeth. Returning to his original position on the opposite shore, Sirius transformed back from a large black dog into his true form. He was now attempting to follow Catherine's line of thought to locate the chain that should be there. Magic, once employed, invariably leaves traces behind. Sirius steadied himself, reassuring his mind that he would undoubtedly discover such remnants. He meticulously retraced the steps of Catherine, surveying the surroundings with utmost diligence. An alchemical serpent slithered along the lakeshore, following Sirius's movements, gracefully navigating its serpentine path, just as Sirius believed he was beyond Catherine's gaze. The creature, with its night vision eyes, accurately pinpointed his location in the darkness. Its utility was limited, primarily serving to locate Sirius, allowing Catherine to not only discern his whereabouts, but also to visually share the scene before her through the serpent's perspective. This included moments when Sirius, in his habitual recklessness, abandoned his own safety for his sake. Sirius's reasoning was astute. Indeed, the alchemical serpent was not something a wizard could directly command through magic. However, this did not preclude the creation of remotely controlled alchemical devices. Such concepts are not extraordinary. In the Muggle world, remote-controlled cars and boats are mere children's toys. And even those once lofty drones have been repurposed for proposals, delivering engagement rings. Certain principles can be substituted with equivalent magical effects. Yet, wizards remain ensnared in the traditional confines of spellcasting. Help! Who was calling for aid? If Catherine, under the influence of a potion, appeared unaffected, that would surely be unrealistic. But to say she had completely lost consciousness at the moment she was dragged back to the water's surface would be more accurate. This precarious balance was shattered by the frigid, bone-chilling seawater in the coastal cave come late December. Who was calling me? Catherine's initial reaction lingered on the past. Recalling the moments she had driven her godfather away, she had brought Harry to the center of the lake, yet she could not truly abandon Sirius. Soon, she realized she was at the water's surface, being pulled down by an unseen force. The efficiency of the infery was remarkable. A person who had just reached the surface could be swiftly submerged in an instant. It was reminiscent of the ghost stories elders tell children in the countryside about water-dwelling substitutes for the living. Catherine found the infery's actions oddly familiar, as though it believed that dragging her down to drown would allow it to be reborn. This absurdity even elicited a chuckle from her. After all, one could hardly expect her mind to function normally after consuming the potion. The lake water enveloped her head in an instant, without even a ripple. Perhaps because Catherine had not struggled when captured, she thought escaping the infery that had not specifically prepared for her should not be overly difficult. Catherine gazed upwards through the water, Harry's indistinct face illuminated by the light from his wand, etched in her mind. An infery opened its mouth, attempting to sink its venomous teeth into Harry's neck. A silent incantation accompanied a burst of light that illuminated the lake bed. Every wizard possesses their own mastery of magic. Catherine, self-aware, refrained from casting Dumbledore's signature spells, even though the incantation Incendio had been validated through real-world application. Poor Harry conjured images of a gigantic octopus with massive tentacles. Yet, he failed to notice that octopuses possess suckers, while the real tail that swept away one or two infery bore none. Catherine's Patronus took the form of a serpent. Thus, when her animagus first manifested in this world, she envisioned it as a colossal serpent, 12 feet long. Caught off guard, the infery, violently flung from the water's surface, retained a semblance of its dragging form. On the other side of the mountains, beyond the sea, there existed a serpent named Catherine, and at this moment, she had inexplicably gone into a frenzy. Catherine's tail lashed like a whip, clearing the path towards Harry. Her task was not as monumental as Harry might have imagined. In the future, Dumbledore would rely on his own strength to extract Harry from the cave. Even when eroded by potions, he could still tackle various challenges with the might of the Elder Wand. He possessed that confidence. As for Catherine, she was not without power. But by the time the infery's chaos was entirely subdued, and Harry had assisted her onto the boat, why walk on her own when she had a prophet? Moreover, Sirius waited on the opposite shore where the boat would depart. Given her current state, it was neither appropriate nor timely to explain herself to Sirius. Catherine was uncertain how to broach the subject of seeking Professor Snape for the antidote with her godfather. This was a personal endeavor. She could not allow Sirius to misconstrue Snape's involvement. Yet, without an explanation, Catherine found herself at a loss for any other reason to persuade Sirius to let her go. Their past was fraught with tension, but a solemn promise bound them. Creature, summoned by Catherine, suddenly materialized with a distinct crack between her and Harry. The house elf, serving the Black family for generations, reappeared before Catherine. Greetings, Miss Catherine. Previously, Catherine's reasoning had been flawed. Harry was the godson, while Catherine was the acknowledged adopted daughter of Sirius. She had been inscribed into the family tree without her explicit consent. Sirius, having escaped from Azkaban, recognized his infamy and had never contemplated the possibility of vindication, let alone marriage. Compared to Harry, who would inherit the Potter legacy, Catherine, as a woman, was more suited to be the heir of the Black family. He had subtly broached this topic with her before, and the name Hodgson held no particular significance for Catherine. Most children at the Red Sun Orphanage had no surnames, only first names. They rarely needed surnames. If required, they would adopt one at random. The majority bore the surname Hodgson, as that was Mrs. Miller's maiden name. So, how about the name Black? Sounds good. At that moment, Catherine had casually agreed to please her godfather, knowing she would change her surname upon marriage anyway. Professor Snape likely harbors an instinctive aversion to the name Potter. This is evident in his behavior towards Harry during class. Harry is truly innocent, yet even Sirius refrains from confronting Snape directly. When James hung the young Snape out to dry during their school days, he surely did not foresee that Snape would one day become a professor at Hogwarts. What a coincidence that there exists but one such school throughout all of Britain. Within the ancient families, the inheritance of many matters cannot possibly be executed through the Ministry of Magic's intervention. If that were the case, the ministry would have long been overthrown by pureblood families and ceased to exist. Thus, although Kreacher did not contradict the previous conversation, the actual heir to number 12, Grimmauld Place, according to the order of succession, is not the verbally acknowledged Harry, but rather Catherine, who has already been adopted by Sirius. Similarly, only one of Sirius or Catherine could summon Kreacher to their presence. Even Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy, who had married out, would lack the requisite standing. They are merely cousins of Sirius, belonging to a collateral branch, while Catherine is a direct descendant. However, it appears that Miss Catherine is quite unaware of this fact. Kreacher gazed up at his young mistress, his long ears, adorned with white fur, alertly attuned to their surroundings. He had been present from the very beginning. If he did not deliberately adjust his magical presence, the range of light emitted from the tip of his wand would be quite limited. The two had only glanced around briefly upon their arrival, merely to navigate their way. Even without employing invisibility magic, Kreacher could easily evade detection, and Harry would never think to look for him. As for Catherine, she generally possesses an instinctive understanding of her surroundings, though she typically does not let those being observed feel her scrutiny. In Kreacher's eyes, filled with worry and urgency, he initially harbored doubts about Miss Catherine, yet now, he did not inquire about her summons. Instead, he extended his hand towards her. "Shall I lead you away from here?" It was a question. Yet Kreacher did not await Catherine's response before reaching out to take her hand, intending to guide them to safety. "Wait," Catherine said, casting a glance at Harry. "We have something to give you. We still have time for that." The transfigured snake was merely one of Catherine's trump cards. She certainly had additional contingencies. Besides the drenched Kreacher, who had evidently pursued her into the lake but failed to save her, there were also the alchemical snake and the alchemical spider. The former incurred almost no cost, while the latter would cause her considerable distress if damaged. Thus, Kreacher perceived Catherine as having survived a calamity, when in reality, she was discreetly holding back, navigating the situation with ease. Catherine's original intention was for Harry to retrieve the locket box and place it around Kreacher's neck, as he would in the future. "No, you do it." But Harry rejected her implication through their mental link, stating, "This time it's different. I haven't contributed anything meaningful and almost hindered you. You did all of this. It should be you who hands it to him." After receiving the imitation locket box from Harry, which bore a resemblance to the genuine one, Catherine first opened it to confirm the presence of the note inside. She needed to ensure there were no discrepancies between the real world and her memories. She could not afford to give Kreacher the actual locket box. Subsequently, Catherine crouched down, her eyes meeting Kreacher's, which were as large as tennis balls. She then unfastened the chain of the locket box and placed it around his neck. "What is this?" Kreacher had begun to piece together some of the situation, his excitement evident as he asked Catherine in disbelief. "This is a gift from Regulus, Kreacher," Catherine reminded him. "The locket box contains a note signed RAB. I need you to hide the locket box on your person, ensuring that your godfather remains unaware. This is crucial. You should understand that anything related to the Dark Lord must not be indiscriminately disclosed to others. Then, deliver the note to Sirius, telling him that I took it from here myself. This is why I came here. After you escort us out of the cave, return to bring your godfather home. Upon seeing the note, he will go back. If he inquires," Catherine continued, "just say that Harry and I need to go to another place. We intended to join him, but we did not find him at the cave entrance." Chapter 112, to Spidertail Alley. Experiencing the portkey for the first time. I must admit that this mode of travel is not particularly pleasant. Harry felt as though something had tugged at his belly button when his fingers brushed against the locket. Instantly, the world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, he and Catherine found themselves in a different part of the world. By a river that resembled a reed marsh, the stench of industrial waste permeated the air, with refuse dumped into the water. Unlike the eerie and sinister caverns, the brackishness of the sea and the lurking dangers beneath the surface created a stark contrast. This river, both muggle and tranquil, though foul odors swirled around them with the cold breeze, felt far more agreeable in comparison. At the very least, it was safe. It was serene, much like their monotonous lives in the muggle world. This was the first. A sense of relief washed over Harry, as if he had finally escaped danger. He longed to remain in this peaceful state, yet aside from the main soul, Voldemort's Horcruxes numbered 6 others. As soon as they arrived, before he could recover from his disheveled condition, he felt a weight on his right side. "Catherine, No response came, even through their unbroken mental link. He could not sense her thoughts. Harry's heart sank, and disregarding his own injuries, he attempted to lift her. But how could he manage that? Harry, you are a wizard. Do not persist in viewing matters through a muggle lens. He drew his wand, intending to cast a spell, yet suddenly felt someone grasp his hand. Don't, Catherine exclaimed, nearly preventing Harry's impulse. She did not wish for them to face consequences of immeasurable severity. Although Dumbledore and Fudge are currently basking in their honeymoon phase, Harry's warnings may merely serve as a formality. However, with a criminal record, any subsequent offenses would bear grave consequences. Catherine resolutely refuses to impede Harry's progress due to her own issues. And you? How are you faring? Still alive, I see. It is no wonder Catherine felt exasperated enough to address Harry in such a manner. Her current condition hardly qualifies as terminal, yet it is not far from it. She finds herself in a precarious state, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet unable to relinquish her concern for Harry. Dizziness. There are those who succumb to seasickness, air sickness, and car sickness, conditions that plagued her in her past life. However, since she began earning her own living and restored her health, she has not experienced such afflictions again. Yet, she never anticipated that she would feel faint from a mere door key, and not just mildly, but distinctly so. Catherine meticulously attempts to mask her little fib. She is not dizzy from the key, but rather from the potent effects of the potion. Nevertheless, this cauldron of potion was one she insisted upon consuming, even coercing Harry into forcing her to finish it. She cannot afford to display any weakness in front of Harry, akin to Dumbledore in the future she once envisioned. Catherine begins to comprehend why her injuries are so severe, while Dumbledore appears relatively unscathed thereafter. She wonders if she inadvertently consumed a counterfeit potion, or if all of this was part of Dumbledore's premeditated scheme. Had the potion in the stone basin been swapped by Dumbledore? After all, through Professor Snape, Dumbledore could very well have known of Malfoy's plans and the timing of the Death Eater's incursion into Hogwarts to target him. As Catherine navigates her mental link with Harry, she cautiously conceals her true thoughts and emotions while providing him with the precise location of Spinner's End and the scene she encountered during her previous journey. This is the practical application of the so-called mind-blocking spell. Previously, Catherine believed herself incapable of such a feat, but now she feels ready to attempt it. Feigning nonchalance, Catherine observes Harry, able to discern the subtle expressions on his face. It is evident that she has succeeded. This suggests that if Harry diligently practices, well, Catherine unexpectedly realizes that should Voldemort discover her inability to penetrate Harry's thoughts, he would be unable to implant the memory of serious mishap at the Ministry of Mysteries into Harry's mind. Consequently, could he entirely erase the narrative of the Order of the Phoenix? If the prophecy orb incident had not occurred, would her godfather have survived? Yet, Catherine is suddenly reminded of Arthur, Ron's father. If Harry continuously employs the mind-blocking spell, could he ultimately perish at the Ministry, succumbing to Nagini's venom? With her head spinning, Catherine resolves to set those thoughts aside for the moment. Currently, the most pressing concern for her is the relationship between Harry and Snape. Should Voldemort uncover memories indicating a strong bond between Harry and Snape, then Snape would lack any justification to resist luring Harry to Voldemort post-resurrection. If Snape truly leads Harry to him, it would spell the end. Conversely, would Snape immediately lose Voldemort's trust if he refrained from doing so? Remarkably, she felt no hint of dizziness during apparition. I apologize, Harry, for causing you concern. I worked the night shift yesterday, effectively going a full night without sleep. Given the events that transpired, I presume you are aware that such mental fatigue cannot simply be remedied by a few vials of stimulant potion. The stimulant potion is akin to coffee in the Muggle world, with side effects that are quite pronounced. Once its effects wane, one feels particularly drained. If you have ever consumed coffee, you would likely understand this sensation. Were you not here, I could easily doze off. Catherine lamented, her energy utterly depleted. Do you know the way? I believe I caught a glimpse just now. Harry inquired, confusion etched on his face. Were you contemplating my relationship with Snape? After resting for a while, Catherine finally found herself able to walk. She and Harry traversed the alley, an industrial district where even during the day, unsavory characters lurked. Throughout their journey, an air of intimidation emanated from Catherine. Harry noticed a rogue figure attempting to follow them, observing two middle schoolers in such a precarious situation. However, Catherine wielded a wand, a proper adult-s wand, devoid of any trace of disillusionment. Harry took hold of the wand once used by Lily. Catherine concealed herself, and as Harry began to run, the pursuer, realizing they had been detected, hastily pursued them. When three ruffians cornered Harry in a dead end, they were bewildered to find that the very individuals they had been chasing seemed to vanish upon turning a corner. A flurry of knocking erupted at the door, and Snape, who had just emerged from the fireplace at Spinner's End, hurried to answer. The knocking ceased, and Harry and Creature stood before Catherine. Do you truly not require my company? Are you genuinely ready to confront him now? Catherine regarded Harry with an ambiguous expression. I am fine. My health is quite robust. And please, take good care of my godfather. Knowing how Regulus met his end, she anticipated he would behave differently today. Chapter 113. Snape was concocting potions at Hogwarts. He was not at home. Harry and Catherine knocked several times before deciding to wait at the door. Are you certain you have notified Snape in your own manner? Of course, Catherine replied, unflinchingly. Did you think that communication between wizards occurs solely via owls? Yet it seems he is not home. He is merely out at the moment. Catherine did not wish to trouble Professor Snape too much, hence she only requested his assistance in brewing the antidote, without mentioning when she would arrive to collect it. As for Harry, Catherine had employed a clever ruse, leading him to believe that Professor Snape was merely assisting with the antidote. Catherine's letter explicitly stated that she would bring someone along, which immediately assured Harry, making him realize that the individual mentioned in her letter was, in fact, Sirius. As for the notion that the mental link could also deceive, that remained to be seen. In the realm of gaming terminology, Catherine has fortuitously ascended a level in her brain closure technique. She can now ponder her own matters while simultaneously continuing her mental connection with Harry. After all, contemplating 100 thoughts does not require even a second. If it can be thought, why expend the effort to speak? I am already a grown-up. Must I learn to entertain my classmates myself? Meanwhile, Harry is inundated with peculiar information. Indeed, I could enlist Creature's assistance. I need not prepare my own meals thrice a day. This notion seems quite appealing. Upon receiving Catherine's thoughts, Harry sighed. All right, I understand now. The Regulus you mentioned is actually Sirius's younger brother. I was wondering why that name sounded so familiar. Today marks the first time Harry encounters this name, and he is oblivious to the emotions Sirius might harbor towards his brother. However, putting himself in that position, if that person were Catherine, Harry instantly feels a pain in his chest so acute that it hinders his breath. This sentiment is not particularly challenging, as he merely needs to recall the final moments in the cave. Thus, it is settled. Sirius, if one is uncertain how to console, it may be wise to allow the individual some solitude. Catherine communicates telepathically with Harry. I have faith in him. I believe he will find his way out on his own. Creature is perplexed by the mode of communication shared between the siblings, perhaps due to the absence of spoken words or even eye contact. Creature perceives that the two are merely waiting at the door of a Muggle structure, after which he receives a signal from his young master. Upon returning home, Sirius secludes himself in his chamber. He cannot breach the barrier separating Catherine and Harry. Even if they were to venture elsewhere, they possess their own reasons, and he finds himself at a loss for whom to seek. Consequently, the only course of action left for him is to promptly inform Creature when they return. Creature holds no concern for Sirius. He is simply elated to once again receive a summons from his young master. With eyes the size of tennis balls, he gazes up at his master. Filled with worry and fear, Catherine gently caresses Creature's head, expressing her goodwill through her nascent magic. Do not fret, I am unharmed. From the look in her eyes, Creature senses that she regards him as family. When Creature leads Harry away, Severus Snape happens to be opening the door. Catherine feels her body has reached its limit. Yet, she skillfully conceals her condition from Harry's watchful gaze. Leaning her full weight against the door, Catherine bids farewell to the two as they depart from her view. The next moment, due to the hasty manner in which the door swings open, she falls abruptly to the ground. With a thud, Snape grips his wand tightly, eyeing the indistinct figure that tumbles through the entrance. The individual's chest rises and falls, their wizarding robes so voluminous that, without approaching to discern in the dim light of the alley, it is impossible to ascertain their gender. One can only tentatively assume that this hair-covered being resembles a girl. Who? Catherine's fall is so sudden that the air in her lungs feels trapped. She desires to speak, but the impact renders her speechless, momentarily unable to utter a word. Snape, devoid of emotional indulgence, refrains from reaching out to support her as he opens the door, despite having the opportunity to catch her or embrace her in his arms. He is vigilant. In truth, as a double agent, a modicum of caution is essential for survival. Catherine struggles to articulate her thoughts, her wand, Lily's wand, usually in her possession. Yet, producing a wand before Professor Snape, who wields his own, seems unwise. If a wand is akin to a gun in the Muggle world, her actions would be tantamount to brazenly reaching for a firearm while standing in its line of fire. Ultimately, Snape observes the being before him reach for her neck, from which a pendant is gradually extracted. Catherine opens it slowly, revealing a familiar portrait within, one that appears before Snape. Lily possesses an identical pendant box, a replica Catherine painstakingly crafted. However, unbeknownst to her, the box contains not her own magical photograph, but a singular family portrait of four, shrunk down. It was worn around Lily's neck at her burial, and subsequently placed alongside her in the coffin. Thus, the pendant box does not belong to Lily, but to Catherine. Snape hastily crouches to investigate, quickly confirming his suspicions. Lacking the strength to even move a finger, he gently parts Catherine's hair, revealing a familiar, delicate visage. "I thought you were gone." The moment Catherine realizes she can finally speak is when she finds herself cradled in Snape's arms, peacefully resting on her small bed. A considerable amount of time must have passed. She has no recollection of being placed upon her bed. Perhaps the shock rendered her unconscious? No, she must have truly fainted. How did you coincidentally return here? That defies logic. This is easily understood. Snape retrieves a still warm potion from within his robes, shaking the vial before Catherine, he states. "You may not seek me out at Hogwarts, but I did not anticipate you would collapse directly at my doorstep without an owl's notice." Snape intends to hand her the potion directly, but he notices the girl has not managed to rise from her bed, let alone sit up. "You." Snape hesitates, uncertain whether Catherine is feigning her condition or genuinely exhibiting weakness. Chapter 114, Stubbornness. "I can manage, just wait a moment." Some individuals, who engage in fierce battles, struggle to even unscrew a soda bottle cap in the presence of someone they admire. Catherine acknowledges her frailty. So when Snape offers her the potion, she does not anticipate that it would be administered so thoroughly. Cough, cough. Catherine obediently opens her mouth to drink. But when she nearly chokes, she decisively opts to refuse. Waste, cough, cannot, waste. Upon tasting the potion, Catherine immediately recognized Snape's mastery in potion making. The antidote's proportions far surpassed her own skill. It wasn't merely the waste of spilled potion that troubled her. The bruised dark hue was indicative of a rare ingredient that, once scattered on the bedding, would be nearly impossible to cleanse. Merely rinsing with water, no matter how many times, would prove futile. A specific potion solution combined with a magical detergent was required for proper cleaning. Catherine surmised that if Professor Snape were to handle household chores, his first instinct upon encountering such a dilemma would be to dispose of the soiled item and procure a new one. Yet, she was particularly fond of the pattern and colors. The adorable three-headed puppy of a Rottweiler frolicked on the quilt, exuding an irresistible charm. This quilt had been a deliberate choice during her shopping expedition in Diagon Alley, and subsequent visits yielded no duplicates, suggesting it had become a limited edition. The shop typically produced a fixed quantity of any given style, discontinuing them once sold out. Recognizing that administering the potion in this manner was ill-advised, Snape placed the vial upon Catherine's bedside table and exited the room. However, upon returning from the kitchen with a bowl, he was met with the sight of the potion still intact, but the occupant of the bed had vanished. Had she disapparated? In such circumstances, casting spells could prove perilous. Snape, filled with urgency, left Catherine's chamber, intent on searching the entire house, when a distinct sound of a heavy object crashing to the floor reverberated from somewhere within. Clatter, clang. At that moment, Snape abandoned any formalities and called out her name in a frantic tone. "Catherine, Catherine." It was common knowledge that using spatial movement magic was strictly prohibited when one's focus was compromised. Should disapparation fail, it could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially resulting in bodily dismemberment. Snape had never anticipated that Catherine's stubbornness would lead her to confront peril alone rather than seeking his assistance. He had been mere minutes away from her. Now, if only she could muster the strength to respond, it would aid him in locating her more swiftly. His demeanor shifted rapidly from irritation to a singular focus on finding her. Catherine found herself sprawled on the aged wooden floor, having endured a rather mild fall. Nonetheless, being on the ground again was uncomfortable. Since her cleanup during the summer, it seemed Snape had not once tidied the room. A fine layer of dust had settled upon the floor, and when a figure clad in a wizard's robe suddenly materialized in midair, it was inevitable that they would lose their footing, crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust. When Snape discovered her, Catherine was grappling with the fine particles that had settled upon her face and neck. Her complexion flushed, and her throat constricted as she coughed violently, appearing as though she might expel her lungs. Snape witnessed her disregarding the blood trickling from her mouth, using her trembling fingers to wipe at the corners. The vivid crimson stood out starkly against the muted backdrop of dust. Snape's gaze flickered, and the words he had meant to utter slipped from his mind. He was acutely aware that this was a consequence of her nearly dismembered state. During the summer, his inability to return via disapparation from Diagonally Alley was rooted in this very concern. Though no limbs or organs had been left behind, it did not imply that Catherine's insides had remained unscathed during the process. Catherine's right index finger struggled to find its way back into place as she wriggled out from the dust, deftly using her hand to wipe away the blood. This time, she succeeded. Snape hastened towards her, the sound of his hurried footsteps echoing in the otherwise empty house. Yet he noticed that the girl remained oblivious to his approach or to anything else in the world around her. "Catherine." He could not restrain himself from calling her name, yet there was no expected response. It seemed her awareness was solely focused on finding her own way. Despite not being completely steady, Catherine realized she was drawing closer to her destination. Snape quickened his pace, yet he was still some distance away from her. Upon recognizing where she intended to go, he halted, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The girl had written him a letter, and he was fully aware that her sole purpose for coming here was for the antidote. Their relationship had nearly reached a freezing point after their duel, which had almost resulted in fatal consequences for both. Catherine had nearly missed the Hogwarts Express because of it. Had it not been absolutely necessary, she would not have sought him out. It was evident that something had transpired elsewhere to compel her to do so. The potion contained water, and after drinking from a stone basin and waiting at the door for so long. Moreover, Snape was well aware of the potion's measurements. He had roughly calculated the antidote's dosage based on the potion's quantities. Some ingredients were indispensable, yet an excess could lead to adverse effects. It was common knowledge where those who overindulged in water would end up. In the next moment, before his very eyes, Catherine stumbled, and fortunately, she managed to brace herself against the doorframe before completely falling to the ground. I cannot fall yet, he heard her murmur to herself. It is not my time to collapse. Snape recalled a particular crack in the doorframe, where the wood splintered outward, a remnant of a childhood incident when his father had violently assaulted his mother. She had been holding a glass object. Or perhaps it was a drunken father's brutal act of shattering an empty bottle against the embedded sharp glass shards. In the aftermath, his father had certainly shown no interest in such mundane matters. While his mother was a witch, she evidently refrained from using magic to address such trivialities. Fearful of revealing her abilities, concerned for the girl's safety, Snape hurried forward to check on her. However, it soon became apparent to Snape that the door frame, which had been in a state of disrepair, had not been magically restored to its original condition. During the summer, Catherine had taken advantage of his inattention to replace the entire section of wood with a translucent material. The hue remained similar to the original, yet the substance was imbued with an unmistakable aura of magic. As Catherine turned to close the door, she caught sight of Snape approaching. She regarded him with a hint of confusion, furrowing her brow before decisively shutting the bathroom door with a firm thud. Through the small portion of the door that had remained ajar, Snape could discern the girl's thoughts. She seemed to question her own vision, momentarily halting the force with which she closed the door. Astonishingly, once she regained her composure, Snape felt as though she regarded him as an illusion, as if his spectral presence before her was a commonplace occurrence. Snape suddenly found himself at a loss for words, yet he quickly regained his poise. When Catherine emerged from the restroom, she was surprised to find Snape seated on the sofa not far from her, holding a bowl and spoon of potion. Her immediate reaction was not to call out his name, but rather to rub her eyes in astonishment. The wand that had unleashed the killing curse upon Dumbledore. Snape turned his head to her, his voice icy as he inquired, "Who held it?" Chapter 115, The Answer, Part 1, I do not know. Catherine gazed blankly into Snape's profound black eyes, feeling as though they were a vortex, drawing her in. The future, yet to unfold, held infinite possibilities until the moment it settled into certainty. I do not wish to discuss the future. My interest lies in the past. Snape stirred the potion on the coffee table gently and asked, "Who was it?" "You know I cannot say." "No, you can." Snape asserted confidently, "The one who killed Professor Dumbledore was me, was it not?" Catherine squeezed her eyes shut. Her mind flooded with repeated images of the Professor's demise in the cave. Ordinarily, she would have maintained her silence. Yet, in this ethereal space, amidst the illusions, reliving the Professor's death time and again, despite her newly acquired occlumency skills enabling her to shield her thoughts from Professor Snape, it was one thing to possess the ability, but quite another to accept it emotionally, was it not? This seemed to epitomize the distinction between novices and veterans. Catherine replied with a whimsical nonchalance. Reflecting on the same moment, Harry chose to relinquish his efforts, while Professor Snape opted to leverage his current state to glean information. I am no veteran. I have merely confirmed my suspicions. Snape dipped the spoon into the potion and sampled its temperature. The visible pause betrayed his emotions, yet Catherine, in her current state, was oblivious to many nuances. Numerous details escaped her notice, and she was too fatigued to discern the subtleties of tone and expression. Equally, you are not a novice. Excellent occlumency, Catherine. Snape rose, guiding her to sit on the sofa, while he remained standing, methodically feeding her the antidote with a spoon. Catherine was taken aback. She had expected Snape to probe further. However, he remained silent until she had finished the entire bowl of potion. The night has granted you a pair of black eyes, yet you use them to uncover the truth. After drinking the potion, Catherine allowed Snape to wipe the residue from her mouth. They were in close proximity, and when she looked up, her gaze met Snape's profound eyes. Unexpectedly, he heard the unspoken thoughts of the girl, compelled by some unseen force. He too lowered his gaze to hers, articulating a judgment that had long been buried in his heart. The girl was feeling soft-hearted today. Perhaps, just perhaps, she might finally provide the answers he sought. The truth is, I was ultimately killed by him, by Voldemort, was I not? Yes, without a trace of hesitation. Catherine replied candidly, you died at the hands of Voldemort. Such a conclusion was easily deduced, was it not? What role did you play in it? Snape, encouraged by her forthrightness, pressed further. Can this be spoken of? I do not exist. Catherine looked at Snape, somewhat perplexed, yet feeling clearer than ever before. I suppose I am a variable. In the original timeline, I did not survive to be born. Or perhaps, before Voldemort vanished, I did not live to see this day. Please, do not ask me anymore, Catherine said, half lidding her eyes as she addressed Snape. Chapter 116, The Answer, Part 2. I would never press you. Snape spoke the words with solemnity, gazing intently into Catherine's eyes as he continued. You need only to share what you can. Does that sound agreeable? For instance, why do you? Snape paused momentarily before completing his thought. I have noticed that you renovated this place using magical materials. They are not inexpensive. Do not claim it is merely because you have excess funds with nowhere to spend them. What else could it be? Isn't it rather obvious? Cough, cough. Catherine appeared somewhat vexed, her emotional turmoil seemingly exacerbating her injuries. Snape presumed that her slight pulmonary damage was a result of her forced use of the disapparition spell. Yet only Catherine was aware that today marked her first attempt at animagus. Her hasty spell to save Harry had caused harm to her lungs. She mused. If only her Patronus were a doe like the Professor rather than a useless snake, she could cast magic now. Ah, the Patronus charm. How did I not consider that? Perhaps due to the effects of the potion, Catherine found her thoughts becoming increasingly sluggish. Typically, during such moments, she would seclude herself in the privacy of her Hogwarts dormitory, tucked beneath the curtains of her bed. Or perhaps, a seaside villa, her very own sanctuary. Yet this abode, reminiscent of home, was the very first place she chose to settle upon her arrival in this magical realm. It served as her comfort zone, or so it should have. Within the walls of this venerable house, which she had painstakingly restored bit by bit, Catherine's defenses gradually diminished. The playful side of her inherent nature subtly began to manifest. Was it not said that one's Patronus and animagus forms are often aligned? If the Professor's former spell had taken the shape of a serpent, how remarkable his expression would have been. In the next moment, with a flick of her wand, she incanted, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant white light erupted from the tip of Catherine's wand, coalescing into a silver mist that formed a serpent before Severus Snape. Though both were serpents, there existed a fundamental distinction between Catherine's Patronus and her animagus form. Her animagus was a 12-foot-long colossal snake, resembling a viper. It was robust enough to withstand the onslaught of numerous inferi, retaliating with lethal precision. Its fangs harbored potent venom, embodying Catherine's long-held philosophy regarding her metamorphosis into a serpent. Upon becoming a magical creature, Catherine sought to possess sufficient means of self-defense. And venomous fangs were among the most natural means of attack for a creature of the serpent kind. Catherine's Patronus bore a striking resemblance to the emblem of Slytherin adorning her school uniform. All patron uses shimmer silver, yet the Slytherin insignia itself was a serpent of silver. Thus, with careful scrutiny, one could discern subtle differences in hue. Regrettably, she had no opportunity to observe the Professor's facial expression to draw a conclusion. Upon witnessing the nature of Catherine's Patronus, Snape was momentarily taken aback, followed by the distinct sound of soft snorts. While brewing potions, he had infused calming ingredients. After consuming the potion, Catherine had expended excessive energy. She was in dire need of rest. The silver serpent that had just materialized did not vanish immediately. It appeared non-threatening. Even a bit bewildered, gazing curiously at the surroundings like a newborn. However, upon detecting Snape's presence, it swiftly darted toward him, positioning itself protectively at his side. Snape observed as it shielded his back, while it itself coiled lazily beside him, seemingly on guard against unseen foes. Just like its master, by an inexplicable impulse, he drew his wand and, with a flourish, uttered the same incantation. To his surprise, Snape's Patronus did not solidify into the usual doe. Chapter 117, Tenacity. Snape found himself at a loss as he watched his Patronus coalesce and then dissipate, the deeper silver once again gathering in response to the will of the spellcaster. He was stunned to discover that the form of the mist he was attempting to reshape had altered, scrutinizing the contours formed by the vapor. It resembled less a doe with 4 hooves and more a long, serpentine entity gliding gracefully through the air. Snape seemed to be forcing himself to alter his perception, convincing himself that this elongated and band-like creature was a 4-legged lizard or a silver koi adorned with beautiful patterns symbolizing fortune. Catherine possessed a keychain depicting a koi. its silver body accented with black and interspersed with orange patterns. But the more he attempted to do so, the more challenging it became to maintain the form of his Patronus. Soon, it completely dispersed into silver mist, vanishing from the air before Catherine. God knows, Snape merely wished to see what would transpire if this petite silver serpent encountered his silver doe. Would it continue to guard, or would it draw its sword in hostility? The Patronus charm was a spell Snape knew well. In his understanding, nothing could reflect the inner workings of a soul more clearly than a Patronus. He had originally anticipated that Catherine's serpent would coil upon the back of the doe, rather than face off against his Patronus in a standoff. This was crucial for both him and Dumbledore. They needed to continually ascertain that the individual before them was indeed the true Catherine and not some corrupted entity influenced by Voldemort's Horcruxes. Yet, Snape could never have anticipated that a mere experiment would ensnare him in its web. The first attempt was a misfire. Surely it was due to his prolonged disuse of the spell. Snape thought, somewhat deceitfully, yet one could not easily refute this notion. Indeed, if a spell were left unused for an extended period, it would invariably become cumbersome. The second try yielded no better result. It must be that I have strayed too far from my childhood memories. The third attempt was futile, and the fourth, still unsuccessful. Not every wizard could conjure a corporeal Patronus, yet once established, one's Patronus typically resisted alteration in form. For most, they rarely encountered issues severe enough to shift their beliefs or stances. However, exceptions did exist, such as his Patronus, which was originally meant to be a doe. This did not hinge on his emotional connection to the conduit of magic. Snape endeavored several more times, attempting to shield his senses, striving to manifest his Patronus as the silver doe once more. Yet, according to Murphy's Law, the more one wishes to avoid a certain outcome, the more likely it is to manifest. The silver mist emanating from the tip of his wand grew increasingly massive. This was not the size befitting a petite doe. At this moment, his mind was not conjuring memories from 10 or even 20 years past. Instead, the more he envisioned it as a serpent. Reflecting on the myriad changes at home, recalling a kitchen entirely belonging to Catherine, the more his Patronus began to shift towards that serpentine form. The more he forced himself to dismiss thoughts of Catherine and her boyfriend, along with the feelings that arose from witnessing their companionship, the clearer the mist of his Patronus became. This was no delicate silver serpent, adept at blending into the company of others and possessing a rare and lethal venom. Rather, it was a colossal serpent, nearly 11 or 12 feet long. He had recited the spell 10 times, each incantation resulting in a swirling mist of silver. It seemed to have transformed into something entirely different. As Snape reminisced about the blissful, carefree moments spent with Lily, the mist appeared to have undergone some irrevocable change. Throughout the course of casting spells a dozen times, he found himself either unable to solidify his Patronus or incapable of restoring it to its former corporeal form. On the other hand, if he was determined to coalesce his Patronus, Snape discovered that what he yearned to protect had seemingly metamorphosed into something else. Within the recesses of his mind, two diametrically opposed voices engaged in a fierce debate. How is that possible? How could it not be? One voice, laden with incredulity, accused him, but she is still so young. The other voice, speaking with a detached, almost clinical tone, coldly analyzed, why is it impossible? The issue lies not with you, but with her. She is no longer a child. No 11-year-old could accomplish what she has. Or even, for that matter, an adult wizard, yourself included. Can you replicate what she once achieved? Yet, the response echoed back, there is no yet, Severus. She can hardly be deemed a child, can she? Or perhaps you are merely a guardian? It was evident that what he wished to protect had irrevocably shifted. It was not that he no longer desired to safeguard the person he once cherished. Rather, it was a matter of priority. In the aftermath of Lily's passing, who would he rather protect, her children or someone else? Snape gazed at Catherine, soundly asleep on the sofa, intending to fetch her a blanket for warmth. However, upon reaching her side, he realized that he had not erred in his approach. This was indeed his subconscious thought. In truth, Catherine lacked not a blanket, but the embrace of someone to carry her to bed. Snape had always considered himself a person of unwavering determination. Typically, he faced situations with little indecision or hesitation. His manner of conduct was often straightforward, direct, yet restrained and composed. Patronus charm. He stood beside Catherine's leather sofa, casting his wand one final time to unleash the incantation. A solidified, vibrant Patronus materialized before him. The silvery mist's ethereal form reflected off the glass of the living room's bookshelf, illuminating not only his profile, but also etching his current emotions into the very depths of those black eyes, which Catherine had once praised for their capacity to unearth the truth. Nevertheless, as a professor dedicated to education, he held steadfast to his principles and boundaries. With a heavy sigh, Snape bent down, cradling the girl in his arms. It was not merely a question of who he wished to protect, but rather, who he felt compelled to safeguard. Compared to the elder brother, Harry Potter, one could hardly deny that Catherine possessed a remarkable talent for trouble. Her knack for creating chaos was astonishing enough to leave him breathless. At this moment, he lifted Catherine from the sofa in a princess carry, steadily advancing towards her bedroom. A strong premonition washed over him. He might be able to shield Harry, but regardless of Catherine's actions, he feared he lacked the strength to truly protect her. Chapter 118, Prophecy. Hogwarts is a boarding school where children from all 4 houses dine together at long tables in the Great Hall. An unspoken rule dictates that while teaching staff may vary, the headmaster and the 4 house heads must always dine in the Great Hall whenever they are present at Hogwarts. Of course, it was currently the holiday season. As the meal concluded, Dumbledore noticed that Snape was absent from the faculty table. He paused momentarily. Ever since Snape had taken the initiative to patrol the castle at night, he had never missed dinner. Could it be related to that letter from lunchtime? Dumbledore did not dwell on it, reasoning that if Snape felt it necessary for him to be informed, he would seek him out upon his return. Conversely, if Snape deemed certain matters too delicate for the old man to meddle in, even his desire to uncover the truth would yield no answers. I might be disarmed and then hung upside down. When time stands still, when dreams seep into reality, perhaps no one will remember. Yet, if one is willing to pay the price, some things may be rewritten. On his way back to the headmaster's office from the Great Hall on the 1st floor, he unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals he seldom crossed paths with. The divination professor, Sybil Trelawney, had just returned from outside and was ascending the stairs, while Severus Snape hurriedly entered from the castle entrance, en route to the potions professor's office to concoct the antidote for a potion of despair. Sybil Trelawney was imbued with the intoxicating scent of pear liqueur. Dumbledore could not ascertain how many bottles she had consumed, but he was certain that Snape lingered here solely because he had once witnessed Trelawney's genuine prophecy. The meaning of the first prophecy seemed to pertain to Snape himself, for when Dumbledore encountered him, he observed Snape's face had gone ashen, as if suddenly frozen by some curse. Dumbledore had never seen Snape so furious. He had contemplated interrupting her trance-like state while she pronounced the prophecy. Yet, moments later, Sybil Trelawney uttered the contents of the second prophecy. From the place where dreams begin, a non-existent child seeks to preemptively find and rewrite the golden snitch that marks destiny, shaped like a crescent moon. The solitary bearer of burdens shall inevitably replace the fate of the former. Those who offer assistance shall either perish together or escape together. A wine-soaked breath escaped Sybil Trelawney's lips. The previous night marked the first day of the official holiday, and evidently, in celebration, Professor Trelawney had indulged in some libations, neglecting to bottle them and instead consuming them directly. The taste was rather unpleasant, yet the 2 individuals nearby paid little mind. Who would concern themselves with such trifles? Trelawney remained in an ethereal state, as though she were not herself, but merely a doppelganger who bore a resemblance to her. Was the prophecy incomplete? It is evident that the pattern of this prophecy diverges from the previous encounter experienced by the 2 individuals. It appears to take the form of a multiple-choice question. And within the realm of Sybil Trelawney, the moment she ceases to speak, the dialogue comes to an abrupt halt. She seems to await a response from one of the 2, enveloped in a hazy, almost intoxicated state. Clearly, if neither of them utters a word in a timely manner, the ethereal opportunity may slip away, rendering it a complete forfeiture. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a glance, with Dumbledore nodding slightly at Snape, who then stepped forward to position himself directly before Sybil Trelawney. Who was the ally? Snape could decipher a fragment of the prophecy, specifically concerning the non-existent child. How could he possibly be unaware? He had just departed from Catherine, the child referenced in the prophecy as non-existent, though she might not have wished it. She had revealed her innermost secret to him simply because he was the one posing the question. The desperate potion Catherine had consumed was intended to alter certain future events. Thus, was this attempt aimed at changing Dumbledore's fate? Snape addressed Sybil Trelawney, stating, "If that person is me, I would willingly accept." However, Trelawney did not adhere to conventional responses. She merely regarded Snape with a serious gaze, though in her altered state, she likely perceived more than just a person. Neither had the 2 awaited Trelawney's subsequent prophecy. She merely spoke to them in a rather peculiar manner, declaring that if a destined death were to be averted, a price must inevitably be paid. Sybil Trelawney pondered the nature of this price, which did not seem insurmountable, yet appeared somewhat. Trelawney ultimately refrained from elaborating further, perhaps feeling that any additional words would be unnecessary in the presence of the 2. When she regained her composure, she found herself once again facing the 2 before her. Or rather, when her gaze first fell solely upon Snape, her reaction was exceedingly intense. In her inebriated state, Sybil Trelawney felt compelled to tell Snape, "I know who you are, you are." She longed to share a humorous encounter she had had with him at the Hogshead Inn, boasting of her prophetic lineage. Yet in reality, she struggled to apply such talent in her daily life. Her colleagues, aside from the ever-changing defense against the dark arts professor, were all exceptionally gifted and accomplished. This was one of the reasons she often sought solace in inebriation. At times, she did not desire to linger in this place, even though Hogwarts was indeed her home. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, she heard Dumbledore's applause. A splendid prophecy, Sybil. That night, in Spinner's End, Catherine remained engulfed in the effects of the despair potion concocted by Voldemort. Yet, Snape had prepared a powerful antidote specifically for her, which provided her considerable relief. At that moment, she also heard a phrase echoing in her mind. I may be disarmed and then hung upside down. This was a clue from a puzzle in a past life game. In her dreams, Catherine furrowed her brow, fully aware of the implications of that statement. James Potter had done this to the professor after a final exam. Meanwhile, the remnants of the potion coursing through her veins uncontrollably dismantled the defenses she had constructed within her mental labyrinth, eroding her psychological dam. Should the last bastion guarding her mind be breached, she would soon face the harrowing reality of her dreams manifesting. The contents of her dreams were not reality. When she mistakenly believed they were, she would pay the price. The outcome would likely be one no one wished to witness. It was precisely how Lily, the nurse at St. Mungo's, met her demise. Chapter 119, 1971, the same age as the professor, Sybil Trelawney glimpsed something unfathomable regarding the cost. It is well known that transporting an individual from one temporal plane to another requires an immense amount of energy. Even if this process is passive, it mercilessly deducts energy. This cost is often beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to bear. In her ethereal state, Sybil Trelawney, out of curiosity, wished to ascertain the nature of this cost. In her current condition, she still possessed the ability to predict such trivial matters. A cost to the soul? Would that person perish? Is not the soul an intrinsic part of him or her? Oh, then that is no issue. As for why the despair potion would reflect in the real world, allowing for the crossing of time and space, it is primarily because the essence of magic is to manifest one's desires. Furthermore, when Catherine traversed into this world, she perhaps had already harnessed a portion of temporal power since her childhood. She could even ensure a few extra hours of sleep each day, allowing her to maintain a 3 to 4 hour sleep schedule without succumbing to an early demise. Of course, only in recent days, overwhelmed with tasks, did she realize her magical abilities seemed to facilitate this. Otherwise, how could she have possibly consumed so many potions and alchemical texts? Ultimately, when Catherine opened her eyes once more, she had vanished from a bed many years into the future. Snape had not noticed this. He had been keeping vigil by her side. However, the despair potion crafted by Voldemort was peculiar. To properly counteract its effects, one must proceed gradually. Each dose of the antidote must be administered in fixed amounts to detoxify, requiring a careful and measured approach. The antidote he had prepared was more potent than ordinary potions. Yet one of its ingredients had a time-sensitive quality. The fresh moonlight flower, which bloomed deep in the forbidden forest at 9 o'clock in the evening, was essential. Coincidentally, as he turned away from Catherine's room, in the next moment, Catherine, eager to rescue the professor from his upside-down state during their school days, vanished from that moment in time. Many years prior, in May of 1971, at midnight, the 11-year-old Snape lay sleeping in his bedroom. She descended from the heavens, clad in a cotton green nightgown, as if she had materialized out of thin air, remarkably appearing in the very spot where she would later lie down years hence. In the bedclothes. As summer approached, Severus Snape did not cover himself with a blanket. In the room, where the doors and windows were tightly shut, only a thin, threadbare blanket lay over his body. Now, beneath the somewhat dingy white and green blanket, another being, breathing and possessing a heartbeat, had joined him. 11-year-old Snape slept lightly, inevitably awakened each night by the quarrels of his parents. However, today he found himself ensnared in the most absurd situation of his life, in the midst of a dream. A girl suddenly appeared beside him, an occurrence that defied both logic and magic. Initially startled awake, Snape kept his eyes tightly shut. The security in this neighborhood was far from ideal, as his father was working the night shift, and the door to their home was securely locked. Thus, when a warm presence appeared beside him, he naturally assumed he was still dreaming, as he felt the soft warmth beneath his fingers, which mirrored his own temperature and rhythm. The 11-year-old boy opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. A girl was unfastening the top button of her collar, and everything unfolded as if in a fantastical dream. Rising to confirm that the girl beside him had indeed loosened the first button to allow for air, he noticed her graceful neck, resembling that of a swan, and her fair skin, which was discernible even in the darkness. Catherine was a sensible girl, even in sleep and suffering from a significant illness. Yet, instinctively, she only unbuttoned 2 buttons at the collar, ceasing her prior actions. Lying beside her, 11-year-old Snape remained oblivious to whether Catherine had fully unfastened her buttons. Assuming she was merely adjusting her clothing, he cast a fleeting glance her way before promptly turning his head back. He then shut his eyes tightly once more, as red crept into his cheeks, reminiscent of a sudden fever. At 11, he had already grasped many things. Coupled with the environment in which Snape lived, which was notably at the lower tiers even in the Muggle world, he had inevitably encountered certain truths. Although he was a wizard and had always felt out of place, there were aspects of life he had unwittingly absorbed. However, this also meant he harbored many misconceptions. No, this was merely a dream. He was surely still asleep. Snape realized that the soft, warm area he had been grasping was the girl's arm, yet he chose to disregard this fact. Surrounded by the surreal, he concluded there were only 2 possibilities, the first being magic, and the second, that he was dreaming. Surely, it was his mother in the heavens who felt his profound loneliness and had sent a girl to accompany him in his dreams. It had to be so. The nightclothes were lined with fleece, and Snape had selected the smallest size to perform transfiguration, one that closely resembled his own attire. This was also one of the reasons why 11-year-old Snape was convinced he was merely dreaming. He recognized the nightgown. He possessed a similar one. The only piece his mother had purchased for him that he truly liked. Regardless of his preference, he had no reason to refuse wearing clothing that his mother had bought. Given Catherine's stature, Snape's transformed nightgown undoubtedly appeared quite oversized on her. Nevertheless, they were at home, where only the 2 of them resided. Hot. So hot, Catherine mumbled softly, unaware that it was Professor Snape who had helped her shed her outer garments and transformed her innermost attire into nightclothes. She preferred cleanliness and was impatient with wearing clothes she had worn outside within the confines of her home. Upon returning, she insisted on taking a bath. And when it came time for bed, she required proper night attire, as opposed to any peculiar clothing. Snape, who considered himself somewhat ignorant about women's clothing, could not comprehend why Catherine needed to bathe and change into homewear upon arriving home, nor why she would need to change into nightwear before sleeping. For the first time, Snape did not forget these details. Rather, he was conflicted and refrained from using magic for this task. However, upon realizing certain truths the second time around, he understood that regardless of the circumstances, Catherine's guardian would remain unchanged. Whether one could label him as someone who had given up or as a man resolutely maintaining his boundaries, he was determined not to provide her with any opportunities for misguided infatuation elsewhere. In any case, Catherine was still unwell. Sleeping comfortably would benefit her recovery. Chapter 120, 1971. Same age as the professor, Part 2. In a state of drowsiness, he drifted back to sleep. Throughout the night, 11-year-old Snape felt as though he had dreamt of a girl wearing his nightgown, sharing a bed with him. He did not fully understand this concept. But if such a woman existed, she ought to be his wife. Just like his parents, a man and a woman could only share a bed after marriage. This understanding had been instilled in him by his mother, despite the fact that her marriage to his father had ultimately been unhappy. She had been proposed to and later became his father's wife. Although they often quarreled, she had once loved him deeply, enough to forsake her identity as a witch and lock her wand deep within a cabinet. Thus, when they lay together, it signified the imminent arrival of their own children. Based on this worldview, 11-year-old Snape dreamt of marrying this girl, whose features he could not clearly discern at an unknown moment. He had never been to the wizarding world and was unaware of what a wizard's wedding entailed. Therefore, the imagery in his dream was fleeting. He merely glimpsed the girl as an adult, clad in a pristine white wedding gown. He used his wand to elongate her train, making it as lengthy as that of a bride marrying a prince in a royal ceremony. I love you, dear Mrs. Snape. Let our wands witness our eternal love. His bride beamed with joy, drawing forth her own wand. I love you too, Severus. Yet before his wife could finish her sentence, her smile abruptly froze upon her face. A green curse surged toward them, Avada Kedavra. In that moment, he seemed to transform back into the 11-year-old Snape, gazing at his bride with terror and disbelief. However, he soon discovered that he was unharmed, while another wizard fell behind him. An enemy? In the dream, Snape was unaware of their marriage and did not understand why it would summon foes. However, the girl cast a spell at the cost of being struck by another's magic. Without a wand in hand, Snape observed her seemingly snap her fingers, the incantation landing upon a protective barrier before it could strike her. A shield of armor? Snape recognized the spell utilized by his wife. They were engaged in battle, an authentic confrontation between wizards. Naturally, Snape yearned to wield his wand to assist. Yet he found his repertoire of spells woefully inadequate, despite the numerous enchantments contained within his mother's notes and old textbooks. He had labored to study diligently to avoid arousing his father's suspicions, often indulging in playful escapades after his father departed, thus neglecting his studies. Yet, at this pivotal moment, before his wife and their adversaries, he felt utterly powerless, akin to a muggle. The girl, striving to shield him, ultimately repulsed the enemy but sustained grave injuries. Teetering on the brink of death. What should I do? How can I save you? Snape retrieved his meticulously concocted healing potion. It was all he could offer. Futile. Suddenly, a pair of strikingly similar twins appeared in the distance. A boy and a girl raced toward them, calling out, "Mommy, Mommy," yet no one could respond. His wife smiled at the trio, barely propped against the wedding officiant's podium. Take the children and flee. They will soon realize their mission has failed. More will come. What? Snape felt a heat enveloping him, as if a fiery monstrosity had ensnared him. His wife lacked the strength for further words. He witnessed her wand emit a radiant white light, the world around them instantly cooling. In the final vision, Snape departed with the two children using a door key. Upon awakening, he discovered that the fiery entity entwining him was not a creature conjured by an enemy's hex, but rather the restless girl beside him. The refreshing sensation stemmed from her own snap of the fingers. A cooling charm, cast without a wand. She, indeed, was a witch. If a muggle girl had appeared at his side, Snape might have dismissed it as a cruel jest aimed at her or himself. However, if she were a witch, who could say whether the spell that brought her here originated from her own will? Severus. Strangely, the girl was sharing the same dream as him. Snape heard her call out in the dream, "Severus, what are you waiting for? Take the children and go. Aileen, you're the elder, look after your brother." Snape's anger, previously ignited by the intrusion of other wizards into their home, was abruptly interrupted by this statement. Aileen was her mother's name. If he were to have only one daughter in the future, her name would undoubtedly be Aileen. Could it be mere coincidence? It must be coincidence. Snape struggled to accept that all of this was real, for it was just a dream, was it not? Yet her next utterance shattered his contemplation. "Ellen, you too. You are a little man now, protect your sister." Time seemed to freeze in that moment, Snape half sitting upon the bed, his body hesitant to recline against the headboard in a more comfortable posture, despite having intended to do so. Ellen was neither his father's name, nor that of his grandfather, uncle, or any other relative. Aileen had been ill for a long time. One day, she asked her son what kind of girl he would like to marry. Her illness was incurable, and at that point, Aileen may have been aware of her impending fate. Consciously nurturing her abilities, be it in spells, potions, or academics, or in the fabric of daily life. Snape was no ignorant child, wholly oblivious to matters. He was quite perceptive. He may not have understood precisely what his mother wished to hear, but he endeavored to do things that would bring joy to his ailing mother. At that time, he even forsook everything to immerse himself in the study of the magical world. Though his age prohibited frequent spellcasting, potion-making, and usage were not bound by age. When his mother inquired, he articulated not only his standards for a girl, but also specifically mentioned children. If it were a boy, he would name him Ellen. In the past, Snape had looked up at his mother, smiling, his features reminiscent of Tobias, stirring in her a blend of affection and resentment. Yet he was her only son. Even if he bore his father's visage, in every other aspect, he resembled her. Thank goodness. The magical talents he inherited would allow him to completely distance himself from his father. Ultimately, he was destined to return to their world. Catherine remained unaware that she had unconsciously experienced a prophetic dream, nor did she realize that if Snape were to defy all odds and marry Harry's sister, it would not be surprising for Death Eaters to attack on their wedding day. As for her pair of children, they remained mere figments of imagination. However, it was also conceivable that Snape had empathically entered the dream alongside her. Because Catherine had cast the cooling charm to lower the temperature around her, Snape, possessing magical abilities, unconsciously invoked the Legilimens spell as a form of resistance. From a magical biological perspective, this is termed a stress response. Perhaps in ancient times, Snape's mixed-blood ancestors, though diminutive, survived in the magical world's ruthless competition thanks to this unique ability. In other words, Catherine was powerful, while Snape at that time was weak. If their children were as clever and charming as Aileen and Ellen, thoughtful and well-behaved, what could anyone do regarding their father? Chapter 121, 1971. The same age as the Professor, Part 3. Prophetic dreams were a capability carried over from Yin Shu's past life. Her ability was feeble, unable to discern when or where the foreseen future would transpire. She could not control when she would dream, nor could she ascertain whether the events would unfold in the near or distant future. In summary, she was only aware of a few aspects regarding her prophetic dreams. Firstly, her dreams represented a certain temporal juncture in her future, and they were bound to occur. Secondly, the phenomenon of precognitive dreams is characterized by an initially serene dreaming state that is abruptly interrupted by the intrusion of a specific scene. Thirdly, Prior to the occurrence of an old precognitive dream, it is certain that no new precognitive dreams will manifest. Fourthly, akin to the prophecies of Sybil Trelawney, such precognitive abilities require an extensive period before the subsequent dream emerges. Fifthly, it is uncontrollable. One cannot dictate the timing of these dreams. However, unlike Sybil Trelawney, at the very least, Catherine retains fragments of her dreams. Sixthly, she is not understood by others. While Sybil Trelawney has the belief of Snape and Dumbledore, regardless of what Catherine expressed to others in her past life, no one deemed her words as credible. Frequently, she felt as though she was deliberately isolated, with others inexplicably filtering out any mention of her precognitive dreams. Eventually, she ceased to share her dream experiences with anyone. Moreover, the conditions under which she experiences these precognitive dreams are exceedingly stringent. Each time she dreams, she feels as if the events are impossible. For instance, today, she has forgotten the content of the dream she had prior to encountering the unexpected scene of her wedding with Snape. But marrying him? How could that be conceivable? As for the appearance of a son and daughter thereafter, Catherine has adjusted surprisingly well, as this too is an utterly improbable scenario. She has always harbored feelings for Snape. Yet, perhaps due to the influence of the ancient romantic novels she has read, Catherine subscribes to the age-old notion of love where one holds hands with their beloved and grows old together. Even if she might coerce Snape into marrying her, or the circumstances might necessitate a facade of marriage, there is no way she would engage in premarital procreation with a professor. That is her unwavering boundary. The so-called despair potion is designed to initially immerse an individual in the most blissful of emotions, just as one joyfully discovers they are about to wed their beloved. She finds herself with two toddlers, a boy and a girl, who can walk and comprehend the adult world, all while she has already been wed to Snape. Subsequently, it all unravels. By morning, as Snape heads off to teach, he witnesses the girl in agony, softly lamenting. Ellen, wake. She does not wish to remain silent. But in the realm of dreams, a barrier separates her from reality. Catherine weeps and pleads in her dream, yet Snape remains oblivious to which use she refers. In any case, when the door is locked, leaving Catherine confined in the room, 11-year-old Snape is already certain of one thing. In her current state, the girl cannot possibly reach him through magic. Thus, everything appears to be a mere accident. Snape is unaware of the meaning of time travel. Such themes were not yet in vogue. However, he has heard of Merlin. His mother, Eileen, used to recount tales of Merlin and King Arthur as bedtime stories in her youth. Hogwarts Slytherin House, the very institution he would later attend, had once been associated with a figure named Merlin, a student of Slytherin. Strangely, almost no one remembers his existence. On another note, Eileen had also taken the initiative to research the life of the wizard Merlin. At that time, she was still a girl, not yet graduated from Hogwarts, and had not encountered her husband, Tobias. The prince family, to which Eileen belonged, was one of the pure-blood families. While they may lack in other possessions, their library was undoubtedly vast. The true Merlin lived centuries before this Slytherin graduate. Snape had once inquired of Eileen regarding this matter, to which her response was rather mystical. In times of crisis, wizards possess latent potential, Severus, if you truly wish to alter certain outcomes. Now, he is beginning to understand. Time seems to have played a rather ironic jest upon his future wife, Eileen, and the mother of Ellen. Mr. Snape? Mr. Snape. What? The teacher called him to the front to solve a problem. His desk mate nudged him with an elbow, whispering, the blackboard in the middle. The one beside it belongs to Paul. Oh, thank you. Today is not the weekend. As per usual, Severus must attend school early in the morning. However, his father, Tobias, who had not returned home for the past few days, is likely to come home today rather than stay in the dormitory. The girl, it seems, is under some potion spell, for no matter how he calls her, she remains unresponsive. Were it not for the fear of arousing Tobias's suspicions with a teacher's home visit, Snape would have considered taking a sick day to avoid school. During this mathematics class, guided by his desk mate's suggestion, Snape rose from his seat and approached the middle blackboard, lost in thought about the problem while addressing the inquiry on the board. This method of applying formulas to solve problems is his forte. The ratios and reactions in potion making also require calculations. Especially in potion modifications, precision is paramount. Such calculations are far more intricate than those in standard math courses. She has been in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days. He dares not attempt to concoct an antidote himself. Snape mused in a manner wholly unbecoming of a teenager. Logically, my father would collapse into bed and not come to check on me. Upon approaching the blackboard, Snape glanced up and realized it was merely a matter of altering the numbers in the exercises from the workbook for someone else to solve. Compared to the convoluted dilemma of who would discover the girl first, her or his father, this was as simple as 1 + 1. Without further ado, he hastily jotted down his calculations. He was even unaware that he had drawn a guiding line freehandedly without a ruler, leaving his Muggle classmates utterly astonished. Perfect answer. You may return to your seat. Ms. White, the mathematics teacher, remarked upon seeing the correct solution. But even if you excel, do not let your mind wander during class. The entrance exams are approaching, and you must maintain your focus until the end. Impressive. Upon returning to his desk mate lightly patted his arm. Gazing at him in amazement, how did you learn that? Unsurprisingly, even if Snape were to avoid Muggle schooling in the future, his academic performance would still surpass that of the majority of Muggles. Another day of distraction passed, and upon returning home, his father Tobias still seemed to be absent. Since the passing of his mother, Eileen, last year, he had resolved to abstain from alcohol and diligently work to raise his son alone. However, upon discovering that his son was capable of cooking for himself and managing most household chores in his mother's absence, he found himself returning home less frequently, often residing in the dormitory provided by his employer. Day after day of working overtime was an attempt to forget the loss of his wife, who had succumbed to illness, as well as the burden of raising a child endowed with extraordinary abilities. Severus Snape had never been more grateful that Tobias had not developed the habit of returning home. Upon opening the bedroom door, he was taken aback to find the girl was not in bed. Had she awakened? Chapter 122, 1971. The same age as the professor, Part 4. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tobias Snape limped along the road, accompanied by a colleague from the same dormitory who happened to be returning home for the holiday. Their workplace was quite distant, often requiring them to work back-to-back shifts. In a bid to earn extra money, they had requested a dormitory for convenience after night shifts. Mr. White typically returned home once a week, while Tobias managed to go back every 1 or 2 days when his schedule allowed. However, having injured his leg this time, he chose to delay his return by a day to avoid alarming his child and to spare Mr. White the trouble of accompanying him. Severus had always been a sensible child, already adept at preparing simple meals. After his mother fell ill, he not only took to bathing and doing laundry by himself, but also assisted with Eileen's care. His academic performance had consistently been above average. Even though this year marked the transition to junior high, his studies were the least of his worries. Yet, at 11 years of age, he was still a child, and the safety conditions in Spinner's Inn were far from ideal. Following the family's bankruptcy, he had no means to purchase another home. He felt compelled to check on his son, knowing that even though it was still light out at 8 or 9 in late May, leaving a child alone at home was a source of unease. Calculating the time, he mused that school must be letting out soon. He mentioned to Mr. White that his wife was Severus's mathematics teacher. Your wife should be getting off work about now, Tobias remarked. Yes, it should be around that time, Mr. White replied. Your son excels in mathematics, though he tends to be somewhat of a loner at school. As they walked, Tobias voiced his concerns for Severus's education, while Mr. White expressed pride in having a wife who could offer assistance. They parted ways at a three-way junction, one heading toward a residential area, the other limping slowly in the direction of home. Tobias endeavored to walk with a semblance of slowness, masking the fact that he had been injured from a fall. Though walking was painful, the thought of his deceased wife leaving him with their only child compelled him to endure. In Spinner's End, Severus's room, Alan, with a piercing cry, Catherine emerged from a nebulous dreamscape, finally regaining her resolve. She sat up, curling herself on the bed, struggling to discern which fragments were dreams and which were reality. As she pondered, she found it increasingly challenging to differentiate between the two. Regardless of her confusion, she knew she had to clarify her thoughts. Catherine curled tighter, attempting to find solace in her own embrace. How had her son perished before her eyes? Her heart felt as though it had been torn apart, replaying the moment of the tragic accident that had taken him back to the Muggle world. Alan was a wizard. How could a mere vehicle on a highway harm him if he had a wand in hand? The despair potion, as its name suggests, causes its drinker to believe the events of their dreams as reality, leading to death. Catherine held herself tightly, repeatedly trying to summon her sanity. Yes, that's right. Catherine. Indeed, the child was not truly flesh and blood. With her rationality slipping away, tears streamed down her face, and her emotions unraveled. When she finally forced herself to stand, memories flooded back. Truth be told, Catherine was uncertain whether it was her rational self that had ultimately compelled her to rise, or if it was her cold, melancholic heart that had made the decision. Without a wand at hand, the adult wand belonging to Lily had not accompanied her. While the small black pouch around her neck contained her own wand, she had evidently chosen to live incognito in the Muggle world. Typically, her wand was locked away in a box beneath the bed. As she bent down to check, she was dismayed to find it utterly empty. Where was her wand? Never mind, it was of no consequence now. Catherine's expression was cold and her demeanor numb as she stepped barefoot onto the floor. She did not bother to search for her slippers. When one has resolved to end their life, who cares if their feet touch the cold, filthy floor? The temperature of the floor in late May was bearable, but since Eileen's passing, she had neglected to clean the house. Had she been in her right mind, she would never have walked forward in such a manner. You could hear her muttering to herself, "I need a knife. There are knives in the kitchen." Slowly piecing her thoughts together, Catherine recalled the encounter with the Death Eaters that had occurred when she married Snape. He had used a door key to transport their child and herself to a prearranged safe house. His fate had been sealed in that moment. Snape had sacrificed himself for them. Eileen, too. She had witnessed the spell erupt like fireworks. The innocent girl had merely wished to return to help her father. Yet, her eyes had run dry of tears. Catherine rubbed her face in vain, realizing that such an act had become pointless. The kitchen's layout had never changed, and rather than walking there, she opted for the perilous choice of apparition. Under the influence of the despair potion, for one who had just awakened, apparition was still a highly dangerous maneuver. Yet Catherine was indifferent. Living alone in her solitude was worse than joining them in the afterlife. Severus, Eileen, and Alan. A family ought to be whole. That was the right way. Alan, wait for Mommy. Mommy is coming. The key was inserted by Severus Snape into the lock of the door, turning it 3 times to the right in a clockwise manner. With thoughts of the girl occupying his mind, he hastily made his way to her room. By chance, Catherine had just vacated her previous position, leaving Snape momentarily empty-handed. However, he soon heard a commotion from outside the kitchen. Snape quickly deduced the source of the noise. The girl was rummaging through the cupboard. The aged and dilapidated tracks of the cupboard's rollers were not in good condition, causing a loud, grating sound with every opening. What was she up to? Cooking, perhaps? He recalled that the first shelf held cling film and a fruit knife. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape dashed from the bedroom into the kitchen. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Something had fallen to the ground. A vivid splash of crimson, tinged with the scent of blood, stood out starkly against the girl's immaculate white wrist. Immediately following, a petite figure dashed past him barefoot. When Tobias stepped through the door, Snape felt himself enveloped by the small body, with his face buried deep in the softest part of the girl's form, nearly gasping for breath. Above him, he heard the ecstatic, frantic cries, "Alan, I knew you were all right. It was just a minor accident. How could you possibly be hurt?" Yes, he was unharmed. Hearing Catherine's words, Snape embraced her back, attempting to soothe her distress. "I am still here, still here. Do not fear, everything is fine. What on earth are you two doing?" The embrace between them, or rather, Catherine's unilateral, somewhat intimate embrace, left Tobias Snape momentarily stunned as he entered the room. He had never anticipated that White would declare before him that boys had no friends, nor had he considered numerous scenarios during his journey home. Yet, upon returning, the little rascal had sprung a delightful surprise on him. Upon hearing voices, Catherine and Severus immediately separated. "Father, I can explain. Who are you, and why are you shouting at my son?" As a mother, Catherine's instinctive reaction was to shield Alan, whom she mistakenly believed to be her son, behind her. Chapter 123, 1971, The Same Age as the Professor, Part 5. The Slytherin pendant nearly slipped from Catherine's neck as she moved, but she instinctively shoved it back just in time. This was the pendant Dobby had given her when he took Harry away, but now it was empty, the fragment of Voldemort's soul having vanished without a trace. "So, you are Alan's mother, and you embraced him because you mistook him for your son?" "Yes, father." "Catherine, I did not permit you to speak. We shall discuss this matter of you having a girlfriend at the age of 11 later." Tobias Snape emphasized the word discuss with gravity, as if a stern patriarch had just discovered that his son was experiencing an early romance, issuing a menacing threat. It was evident that, regardless of the outcome, this matter would not be resolved amicably today, and it was directed at him. "Your name is Catherine?" "Yes." Observing the interaction between father and son, Severus noted how Catherine's previously sharp, hawk-like gaze, brimming with both threat and madness, had softened, as if realizing that her adversary was not an enemy, but rather her future father-in-law. Adapting her demeanor, she appeared to Severus like a diligent, well-behaved student. It even led Tobias to feel an odd impression of her being obedient and eager to please. Catherine Snape. Catherine instinctively thought she was in a distant future. Long after 1991, they had entered into a mock marriage in 1998 after Voldemort's resurrection, and only now, with their child grown, did they consider organizing a proper wedding. So, around 2007, as she assessed the year she had traversed to, she endeavored to ingratiate herself with Tobias. Nothing could express her allegiance and stance more than sharing the Snape surname. Severus Snape's wife, Alan Snape's mother. Although Tobias Snape could not fathom how a girl in her teens could have a son of a similar age, Severus had claimed she was from the future, suggesting that it was very possible that his future daughter-in-law had already blessed him with a grandchild. The girl was indeed lovely, and it seemed that his son had discerning taste. Yet, her action of revealing her collar in front of a stranger was rather unseemly. Then, seemingly as a habitual gesture. She pulled out a slender wooden stick from a small pouch tucked within her collar. Wait, how could such a tiny pouch contain that? And as Severus Snape, mistakenly identified as her son, emerged from Catherine's side to witness the small stick, one word suddenly flashed in his mind: wand. In the living room of Spinner's End, Tobias Snape's return transformed what should have been an emotional reunion between mother and child into a tense standoff, at least in Catherine's perception. Like most witches who wed muggles, they married for love, only to often find themselves defeated by it. Eileen had never revealed her wand in front of her husband at home. Consequently, Tobias, pampered by Eileen, had no comprehension of what a mere wooden stick could signify. At this moment, Severus felt an overwhelming urge to implore Catherine, his future wife, do not act rashly. Do not harm my elderly father. It was a peculiar scenario, one robust young man facing off against a girl seemingly powerless. Yet, with the emergence of the wand, the dynamics of power were undoubtedly reversed. In fact, Catherine could perform magic without even needing a wand at times, and her results often surpassed those of Eileen when she wielded one, especially with the cooling charm. Severus Snape had never witnessed such precise and delicate control over magical abilities. For Tobias, being threatened by a small stick evoked a sense of absurdity. It was akin to watching someone perform a musical theater piece in real life. However, this was neither the West End nor Broadway. However, the girl's display of seemingly spontaneous magical prowess undoubtedly conveyed a singular truth to him. She belonged to that particular ilk, akin to Eileen, a witch. Yet, if his son were a wizard, it seemed only natural that his wife would be a witch, did it not? Contemplating this, Tobias suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. For even the unborn grandson appeared to have unequivocally inherited his parents' extraordinary gifts. From the girl's tone, it was evident that she too was destined for greatness. My sincerest apologies, it seems I have misconstrued the situation. After a seemingly amicable discussion, the three of them pieced together the intricate tapestry of events. How could this be? The year was merely 1971. I was born in 1980. And even my parents are still children at this point. Catherine, who had been pointing her wand at Tobias, now aimed it at her own wrist. She had to accept the truth of the stranger's words. After all, he identified himself as Tobias. Despite bearing a resemblance to Severus, one could easily discern that Snape's enduring devotion and loyalty were inherited from his mother, Eileen. Furthermore, he had entered on his own accord. Lastly, when she had retrieved her wand from the small black bag, she discovered she possessed Muggle coins dated 1991. This presented a logical inconsistency, as it seemed she ought to hail from 1991. Yet, her 11-year-old self could not possibly have borne a child as large as Alan. Emotionally tumultuous, Catherine could only attribute this anomaly to the fact that, since 1991, she had not returned to the Muggle world for reasons unknown. As for galleons, that antiquated currency typically stored in family vaults, she was uncertain whether new denominations would be issued or circulated. Having only studied magical history up to 5th year, she had merely covered the Goblin rebellions. Healing as before. As the spell took effect, a beam of white light emanated from the wand, soothing her injured skin. The wound was deep, and for Catherine, the potion of despair was an experience unlike any other. Had she not succumbed to madness and believed in its potency, perhaps she would not have awakened the latent potential within her to arrive here. Yet today, if it were not for Severus Snape's timely arrival, if it were not for her son's striking resemblance to his father that led her to believe her Alan still lived, Catherine was convinced that no other person could have made a difference. Suddenly, the wand shifted from pointing at Catherine to aiming at Tobias. Healing as before. The same spell flashed forth, causing Severus, momentarily startled, to feel his heart leap into his throat. I had always believed I was concealing my injuries well. Ironically, it was Tobias, blissfully ignorant of magic, who displayed a reckless bravado, asking, "How did you know my leg was injured?" "It's quite simple," Catherine replied. "If one has numerous injuries, one becomes adept at concealing them, making it easy for you to spot a problem." Catherine spoke falsely. At some point, she recalled having witnessed Severus perform the same actions. Yet, he was still just a boy. And Catherine had no intention of dampening the mood by discussing her son's injuries with Tobias. Magic was exceedingly convenient. After Catherine volunteered to take charge of dinner and the dishes, the matter of her staying seemed trivial. To quote the elder Snape, "You bear the Snape name. Surely you won't go hungry here?" Yet, judging by the meals provided, it appeared the household was quite impoverished. The elder Snape's remarks could even be characterized as mere pretensions. Chapter 124, 1971, the same age as the Professor, 6. Regarding how to sustain one more person, Catherine suspected Tobias was overly concerned. She possessed a plethora of published bestsellers that had been market-tested, and in the future, she would face treachery from publishers intent on exploiting her. However, the other party was a Muggle, and she was a witch. even when provoked. Catherine could not resort to using her magical prowess to impose her will upon them. Yet now, it seemed fate had bestowed upon her an opportunity for retribution and justice. This society is starkly pragmatic. If you are unkind, do not expect me to be just. On the other hand, if she could traverse the path she had walked 20 years earlier, the unscrupulous publishers of her future would find themselves at a loss. Yet, this also meant her potential gains in the Muggle world would be forfeit. Whether it be the accrued profits or the substantial dividends she anticipated, it was a perilous gamble. Nevertheless, she was merely a transient guest here, and Severus was not yet a significant figure in her life. Should she impose her living expenses upon the Snape family? She was an adult now, and at the very least, she would not take others' kindness for granted. It was a matter of principle. As for other matters, Catherine had initially presumed that Severus and his father shared a strained relationship. Yet the world is multifaceted. Many issues are too trivial to concern the central narrative. And now, this was the reality. Especially upon witnessing the sense of duty and responsibility in Tobias Snape's eyes, she found it difficult to equate this living, breathing individual with the paper-thin caricatures of abusive fathers depicted in many fan fictions. Perhaps, when faced with familial ruin, a father's tragic demise might lead one to seek solace in intoxication. Or perhaps, Catherine had often viewed Severus through a romanticized lens, leading her to believe that while the elder Snape may not be a good man, he could not be entirely wicked either. Once it was established that Catherine would ultimately remain a member of the family, Severus was almost forcibly taken aside by Tobias for a stern talk. Of course, how he treated his son, who had unexpectedly surprised him when Catherine was out of sight, was another matter entirely. To simply take in a stranger into their home? Upon returning to the young Severus's room, Catherine still found it somewhat incredulous. Even with the endorsement of memories from her dreams, did she not think this was too easy? Moreover, I am a witch. While tidying the bed, she remarked to Severus, who had just absorbed Tobias's lesson, I can be quite dangerous. With an endearing yet fierce demeanor, she was not only naturally charming, but also gentle. There was no real threat. Catherine could not truly harm him. Severus observed as Catherine replaced the sheets and blankets on her bed, her wand deftly guiding the new linens to their rightful places with an air of effortless grace. Ever since she had tended to the injured Snape, her household spells had attained perfection. The house still possessed a guest room. My father had remarked moments ago that although we were still young, it was inappropriate for us to share a bed. We are not yet married, and such an arrangement would be improper. Snape watched Catherine as she exuberantly wielded magic, a mixture of envy and concern in his voice. Is this what magic is? Isn't it stated that Hogwarts students are prohibited from using magic outside of school? Indeed, for wands contain trace magic. You should be aware that trace magic detects spells cast by witches and wizards under the age of 17. Trust me, as long as you perform spells outside of parental supervision, the Ministry of Magic will be informed, Catherine replied, her hands casting spells on her wand, a silvery, thread-like substance shimmering along its length as she did so. Catherine furrowed her brow, her explanation to Snape now tinged with uncertainty. A simple detection spell can reveal whether a wand contains trace magic. Is there a problem? Nothing at all, she replied noncommittally. There is a minor issue, however. If I arrived at this time from the future at the age of 30, then my wand's trace should have lost its efficacy by now. Could it be that the trace is somehow linked to a person's age? Snape responded, for instance, you may have been 30 before. Yet the you that stands before me now is merely around 11. 11? Catherine appeared somewhat bewildered. Am I the same age as you? Shouldn't I be 30? Have you not looked in a mirror since your arrival? The mirror is shattered, Catherine admitted. The bathroom mirror revealed fractured glass, and I assumed. Snape grasped the underlying implication in Catherine's words. You could use your wand to repair it.